Chapter 6:15. After saying that, Long Chen took a step forward and headed towards the huge fire wheel on the horizon. No matter how many raging flames there were, it was difficult for these flames to cause any harm to Long Chen. When the huge fire wheel was right in front of Long Chen raised his head and said faintly, "Xiao Lang, come out. I'll leave the rest to you." Xiao Lang had been improving all the way by following Long Chen. This proved that his choice back then was correct. If he had stayed in Sangyang country or come out alone, without Long Chen's fortuitous encounter and protection, it was very likely that he would have been killed by some guy who hunted demonic beasts. It should be known that Long Chen had killed many demonic beasts himself. In the dragon sacrificial continent, demonic beasts hunted humans and humans hunted demonic beasts. Basically, there were very few people like the war people who could tame demonic beasts to fight for them or become friends with demonic beasts. Those who were not of the same race must have different intentions. Humans and demonic beasts had always been mortal enemies. Long Yu and the other two stared at Long Chen in the distance, not knowing what Long Chen was going to do. At this moment, Long Chen opened his arms and a black shadow suddenly pounced out from his chest. It instantly expanded and turned into a huge and majestic black wolf, pouncing towards the fire wheel in front of Long Chen. Xiao Lang. Long Yu narrowed her eyes. She remembered that this was a demonic beast that followed Long Chen. When they were in the spirit stream, Long Chen had let Xiao Lang show his face, so Long Yu knew him. This is just a demonic beast. What can it do? The gray-clothed youngster said speechlessly. He thought that Long Chen could take out some earth-shattering treasure to break a path through the flames. I don't know either, but Seventh Brother has always been very reliable. When I first met him, he hadn't even reached the Earth Martial Realm, but now he already has this kind of strength. Don't you guys think it's scary? Long Yu's pretty face was filled with a gratified smile. Feeling that in his sister's heart, his position was not even comparable to that of the other Long Chen, the gray-clothed youth was somewhat displeased. He muttered, "Is he that amazing? Just watch. Even Grandpa can't do anything about these flames." "I don't believe he can." Just as he said this, Xiao Lang's body had already grown to a height of nearly 20 meters. Long Chen stood behind him, not much bigger than Xiao Lang's toes. This was already the largest size a first-grade king-level sun-devouring demonic wolf could reach. As his strength increased, he believed that his body would also slowly grow bigger. At the very least, among the beast kings, the bigger the demonic beast, the more powerful it was. It's about to begin. Long Chen had a smile on his face as he watched his brother's performance with satisfaction. Xiaolang's strength was also his strength. Howl! At that moment, Xiaolang raised his head and let out a desolate howl. This howl was filled with power and shook the surrounding flames away. From it, one could hear Xiaolang's excitement. Then, Xiaolang started running towards the huge fire wheel. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf plunged into the rapidly spinning fire wheel. Of course, although Xiaolang was big, he was still very small compared to the entire fire wheel. To the wheel of fire, it was an insignificant black dot, but it caused a huge tremor. The wheel of fire, which was originally spinning at a high speed, was now trembling. It was as if it was a person who had swallowed poison and was curled up on the ground. Whoosh, 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 the flames on the fire wheel stopped shooting in all directions. The high-speed spinning fire wheel instantly slowed down until it almost stopped. The original fire wheel turned into a ball of fire and quickly shrank. In the center of this ball of fire, Long Chen saw a small black dot. Long Chen knew that this was Xiao Lang. An enormous and terrifying aura emanated from the little black dot's body. Long Yu and the rest also saw this strange situation. At the beginning, they did not have much hope, but now they were dumbstruck, especially the gray-clothed youth. At this moment, his upper and lower lips were trembling, and he stammered, This demon wolf, it is clearly only a first-grade king level, why is it so strange?" From the looks of it, the flames that covered the sky seemed to have been controlled by the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The gray-clothed youth had thought that Long Chen wouldn't be able to do anything, but now it seemed that he had underestimated Long Chen. This caused his face to turn red. This was caused by embarrassment. Do you know the name of this brat's demonic beast? Long Shan's face was also filled with shock. He observed for a while before asking Long Yu. Long Yu said, it should be called the sun-devouring demonic wolf. It's a mutated demonic beast. This name was probably given by seventh brother himself. Sun-devouring demonic wolf. Sun-devouring demonic wolf, what a good sun-devouring demonic wolf. This demonic beast can actually devour beast fire. It's really an extraordinary demonic beast. I've never heard of such a demonic beast in my life. A grave expression appeared in Long Shan's eyes. Is this demonic beast that powerful? Long Shan could be called the strongest expert in the Wushu Sage era. His evaluation of the sun-devouring demonic wolf was so high that even the gray-clothed youth was speechless. Originally, he was a little unconvinced by Long Chen, but now it seemed that Long Chen was able to make such a terrifying demonic beast submit completely. There must be something extraordinary about him. I don't know either. It's just that the ability to devour beast fire is unique. Thanks to this brat, we'll definitely be able to get out of this 9 nether morning soul land. Long Shan smiled. Naturally, everyone wanted to get out of this damned place. There are many mystical things about this young man. He even has such a monstrous beast. He is a person with great luck. If you are on good terms with him and even help him, you will definitely not lose out. You will even benefit greatly. Long Shan sighed as he stroked his long beard and said thoughtfully. Is that so? Long Yu was a little absent-minded. When she saved Long Chen back then, she didn't know that he would have such a day. But now that she thought about it, if she hadn't saved him back then, not only her, but everyone in the dragons would probably not have a good ending. As they were talking, there was a huge change at the fire wheel. The huge ball of fire that was originally in the sky was now shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. As time passed, the ball of fire gradually became smaller and the surrounding temperature was also dropping. Even the fiery red color on the ground was gradually fading to gray. Success. A smile appeared on Long Chen's face. The beast fire was the reason why this place was fiery red. When the unknown beast fire was devoured by the sun-devouring demonic wolf, this place quickly recovered to the same state as the other places in the 9 nether morning soul land. A gray sky gradually appeared in front of Long Chen and the rest. The ball of fire in the sky had already shrunk until it disappeared. What appeared in the sky was a huge black demonic wolf. This demonic wolf's body was currently burning with fiery red flames. The huge fire will had now been completely replaced by the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Although they had already expected this scene, Long Shan and the rest were still shocked when they saw this scene. They looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. The performance of Long Chen and his demonic beast was simply too heaven-defying. At this moment, the blazing fire wolf in the sky had already rushed towards Long Chen until it turned into a beam of fiery red light and rushed into Long Chen's chest. Only then did everything return to normal. Long Chen knew that because of this unknown beast fire, Mo Xiaolang's strength would definitely increase by a lot. This kind of increase would definitely be much greater than what the blue devil flame had given to Xiaolang. After devouring the beast fire, Xiaolang would sleep for a while. When he woke up, his strength would increase once again. From the heaven rank to the king class, Xiaolang would undergo a metamorphosis that would take a long time. However, this time, it probably wouldn't take that long. Previously, there had been the sound of burning flames everywhere. Now, everything was quiet. Long Shan and the rest quickly moved in the direction of Long Chen. Soon, they were standing beside Long Chen. Before they could praise Xiaolang's heaven-defying abilities, their gazes were attracted by the situation in front of them. In the sky in front of them, a whirlpool-like ripple appeared. It was like the surface of a lake had been placed vertically. Circles of transparent ripples appeared. This should be the exit. Let's go out first. After saying that, Long Chen didn't stop and directly moved forward. His body quickly disappeared into the ripple. This young man is really courageous, Long Shan said approvingly. If he was small, would he dare to come here alone to save me? I'm afraid he would be the first person to enter the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land on his own. Long Yu smiled sweetly. Then, her delicate body flashed and disappeared into the ripple. The others also followed and disappeared into the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. 7-layer Demon World, 6th layer, Ancient Demon Region's Imperial Palace. The Ancient Demon Region had 7 Imperial Palaces and 1 Imperial Palace. The 7 Imperial Palaces were located in the mountains of the Ancient Demon Region. The Imperial Palace was located in the 6th layer of the 7-layer Demon World. Only demon generals and above were qualified to enter the Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Palace, there were many supreme elders. The most important ones were the Demon King's family. The Imperial Palace in the 6th layer of the 7-layer Demon World was much more magnificent than the Imperial Palace. It was completely black and filled with a depressing and solemn atmosphere. The attendants in the Imperial Palace had been trained since they were young. They stayed in the Imperial Palace all their lives to serve the people in the Imperial Palace. At that moment, the attendants lowered their heads and walked carefully in the Imperial Palace. They didn't dare to make the slightest mistake. The Imperial Palace was the core of the Ancient Demon Region. The Ancient Demon Region was one of the great powers of God Wushu Sage's Imperial Palace. Chapter 6:16. Of course, in the past, the people in the Imperial Palace were super experts for Long Chen. But now, they were just ants in his eyes. The Imperial Palace, which used to be mysterious and vast, was just a so-so in Long Chen's eyes. In front of the magnificent gate of the Imperial Palace, there were 108 black-armored guards, whose cultivation was above the 8th level of the reaching heaven state. They would stay in the 6th level of the realm of devils for the rest of their lives. They only had 2 ways out. One was to be eliminated and killed when they were old, and the other was to break through to the 9th level of the reaching heaven state and become the highest elder. At this moment, the 108 black-armored guards were standing together solemnly. In front of them stood the gloomy young expert, Jiang Wuya. At this time, Jiang Wuya was coldly looking at a red-eyed woman in front of him with his hands clasped behind his back. It was Queen Qingli. Prince Wushang, let me in. I want to see my daughter. Queen Qingli's eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that she was in a bad mood. She looked into Jiang Wushang's eyes and gradually lost her patience. I'll say it again. Jiang Wushang smiled coldly and said, my father has ordered that no one can see Lu Yi, no matter whether it's Jiang Wuya or you. Queen Qingli's voice was cold. She took a step forward and said, why can't I see my daughter? Jiang Wushang, don't force me. You want to marry her to Zhao Danshan of the Martial Emperor, but you can't deprive me of my right to see her. I'm forcing you, King Qingli. As one of the 7 great devil kings of the ancient devil region, you don't even listen to the orders of the devil emperor. Do you want to rebel? Jiang Wushang waved his hand, and his face was full of indifference. You. Queen Qingli was so angry that her full chest rose and fell rapidly. She took a deep breath and made up her mind. Then she said, I have to see Yi today. Don't blame me for killing whoever dares to stop me. As she spoke, she strode toward Jiang Wushang's side, intending to bypass Jiang Wushang and enter the Imperial Palace from behind. In the ancient devil territory, the only ones who could suppress a devil king were the 2 old devil saints and a devil emperor. As for Jiang Wushang, he was just a young junior in the earth martial arts realm. Courting death. Jiang Wushang was unhappy that the crazy woman dared to be tough. Before Prince Qingli took action, he directly took action. Since he was defeated by Long Chen in Yunmeng Lake, his temper had changed a lot. He became extremely irritable, which could be felt by those who were close to him. The news that Long Chen defeated Jiang Wuxiang had long been spread to the ancient devil territory. Jiang Wuxiang had always been a legend in the ancient devil territory, but this legend had been defeated so miserably. At first, people laughed at him and secretly sighed that Long Chen was so lucky. But when Long Chen defeated Martial Emperor Yang Mingfeng among the war people, they knew that Long Chen did not rely on luck, but on his extraordinary talent. At the gate of the imperial palace, Jiang Wuxiang and Queen Qingli fought. One was young but had a super-powerful cultivation method, and the other had many years of experience. The two experts in the earth martial arts realm were fighting hard. The battle between the experts in the earth martial arts realm was a rare opportunity. The black armored guards had no ability to stop it, so they watched carefully and absorbed the essence of the experts in the earth martial arts realm from their battle. Of course, one or two black armored warriors went in to report. In this imperial palace, the only one who could pay attention to Jiang Wuxiang was Jiang Wuxia, the devil emperor. So this time, they must have gone to report to Jiang Wuxia. Seeing that her daughter was eager to fight, Queen Qingli became more and more angry. Jiang Wuxiang's indifferent expression made her fight more and more crazy. Crazy woman, are you courting death? Jiang Wuxiang was forced to retreat for a while. He hurriedly cursed and used his trump card, the ancient devil's fist scripture, to fight against King Qingli. At first, he just wanted to stop King Qingli, but now he was angry. About a quarter of an hour later, a black whirlwind rushed out of the imperial palace. With a bang, King Qingli let out a cry of pain and was sent flying by the black shadow. The black armored guards all made a noise. At this time, the fight had stopped. Jiang Wuxiang's face was pale and he was panting. The indifferent person standing next to him was Jiang Wuxia, the devil emperor. Jiang Wuxia directly sent King Qingli flying. At this time, King Qingli fell to the ground. After rolling a few times, she stood up awkwardly. Seeing that it was devil emperor, she was anxious and frightened. A trace of blood hung on the corner of her mouth. Devil Emperor's attack just now had injured her. However, since Lu Yi arrived at the imperial palace more than 10 days ago, King Qingli had not seen her daughter. Seeing that Devil Emperor was going to marry her to Martial Emperor City, how could King Qingli be at ease? She knew her daughter well. Lu Yi's character was fragile. She couldn't bear being forced like this. Today, she might have cried so much that she had no tears. King Qingli was even worried that she might have some thoughts. After all, King Qingli knew who she was thinking about. Qingli, how dare you attack me in front of my imperial palace? Do you want to die? Devil Emperor's cold voice sounded in King Qingli's ears. The coldness from his heart made King Qingli's hair stand on end. Your Majesty Devil Emperor. I want to see my daughter Yi. I hope your Majesty can allow it. King Qingli was a little scared and said nervously. She knew that if Devil Emperor wanted to kill her, he could do it casually. The ancient demon region didn't lack King Qingli. You want to see Yi? Unexpectedly, Devil Emperor didn't deny it directly. Instead, he repeated it. Yes. King Qingli nodded. She vaguely saw hope. She hadn't seen her daughter for more than 10 days. She didn't know how she was doing. King Qingli felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. The Demon King thought for a while, then nodded and said, You are Yi's mother. Yi is going to be married to the Martial Alliance. She is going to be married to the Martial Emperor Zhao Danshan, who is favored by the heavens. This is a great thing. Yi has brought glory to the ancient demon area. As her mother, of course you have the right to see her. Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. King Qingli was overjoyed. She knelt down and kowtowed. She didn't stand up until Devil Emperor waved his hand impatiently. She couldn't suppress her excitement. Come with me. Prince Qingli quickly followed him into the imperial palace. Prince Qingli was familiar with the imperial palace. Soon, Prince Qingli was taken to a big yard called Purple Bamboo Pavilion in the imperial palace. There were many purple bamboos in the yard. There was a yard deep in the bamboo forest. When they came to the yard, Devil Emperor turned around and said to the frightened but excited Prince Qingli, "Yi is inside. I'll give you half an hour. You can go by yourself in half an hour." Prince Qingli looked at Prince Qingli and said, "Yi is inside. Yes, I will leave in 1 hour." King Qingli nodded and said. She dared to be presumptuous in front of Jiang Wushang, but she didn't dare to disobey Devil Emperor. After all, Jiang Wushang couldn't kill her, but Devil Emperor could kill her easily. Who is Zhao Danshan? He is one of the 3 martial emperors and the only personal disciple of the strongest person in the Wushu Sage Empire. He has reached the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm at the age of 21. He will definitely become a martial emperor of the Wushu Alliance in the future. Besides, he has the innate golden body. It is a blessing for Yi to marry such an expert. "I hope you all understand," said Devil Emperor lightly. "Yes, Your Majesty. I know all about it." King Qingli knew clearly that Devil Emperor let her come here for a purpose. Lu Yi must want to die. The only one who could persuade her was King Qingli. Remember, if her condition doesn't change, you don't have to see her in the future. Devil Emperor said coldly. His cold voice was like a sharp awl piercing into Long Chen's flexibility. King Qingli felt a chill in her heart and nodded obediently. People in Jianghu couldn't control themselves, let alone in the ancient demon area, where the Devil Emperor was the ruler. How could King Qingli disobey his order? After Versatile Demon Emperor left, Queen Qingli shed tears. She walked into the yard gently and opened the door with a squeak. A girl in white was lying on the bed in the pink quilt. Her eyes were scattered and silent, as if she had lost her life. The sound of the door opening did not wake her up from her daze. Seeing her daughter like this, King Qingli felt distressed. Hearing the familiar voice, Lui's body trembled and she hurriedly climbed out of bed. After seeing that it was her mother, tears poured out of her eyes. After staying in the royal palace for so long, she had become much thinner than before. The 2 of them had tears in their eyes. They stared at each other for a long time before Lui said, "Mother, did the Demon King send you to persuade me?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. Everything that happened before was just a show for them. I won't commit suicide because of this." Seeing that her daughter could still think like this, King Qingli was very pleased. She kindly stroked Lui's long hair and head and said, "My good daughter, you have really grown up. You are right. I was worried that you would be very sad here. Seeing you like this, I am much more relieved." Lui pursed her lips and nodded. She said, "Yes, mother. I heard that. Jiang Wuya came to the ancient demon area to make trouble and was injured by Devil Emperor. How is he now?" Hearing this name, a trace of confusion flashed through Princess Qingli's eyes. She shook her head helplessly and said, "I don't know. It should be okay. You know what happened between us. He is indeed your father, but what?" Lu didn't have a father since she was a child, so she was very concerned about this matter. Chapter 617. It's not all his fault. I don't want to talk about the old grudges. The problem now is how to help you get through this. King Qingli changed the topic and looked at Lui with concern. "Mother, do you think he will come to save me on my way to the martial emperor city?" Lui suddenly asked. She was talking about Jiang Wuya. "I think so. According to his character, he will never give up until he has accomplished something, just like how he followed that woman," King Qingli said. "He will come to save me, but I heard that he is at the 2nd level of the Earth martial arts realm. This time, the Demon Emperor will bring me to the martial emperor city in person. Zhao Danshan will also come to marry me. They are all warriors at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. Jiang Wuya will die if he comes," Lui said worriedly. Although they had only talked a few words, he was her father after all. Lui didn't want to see him die like this. I don't know. I can't control this matter with my ability. Not to mention the demon emperor, Zhao Danshan is too strong. He is so young, but he has already reached the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm. Even Jiang Wushang is only qualified to carry his shoes. They are not at the same level. Lu Yi's face was full of gloom. She opened her red lips and thought of a person. She said, "Mother, I heard that Long Chen defeated and killed Yang Ningfeng, one of the 3 martial emperors in the war people. He also killed him. Long Chen is definitely younger than Zhao Danshan, and his strength is similar. In terms of talent, Long Chen is much stronger than him." Thinking of this person, Lu Yi's heart rippled. At that time, they had been together for a while. She could never have imagined that the lonely, despicable young man would reach such a level after leaving the ancient demon area. Yes, Long Chen's progress has shocked the entire Wushu sage court. Now his reputation is almost the same as that of the 2 geniuses, Zhao Danshan. If he can come to save you, you will be safe, but what? Lu Yi asked nervously. Long Chen is not among the war people. He hasn't shown up for a long time. If he is still in the Wushu sage court, he will definitely come here. So, I guess he has left the Wushu sage court. Maybe there is another possibility. I heard that Long Yu was caught in the soul land of the 9th sects. If Jiang Wuya did not go to the martial emperor's city, someone must have gone. That must be Long Chen. The soul land of the 9th sects. Lu Yi exclaimed. Her face was pale as she said, "Mother, he can enter that place, but he can't come out." Could he have already? It's hard to say. Although he is strong, he is still far from being a martial emperor. Monarch Qingli sighed. Lu Yi took 2 steps back. "Silly girl, you should worry about yourself. If you really can't do it, you can only accept your fate. I am useless, I can't help you." Monarch Qingli held her in her arms. Her eyes were filled with tears. "Do I have to accept my fate?" Lu Yi muttered to herself in a daze. The martial emperor's city was still bustling today. The bustling crowd was walking on the street outside the martial emperor's city. In the martial emperor inner city, it was much quieter. There were not many people on the wide street. In the center of the martial emperor inner city was the towering martial emperor palace. Legend had it that the strongest person in the divine Wushu sage dynasty, martial emperor Zhao Wuji, lived in the martial emperor palace. The martial arch palace was completely sealed off. Outsiders couldn't see what was inside the martial arch palace. To ordinary people, the martial arch palace was a towering tower in the clouds. The ruler of the Shenwu sacred dynasty was at the top of that tower. From time to time, people would look at the top of the tower with reverence. Everything was peaceful in the martial emperor inner city. At this moment, ripples appeared in the sky above the martial emperor's inner city. The ripples made the sky look like the surface of a lake. This magical scene caused everyone to raise their heads and look at the ripples in the sky. They began to discuss among themselves. This movement must be caused by the martial emperor, the crowd thought. In the divine Wushu sage dynasty, the martial emperor Zhao Wuji was almost like a god. Just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, 4 figures suddenly appeared in the center of the ripples. The figures quickly solidified, revealing themselves to be 4 people. The 4 people were floating in the sky. It was obvious that they were experts who had opened the first heaven aperture of the heaven ascension state. Because they were too high up, the crowd could not see the appearances of Long Chen and the others clearly. Most of the people who could fly in the sky of the martial emperor city were the upper echelons of the martial emperor city. Therefore, everyone looked at Long Chen and the others with respect and awe. Only some of the more powerful existences in the martial emperor city noticed this unusual movement. It was broad daylight. Basically, the people in the martial emperor city who were not in their houses could see the 4 people in the sky. Long Chen and the others had come here after coming out of the 9th Serenity Morning Land. They had not expected the exit to be in the sky. If they had not reached the 9th heaven ascension state, they would have fallen to their deaths. After stabilizing his body, Long Chen smiled bitterly. As he looked down, he easily discovered that the massive martial emperor city was right below him. Not far from him was the most sacred building in the martial emperor city, the martial emperor palace. If the martial emperor was in the martial emperor palace, he would be very close to Long Chen. Long Chen was overwhelmed with shock. He had entered the Nine Serenities graveyard this time. Even if he had been able to save Long Yu, the result would not have been good, because the exit of the Nine Serenities graveyard was near the martial emperor palace. But luckily, he had saved Long Shan. Long Shan had been Zhao Wuji's master's rival. Even though he had been imprisoned for many years and only had the fighting strength of the 4th level of the Earth martial realm, he was still strong enough to fight shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Wuji. With his protection, there was nothing to worry about. Martial Emperor City. So be it. Feeling the world again, feeling the rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth, Long Chen felt like he had been reincarnated, let alone Long Shan. Long Shan had stayed in the 9th Serenity Morning Land for so many years. When he felt the outside world, tears welled up in his eyes. Boom. Long Shan lightly punched out, and a huge ripple immediately broke through the clouds, shaking into the distance. I didn't expect that I, Long Shan, would be able to come out alive one day. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. Long San looked at his fists in disbelief. His eyes were filled with tears of emotion. Looking at him, Long Chen recalled his appearance when he had been pulled out from the center of the huge rock. He also felt sad. He had been trapped like this for so many years. It was easy to imagine how tough the old man was and how strong the hatred in his heart was. It was a pity that the most important thing to him, Chen Xiong, was no longer in this world. Grandfather, I'll do whatever you want to do. Seeing Long Shan's blood-red eyes looking at Martial Emperor City, the gray-clothed youth thought for a moment and understood his intentions. Long Shan's rebirth represented the rise of the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. The number of experts in their bloodline had already surpassed that of the Martial Emperor's bloodline. Long Shan took a deep breath. The ferocious expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with calmness. He said slowly, "We are not in a hurry. Let the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty control this world for a while longer." The divine Wuxia Sage dynasty was protected by the ancestors of my Long family. Our Long family has fought for this country for countless years. Our ancestors lost this country in the end. We will take it back sooner or later. I believe that time is not far away. Long Chen also knew what they wanted to do. They wanted to destroy the Martial Emperor's bloodline and take control of the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. Under the control of the Martial Emperor, the people of the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty basically had no freedom to speak of. Most people lived under oppression. Moreover, Long Chen was on Long Shan's side. Therefore, Long Chen supported them. With Long Yu's existence in the Long family, Long Chen believed in them. They wanted to destroy the Martial Emperor's bloodline. Of course, Long Chen would raise both hands in approval. Of course, now was not the time. Long Shan had just recovered and still needed a long time to recover. Moreover, the Martial Emperor's bloodline had been operating in the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty for many years. Many things had long been deeply rooted. It was not something that could be uprooted in a day. It was also not something that could be accomplished by killing the Martial Emperor. The most important thing now was to leave this place. Long Chen was still worried about Lu Yi. He did not know how Jiang Wuya was doing. "Grandpa, we can't stay here for long. Let's go quickly," Long Yu said. "Go? Huh, these arrogant guys won't allow us to leave easily." Long Shan smiled softly. As soon as he finished speaking, warriors in the Martial Emperor's inner city soared into the air one by one and surrounded Long Chen and the others. Perhaps they felt that the strength of Long Chen and the others was at least above the Earth martial arts realm, so those who came out were basically figures above the Martial King realm. There were a total of 10 great Wuxia Sage in the Wuxia Alliance. Jiang Kuan and Sword Saint Sikong had died. At this moment, 5 of the remaining 8 great Wushu sage had appeared here. At the same time, the leader was one of the martial emperors in Joyo Pavilion, Shaolin. Shaolin's position in the Wushu alliance was second only to Zhao Wuji and Zhao Danchen. However, in front of Long Chen and the others, he was nothing. This was because there were 3 people here whose strength was on par with his. One of them even surpassed him. Shaolin flew at the forefront, surrounded by the martial kings. His expression was frighteningly gloomy. It was the first time in many years that Shaolin had been so nervous. This was because he knew where the 4 people had come from. They had appeared in the sky above the martial emperor city out of nowhere. This could only mean that they had come from the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. Chapter 618. Long Chen recognized Shaolin, but Shaolin didn't know that Long Chen had seen him before. The 100 Battles martial king suddenly disappeared. Everyone searched for him for a while, but they couldn't find him. At that time, the 100 Battles martial king was guarding the entrance of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. Nobody saw him go out, so everyone thought he had entered the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. As for why he went in, nobody knew. Although Chen Guangjuan was a martial king, he was just a nobody in the martial emperor city. No matter how smart Shaolin was, he couldn't associate Long Chen with the 100 Battles martial king. Among the 4 people who had appeared, Shaolin recognized 2 of them, Long Yu and the gray-clothed youngster. Shaolin had seen them many times. The other one was Long Chen. Long Chen's appearance was also recorded in the Wushu Alliance's records. Shaolin remembered Long Chen's appearance clearly. He had thought that Long Chen would come to the martial emperor city. He hadn't expected that Long Chen would appear here today. As for the last old man, Shaolin couldn't recognize him. However, Shaolin sensed a dreadful aura from his skinny body. How did these people get out of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land? Shaolin couldn't figure it out. He knew that in order to get out of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land, they had to pass 2 tests. The first test was to find the compass and move forward according to the compass. Only Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji and the older Shaolin knew about this secret. Even Zhao Danchen didn't know about this. The second test was to find the monstrous beast fire at the exit of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. Could it be that these 4 people were at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm? Obviously not. Shaolin's eyes were half filled with fear and half with doubt. Soon, the martial king Wushu sage, led by Shaolin, had already surrounded Long Chen and the others. The people on the ground originally thought that Long Chen and the others were the big shots of the Wushu Alliance, but when the real big shots of the Wushu Alliance came out, they realized that something was wrong. Thus, the crowd immediately started to discuss among themselves. Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth were very famous in the Wushu Sage dynasty. Very quickly, someone guessed their identity, and Long Chen's identity, because of his appearance, gradually surfaced. It's the 2 Long Chen-s, and the leader of the dragons, Long Yu. Those who could live in Martial Emperor City were mostly people of extraordinary status. They had their own intelligence network and connections. At that moment, the crowd was watching nervously. What would happen if these people appeared here? Shaolin's face was solemn. He looked at Long Chen and the others gloomily. He floated 20 meters in front of Long Chen and looked at Long Chen and the others. He gently moved his lips and said, "Did the 4 of you just come out of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land?" At that moment, the Martial Emperor City was silent. His voice was heard by the people below. They looked at each other in dismay. The 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land had always been said to be a place that could be entered, but not left. But now, it seemed that this legend was about to be broken. "Aren't you talking nonsense?" said Long Chen, who was standing at the very front. When he heard Shaolin's question, he smiled and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" In the Wushu Sage dynasty, there were not many people who dared to talk to Shaolin like that. "I don't care what method you use to leave the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. Since you have arrived at Martial Emperor's city, then don't even think about escaping. Xiao Lin's white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like the eyes of an eagle as he coldly looked at Long Chen and the others. Do you have the strength? Or do you want to become the second Yang Mingfeng? Long Chen said arrogantly with a faint smile. The crowd was even more certain that this young man was Long Chen, who had killed Yang Mingfeng. This young man was the most outstanding rising star of the Wuxia Sage dynasty. He had appeared out of nowhere and reached his current level in just a few short months. It was truly shocking. He was arrogant, but everyone felt that he had the capital to be arrogant. You are also called Long Chen. Xiao Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Long Chen. He felt that this Long Chen was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him before. But where exactly had he seen him? What? Do you think I am familiar? Asked Long Chen in a mocking tone. Xiao Lin was stunned. Old man, you know that I have a sister called the 100-Face Witch, Lan Linger, right? Has there ever been a strange person around you? Long Chen did not mind revealing this matter. Actually, there was another reason. He had used the soul control technique on Emo Nyang to make her firmly believe that Long Chen was the 100-battle martial king. Now that Long Chen had revealed this matter, Emo Nyang would probably wake up from the soul control technique. Xiao Lin was not an idiot. 100-battle martial king, so it's you. So it's you. Xiao Lin's eyes were filled with astonishment. He looked carefully at Long Chen's eyes. The eyes were the hardest to imitate. The current Long Chen's eyes were exactly the same as the 100-battle martial king's eyes. The only difference was that the 100-battle martial king had been humble back then, while the current Long Chen's eyes were filled with arrogance. It's good that you know. Long Chen retreated to the side. There was nothing for him to do now. What would happen in the Martial Emperor's city next would depend on Long Shan. Let's go. After seeing Long Chen finish speaking, Long Shan nodded and led the three young men forward. Wait. Xiao Lin's expression changed as he hurriedly blocked Long Shan's way. He could tell that Long Shan was the strongest person in this group, but he did not know exactly how strong he was. Xiao Lin could not figure out what this old man looked like. Xiao Lin, do you still remember me? Long Shan lifted his head when he saw Xiao Lin blocking his way. He looked at the white-haired, muscular old man indifferently. You. Xiao Lin was stunned once again. He knew which strong people had been imprisoned in the 9 nether morning grounds. However, in his heart, Long Shan had long died. Moreover, the current Long Shan was as skinny as firewood. It was simply too different from how he looked in the past. Looking at Xiao Lin's shocked expression, Long Shan knew that he had forgotten that Xiao Lin was a martial emperor of the older generation. Back then, when Long Shan was imprisoned in the 9 nether morning grounds, he had just become a Wuxia sage. Move aside. Don't make me vent my anger towards Chen Xiong on you. Long Shan said. Chen Xiong. This name reminded Xiao Lin of many things. Because this was his previous master. From the name Chen Xiong, Xiao Lin instantly thought of Long Shan's identity. Previously, Long Chen's identity as the 100-battle martial king had already made him speechless. And now, Long Shan's identity was something that he could not believe. Long Shan. Xiao Lin's eyes were filled with shock. He took a few steps back in mid-air and stared at the aged Long Shan with his eyes wide open. That's right. It's me. Long Shan said. So many years have passed. How can you not be dead? Impossible. Impossible. Xiao Lin mumbled to himself. Long Shan ignored him. He waved at Long Chen and the others. Then, he prepared to go around Xiao Lin and leave the Martial Emperor's city to rest. When Long Shan returned to his strength of the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm, he could easily destroy the Wuxia Alliance. If the leader of the Wuxia Alliance appeared, there would be a lot of trouble. Before the Martial Emperor arrived, how could Xiao Lin let Long Shan and the others leave? So, at that moment, Shaolin hurriedly stood in front of Long Shan again. Long Shan did not say anything. He waved his hand and immediately, a vast qi rushed towards Shaolin. A strong wind swept over and a wave swept towards Shaolin. Shaolin's expression changed. He hurriedly used his hands to block. To be able to create such a qi with just a wave of his hand, Shaolin knew that only the martial emperor could do that. This old guy has been trapped for so long, yet he still has the strength of at least the 4th level of the earth martial arts realm. How terrifying. Shaolin was secretly shocked. He did not want to be injured by Long Shan. So, he hurriedly retreated. The Wushu sage behind him did not know who Long Shan was, but even Shaolin's expression changed. Of course, they had to retreat. The highest level of the Wushu alliance had been forced to retreat by a mysterious old man. Who was this mysterious old man? Everybody was very curious about Long Shan's identity. With just a wave of his hand, Long Shan had forced the people of the Wushu alliance to retreat. This could not be described as just powerful. Even Shaolin had been forced to retreat with one move. Many people were shocked. This meant that this old man was at the martial emperor level. If another martial emperor level expert appeared in the divine Wushu Sage Empire, it would definitely be the most sensational thing in the Wushu Sage Empire. There was no lack of people with keen senses in the martial emperor city. When they saw Long Shan appear, they felt that the divine Wushu Sage Empire was about to change. Long Shan had returned this time. He would definitely not let the martial emperor dominate the entire Wushu Sage Empire again. This time, everybody understood that Shaolin would definitely not be able to stop Long Shan. Once Long Shan was allowed to leave, it would definitely be a huge problem for the Wushu alliance. Letting a tiger return to the mountain would cause endless troubles in the future. Long Chen reckoned that if the martial emperor Zhao Wuji was here in the martial emperor's city, he would definitely appear. He should have seen enough. Long Chen looked in the direction of the martial emperor palace. He knew that Zhao Wuji must have been watching for a long time. Indeed, as he had expected, after Long Shan made his move, the legendary martial emperor Zhao Wuji finally appeared. At the top of the golden martial emperor palace stood a middle-aged man in a white robe. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. Although he was a distance away, Long Chen could still feel the handsomeness on his face. Just by looking at his appearance, no one would be able to imagine that this refined middle-aged scholar was actually the martial emperor who controlled the entire Wushu Sage Empire, Zhao Wuji. When Zhao Wuji appeared, the entire martial emperor city burst into an uproar. The martial emperor had not appeared in public for a long time. Many people had never seen the true appearance of a martial emperor in their entire lives. Long Shan and the others ignored Shaolin and looked directly at the martial emperor. Long Shan felt a tinge of fear towards this disciple of his former opponent. Since he was able to control the entire divine martial sacred dynasty, he would not be someone easy to deal with. Chapter 619. This was a confrontation between Zhao Wuji and Long Shan, so Long Chen temporarily retreated to the second line to observe the two of them. After Zhao Wuji appeared, he didn't appear immediately. His expression was indifferent, as if he was admiring the scenery in his own courtyard. He carefully looked at Long Shan without any ripples on his face. Long Shan had been trapped for more than 30 years, but he suddenly came out today. Such a huge accident. Yet Zhao Wuji was still able to face it calmly. It could be seen how tenacious his heart was. The more such an opponent was, the more difficult it was to deal with. Wuji, long time no see. Long Shan's eyes were gloomy as he said indifferently. Zhao Wuji was silent for a while, then revealed a helpless bitter smile. Yes, long time no see. You didn't expect that I, Long Shan, would still be alive, right? The more he looked at Zhao Wuji, the uglier Long Shan's expression became. Zhao Wuji was Chen Xiong's disciple. Facing the disciple of the enemy who had given him the greatest pain, Long Shan's heart was burning with hatred. Zhao Wuji didn't say anything, he just nodded. He also thought that Long Shan had died long ago, but he didn't expect him to be in the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. Even if Zhao Wuji knew the way out of that place, he didn't want to go in. Long Shan was still able to hold back the killing intent in his heart. He looked at Zhao Wuji for a while and said, "After so many years, you also have today's strength. Now that I've returned, you should also understand that the Wushu Alliance will not exist forever. Although Qin Xiong is dead, I will take revenge on you all. The next time we meet, it might be a war." After saying that, he left. "Wait." Zhao Wuji raised a hand and stopped Long Shan. "You want to fight now?" Long Shan turned his head, his face revealing a trace of coldness. Zhao Wuji didn't reply. His body suddenly flew in Long Shan's direction. His originally clear eyes finally flashed with a trace of coldness. "All of you, back off." Long Shan shouted coldly. Long Chen and the others nodded and quickly retreated. Long Chen guessed that Zhao Wuji would not let Long Shan leave so easily. After all, if he could not deal with Long Shan this time, he would not be able to deal with him next time. The two super experts of the Wushu Sage Empire met in mid-air under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people. The expressions on their faces were very cold. In this high-altitude confrontation, the two of them did not use any fancy moves. They each threw a punch. It was a simple punch that looked ordinary. When they collided in mid-air, there was no sound at all. It was as if the two of them had just casually punched each other. However, the entire Martial Emperor city shook slightly from this seemingly ordinary punch. This slight vibration could only be felt by warriors above the earth martial arts realm. Although the vibration was slight, it spread across the entire Martial Emperor city, so one could feel how powerful the attack was. Long Chen's heart still palpitated at his current realm. The punch of the two of them seemed simple, but it showed that their control over their own power had reached an extremely high level. At the moment, he simply could not release all of his power without any leakage. All of his power had hit a single point, which had already surpassed the power of many combat skills. Whoosh! After their fists collided, the two of them separated with a loud bang and retreated backward. It could be seen that the chi and blood of both of them were in turmoil, especially the Martial Emperor, who was sent flying backward. He only managed to stabilize himself when he reached a place close to the Martial Emperor Palace. He supported himself with one hand on the golden wall of the Martial Emperor Palace as he raised his head to look at Long Shan. He was slightly out of breath. Long Shan, who was opposite him, had already stabilized himself. He looked at Zhao Wuji with a smile and said, "Wuji, how do you feel about my punch?" Zhao Wuji's expression changed slightly. He did not seem to speak much, so he did not say anything at the moment. From this confrontation, everyone in the Martial Emperor city could see that the mysterious old man seemed to be a little stronger than Zhao Wuji. Everyone had a horrified look on their faces. In the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, there was actually someone more terrifying than the Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji? Zhao Wuji did not say anything. Did this mean that he had already admitted defeat? This matter had a huge impact on the people of the Wushu Alliance. The martial kings surrounded Zhao Wuji and looked at him nervously. If Zhao Wuji fell, the entire Wushu Alliance would definitely collapse. Remember, the Long family will take back the divine Wushu Sage dynasty one day. Not only you, but also everyone in the Wushu Alliance. Remember this well. Long Shan sneered as he won with one move. This time, Zhao Wuji did not say anything, and no one stopped him. Long Shan led Long Chen and the others as he turned around and left. Who is this old man? Is he from the Long family? Oh my god, he actually defeated the Martial Emperor. Don't talk nonsense, it was just a casual confrontation. If they really fought, it's hard to say who would win. But why didn't the Martial Emperor stop him and fight with him? It's not because he's afraid of him. What do you know? This is Martial Emperor City. The Martial Emperor is worried about our safety. If these people fight here, the entire Martial Emperor City will be destroyed. Similar discussions could be heard from the crowd below. The martial emperor had not been injured in the previous exchange, but he had already figured out Long Shan's strength. Long Chen knew that Zhao Wuji had not started a fight with Long Shan here because this was Martial Emperor City. He must have known that if they fought here, the entire Martial Emperor City would probably be destroyed. Therefore, Long Chen could leave without a hitch. Grandpa, even the Martial Emperor couldn't defeat you. You're really amazing. The gray-clothed young man followed closely behind Long Shan. His eyes were full of admiration. Long Shan was already so powerful. When he regained his strength of the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he would be incredible. It's all thanks to our little friends Wang Crystal and him saving us from the 9th Serenity Soul Land. Otherwise, we would all be corpses in the 9th Serenity Soul Land, said Long Shan as he looked at Long Chen. The three of them looked at Long Chen gratefully. Long Chen said with a faint smile, "Big sister and I are like brothers. This is what I should do. It's not worth mentioning." From the center of the Martial Emperor City, the four of them swaggered in the direction of the outer Martial Emperor City. After such a big commotion, basically all the people in the Martial Emperor City had come out of their residences, including many people in the outer Martial Emperor City. It was the first time in decades that Long Chen's group of four had been able to leave the Martial Emperor City in such a swagger. Saving Long Yu was an impossible task, but Long Chen had accomplished it. Presumably, the remaining people among the war people, as well as Jiang Wuya in the ancient demon area, had already given up all hope. Long Chen and Long Yu looked at each other. They had already decided where they would go after leaving the Martial Emperor City. Suddenly, Long Chen saw a familiar figure among the crowd outside the Martial Emperor City. Long Chen had already memorized the position of the figure. I had almost forgotten about the blue magic flame. This blue magic flame has come knocking on my door. Below Long Chen was a woman who was looking at the four of them in fear. It was the woman named Zhao Danchen whom Long Chen had met in the Martial Business Union. She had snatched away Xiao Lang's blue magic flame. Although the blue magic flame was no longer useful to Mo Xiaolang, this woman's character was unruly and ruthless. She was not a good person. If it had not been for Long Chen's shrewdness, she would have instigated Zhao Danchen to kill Long Chen. "The three of you, please wait for me for a moment." After Long Chen said this, he rushed down to the ground with a whoosh. They were about to leave, but no one had expected Long Chen to make a move at this moment. Hence, an uproar broke out. Long Chen's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived above the mansion and stopped 10 meters in front of the woman. When she saw Long Chen looking at her, the woman's expression changed instantly. "Give me the blue magic flame. Otherwise, I will take your life." Long Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. "Ah." The woman was so frightened that she took a few steps back. At first, she didn't know what was going on. When Long Chen's eyes gradually turned cold, she hurriedly took out a cosmos sack that still had a lingering fragrance and threw it at Long Chen with trembling hands. She was confused as to how Long Chen knew that she had the blue magic flame. "Zhao Danchen is not here." Long Chen took the cosmos sack and confirmed that there was indeed the blue magic flame inside. Then, he went to the woman's ear and asked coldly. Long Chen's approach made the woman even more afraid. She was most afraid of that mysterious old man. Long Chen was obviously the mysterious old man's junior. She was only a princess of a small power, so how could she dare to provoke Long Chen? He went to marry someone from the ancient devil region. The woman gnashed her teeth and said while trembling. "How long has he been gone?" Long Chen asked. "Around 5 days." The woman said while trembling. "Very good." Long Chen laughed and sent the woman flying with a slap. The woman crashed into a courtyard, and it was unknown how many walls she had crashed into. Long Chen did not care about her life or death. He flew to the sky and arrived beside Long Shan and the others. Then, he said, "We can go now." The three of them had obviously seen Long Chen's actions. This was just a small interlude, so they did not ask any questions. Long Chen had openly attacked the people of Wu Emperor's city, but the people of the Wushu alliance still did not move. Zhao Wuji had not given any orders, so the people of the Wushu alliance could only watch with righteous indignation. After Long Chen and the other three had completely disappeared, Zhao Wuji's expression became calm. He asked Long Chen, who was next to him, "The young man who made a move just now is the one who caused an uproar recently. He is the one who killed that trash, Yang Ningfeng, right?" Chapter 620. It's him. He pretended to be the 100 Battles Martial King and even hid it from me. He went directly to the 9 Nether Mornings Soul Land and rescued them. What I find strange is how Long Chen knows the way out of the 9 Nether Mornings Soul Land. Xiao Lin's face was full of doubt. He even knows that there is a dragon mountain in the 9 Nether Mornings Soul Land. This young man probably knows many secrets of the Wushu alliance. This person is even more of a threat than the other Long Chen. We have to leave as soon as possible. Zhao Wuji shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, are we just going to let them go like this? They actually attacked the people of the Wushu alliance in front of you. I am really angry." At this moment, an old Wushu sage beside him said. Zhao Wuji pondered for a while and said, "We'll deal with it when the time comes. He's just an old man. Don't worry too much about him. No matter how powerful he is, how long can he live? The Wushu Sage dynasty will always be the world of the Wushu alliance. If you can't do it, just watch." Zhao Wuji's face did not show the slightest trace of worry. He directly walked into the Martial Emperor Palace. Even though he had lost slightly in the battle just now, everyone looked at each other. Only Xiao Lin's face was firm. "Xiao Wu Huang, His Majesty said that there is no need to worry." One of the Wushu sage asked worriedly. Xiao Lin nodded and said, "His Majesty has never made a mistake. You can rest easy. With him around, what Long clan? They are nothing." After saying that, Xiao Lin went to deal with other matters. The disturbance in the Martial Emperor city was quickly spread throughout the entire Wushu Sage dynasty by the spies of various forces. After leaving the Martial Emperor city, the four of them stopped in a mountain range and discussed their next move. Long Shan had just come out, so there were some things that needed to be arranged by Long Yu. At this time, Long Chen and Long Yu looked at each other, and Long Yu said, "Grandfather, we have a brother. His daughter was forced to marry Zhao Wuji's disciple. We have already delayed a lot of time. Let's settle this matter first, then go to the war people in the north, and treat that place as our base. How about it?" Long Shan smiled and said, "I am already old. This is the world of you youngsters. You can decide everything. Aside from enjoying myself for a while, I can only help you block the experts of the other side at the crucial moment. Those ruthless words I said in Martial Emperor City were merely to help you put them down." His meaning was very clear. He had just regained his freedom, and he was getting old. Everything still depended on Long Yu and the others. He was only responsible for dealing with martial emperors. How could that be? "Grandfather, earlier, you even knocked back a martial emperor, Zhao Wuji, with one punch," the gray-clad youth said excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Shan smiled bitterly. Then, a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Looking at the blood, even Long Chen was startled. This meant that in the fight just now, Long Shan had actually lost to a martial emperor. He had actually just forcefully endured until now, that was all. Did you see that? Zhao Wuji's cultivation is quite extraordinary. In the 4th level of the Earth martial realm, he probably has very few opponents. I haven't fully recovered yet. If we really fight to the death, I definitely won't be a match for him, said Long Shan bitterly. The gray-clad youth was dumbfounded. Long Chen had originally thought that Long Shan was stronger. He hadn't thought that the martial emperor, who had been patiently enduring, would be even more terrifying. Youth was power. Long Shan's current state was actually not a match for a martial emperor. Long Yu said, "Since that's the case, let's rest and let grandfather recover." Long Shan nodded and said, for me, recovery is the most important thing. However, you still have a brother to help, so I'll go with you. Back in the day, I had a good relationship with the war people. I would never have thought that my descendants would also be with the war people. It's really God's will. Long Chen and the others decided to solve the ancient demons area first and then go back to the war people. Long Chen's goal was the ancient tomb token, and the other was the two great imperial seals that were still with the martial emperor. This meant that no matter what, he had to fight against the martial emperor. Following Long Yu's team was the best choice for him. Moreover, he was still worried about what would happen to Lu Yi. It took Zhao Danshan 5 days, so he should be arriving at the ancient demons area soon. We should also hurry. If Wuya can't help but attack, he might not be a match for Zhao Danshan and Jiang Wuxia. I'm afraid that something might happen. Let's hurry. Long Yu was a little worried. Jiang Wuya had been with her for so many years. To be honest, she had already accepted him as a man. However, she couldn't let go of Jiang Wuya's wife and child. Now that Jiang Wuya had gone to the ancient demons area to save his daughter, Long Yu was actually quite conflicted. She always felt that she was in a position to ruin someone else's happiness, so she felt a little guilty. Sister, don't think too much. Long Chen knew what she was thinking, so he reminded her as they hurried along. No matter what, time was of the essence, so they had to hurry. Outside the ancient demons area, Yellow Martial City. Yellow Martial City was the first city that Long Chen had come to after he had come to the Wushu Sage Empire. It was here that he had killed the Demon King Jiang Wuxia's son, and Long Chen had been chased by the Demon King. In the end, he had been saved by the dragons, which was why so many stories had happened. Now, Jiang Wuya and Jiang Wuya were staying in one of the landings of the Yellow Martial City. They were standing on a watchtower, looking in the direction of the ancient demons area with furrowed eyebrows. The ancient demons area was still a barren wasteland. Zhao Danshan has already gone to the ancient demons area. I think that in a day, his team will bring Yi out. Jiang Wuya's face was a little pale. He had snuck into the ancient demons area many times in the past few days, but Jiang Wuxia had beaten him out every time. If he hadn't been smart, his brother would have killed him. Brother, when Jiang Wuxia and Zhao Danshan are there, we won't have a chance. Jian Chen's eyes were as sharp as swords, looking in the direction of the ancient demons area. That's true, but sometimes people can't take a step back. Even if I die, I can't let her suffer. I haven't done a good job as a father, and I owe her too much. Now, I only have one life left to fight for her. Whether we win or lose, we can only leave it to fate. Jiang Wuya's deep eyes were filled with tears. You don't only have one life left. You still have a group of brothers and sisters who will live and die with you, Jian Chen reminded him. Jiang Wuya was surprised. Indeed, he still had a group of brothers and sisters. This time, Jian Chen had followed him unwaveringly. Jiang Wuya had already tried many times to persuade him to go back first, but in the end, it was to no avail. So now, Jiang Wuya didn't say anything more. The two of them were silent for a while. Jian Chen spoke first. After seventh brother went to Martial Emperor City, there was no news of him. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Jiang Wuya asked. I'm afraid that he and eldest sister are both in the Nine Hells Morning Land. They can't come out, Jian Chen said. Jiang Wuya squinted his eyes. Jian Chen was right. In fact, he was thinking the same thing. He just didn't say it out loud. Seventh brother is still young, but he is so talented. What a pity. As for you, if she dies in there, I will save Yi and make arrangements for her. Then, I will go to the Nine Hells Morning Land with her, Jiang Wuya decided. Brother, there are some things that I don't know if I should say, Jian Chen suddenly said. What is it? Jiang Wuya asked. After a moment of silence, Jian Chen said, I've always felt that the most important thing for a man is to shoulder his own responsibilities. You've been with eldest sister for far too long, and you've been free for far too long. You've always lived the life you like, but you've rarely thought about anything else apart from eldest sister and us. We're not young anymore. It's time for us to give up on the things we've been pursuing at this age. Besides what? Jiang Wuya pursed his lips and smiled bitterly. Jian Shen thought about it and said straightforwardly, have you considered eldest sister's feelings? I think the reason why she hasn't agreed to you yet is because she doesn't want to steal someone else's happiness. There's someone who needs you more than her. Jiang Wuya fell silent for a very long time. Perhaps it's no longer early. Should I really give up and shoulder my own responsibilities? Jiang Wuya said in a daze. He thought of King Qingli and Lu Yi. What kind of life did this pair of mother and daughter lead during the years he was away from home? The girl named Lu Yi had his blood flowing through her body. Just how did she grow up? Thinking of the girl who had cried in front of him, Jiang Wuya felt his heart ache for no reason. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth before loosening them. When he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with determination. Brother, I've thought it through. This time, I'll use my life to fight for her. She's my daughter. No one can stop me from letting her live happily. Jumping down from the city wall, Jiang Wuya walked toward the ancient demon zone. Just let me stay here and wait for them to come out. You, and the others don't have much chance of survival. I think if I do this, Qingli won't blame me anymore. A killing intent appeared in Jiang Wuya's eyes. Anyway, I picked up this life of mine. Sister is not here, so I don't need to live. Tomorrow, whoever stops me, I will let him try my sword. I don't believe that I haven't reached the second level of the earth martial arts realm yet. If seventh brother can make a breakthrough in the middle of a fight, why can't I? The two men were ready to risk their lives. They stood there like stone pillars. One day later, the gate of the ancient demon zone opened. A large group of people came out of the ancient demon zone. The law enforcement team of the Wushu Alliance and the demon generals of the ancient demon zone surrounded Zhao Danshan, Jiang Wuxia, and the others. The marriage between the Wushu Alliance and the ancient demon zone had deepened the relationship between the ancient demon zone and the Wushu Alliance. Therefore, Jiang Wuxia attached great importance to it. Moreover, he had to get rid of someone on the road, so he personally escorted Lu Yi to the Wu Emperor city. Chapter 621. The Wushu Alliance team was the symbol of authority in the Wushu Sage Empire. There were more than 1,000 of them, and every member of the Wushu Alliance law enforcement team had extraordinary cultivation. To ordinary people, they were full of awe. When this team passed by the Wushu city, the entire Wushu city was in an uproar. After asking around, everyone knew that this was the most outstanding genius of the Wushu Alliance. He was going to marry the daughter of a demon king in the ancient demon region. Of course, this girl had already been adopted by the demon king, Jiang Wuxia. In the Wushu Sage Empire, Zhao Danshan was worshipped by hundreds of millions of people. He was the dream lover of most of the women in the Wushu Sage Empire. After hearing about this, the hearts of countless girls were broken. At the same time, they were envious of the girl called Lu Yi. They wanted nothing more than to replace her and become the happiest woman in the world. It could be said that Lu Yi would be like a sparrow flying to a branch and transforming into a phoenix if she were to marry into the martial emperor city. It was rumored that Zhao Danshan's natural disposition was dissolute. Basically, all the young ladies in the martial emperor city had already been pampered by him. The number of girls who were on good terms with him numbered at least 800, if not 1,000. However, Zhao Danshan was used to passing through thousands of flowers without touching a single leaf. Up until now, there had not been a single woman who could appear by his side as his wife. In the Wushu Sage Empire, martial emperor Zhao Wuji was the symbol of authority and strength. The outstanding disciple, Zhao Danshan, was the symbol of a shining star. Of course, no one from the Wushu Alliance team dared to go forward and watch. At this time, on the walls of the Wushu city, there were thousands of people standing there, watching the golden team coming from the ancient demon region. The crowd was noisy. Most of them were unmarried girls. They were quite lively, as if the one getting married was not Lui, but them. What no one saw were two small black dots in front of the Wushu Alliance team. They were Jiang Wuya and Jian Chen, two people who were not afraid of death. In the Wushu Alliance team, Zhao Danshan and Jiang Wuxia were riding a demonic beast, walking in front of a golden sedan chair. The sedan chair was decorated with a red silk cloth, which symbolized a happy occasion. At this time, Lu Yi was dressed like a bride, staying with the sedan chair. Zhao Danshan and Jiang Wuxia were riding on a kind of heaven-ranked demonic beast, the god space flying horse. This kind of demonic beast was twice as thick as an ordinary horse's butt, and it had a pair of snow-white wings on both sides of its ribs, which were not much different from the wings of a bird, but much thicker and more powerful. This was a kind of divine space flying horse. When it flew at full speed, it was even faster than a martial artist at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. Moreover, it was completely white and looked extremely holy. In the Xinwu dynasty, Zhao Danshan was the only young man who could use this kind of extravagance. The other Wushu Alliance law enforcement team were all riding golden wildebeests of the first level of the heaven stage. Each golden wildebeest had a golden horn on its forehead. This horn was a powerful weapon of the golden wildebeest, which possessed great power. The Wushu Alliance team was wearing golden armor and riding snow-white golden wildebeests, which made them look like they had walked out of a myth. Under the sunlight, their bodies were shining, which was quite shocking. After seeing such a magnificent display, those young girls were even more envious of Lu Yi. Many of them even fantasized that if they could become Lu Yi one day, they would be willing to die for it. Although the young man sitting on the divine space Pegasus was far away, the young ladies could still feel the astonishing charm from his body. This high and mighty young man was simply the most perfect man in their hearts. Unfortunately, there was also someone who didn't like such a man. That person was Lu Yi. Lu Yi was only at the 8th level of the reaching heaven state, while Zhao Danshan was at the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm. If the demon emperor hadn't acted as a matchmaker, and Lu Yi was really beautiful, Zhao Danshan wouldn't have agreed. Zhao Danshan had a premonition that through Lu Yi, he would be able to control the ancient demons area firmly. Both of them had ulterior motives. At that moment, two people arrived. They were Jiang Wuya and Jian Chen. They were like two iron pillars, nailed to the ground. Zhao Danshan and Jiang Wuxia had seen them from afar, so they knew what was going on. At that moment, Zhao Danshan had a big red flower hanging in front of his chest. He said with a smile, "Demon Emperor, there seem to be two people blocking our way. Jiang Wuya is your brother. Is he here to congratulate you?" Seeing Jiang Wuya and Jian Chen appear, the demon emperor's face was a bit ugly. He forced a smile and said, "Of course, but my brother betrayed the ancient demons area a long time ago. He's an enemy of the Wushu Alliance. Even if he's here to congratulate me, I'll take him down today and hand him over to the Wushu Alliance. I hope Emperor Zhao can wait a little longer." Jiang Wuya was originally a member of the ancient demons area, and this time, the ancient demons area was trying to curry favor with the Wushu Alliance. Jiang Wuxia had to step forward and capture Jiang Wuya. Just as he was about to move, Zhao Danshan waved his hand and stopped him. He said, "Demon Emperor, you are Yi's adoptive father. In the future, you will also be my father-in-law. How can I sit on this godly space Pegasus and let you make the first move? Just sit tight. This son-in-law, Jiang Wuya, will exercise a little. I'll show him how strong the Wushu Alliance really is." In terms of strength, Zhao Danshan was a bit stronger than the Demon Emperor, Zhao Danshan. Therefore, from now on, even though the Demon Emperor was his father-in-law, he didn't dare disobey him. Zhao Danshan didn't wait for Jiang Wuxia to speak. He rode on the godly space Pegasus, which let out a heaven-shaking roar. It flapped its snow-white wings and soared into the sky. It passed over the entire Wushu Alliance group and flew toward Jiang Wuya and Yi under everyone's admiring gazes. Under the light of the sun, Zhao Danshan was like a god descending from the heavens. The girls in the distant yellow martial city all let out shrill cries. The demon emperor's face changed. In a direction that Zhao Danshan couldn't see, he suddenly clenched his fists, and blue veins popped out on his hands. All these years, although Jiang Wuya had betrayed the ancient demon area, Jiang Wuxia hadn't had any intention of killing him. In his heart, there was still a little bit of brotherly love. Therefore, when Jiang Wuya had invaded the ancient demon area several times, Jiang Wuxia hadn't killed him. This time, although Jiang Wuxia was angry, he had decided to just chase his brother away. However, the problem was that Zhao Danshan had rushed to make a move. This idiot is really going to die this time. Jiang Wuxia sighed slightly. He knew very well that the reason why Zhao Danshan had rushed to make a move was not as nice as he had made it sound. His goal was probably to kill Jiang Wuya. On the side of the war people, Zhao Danshan suffered so much because of the dragons, especially that Long Qin. Jiang Wuya is also his main opponent. This time, Jiang Wuya has come to die. It would be strange if Zhao Danshan didn't want his life. The Wushu Alliance group stopped. At that moment, Jiang Wuya saw Zhao Danshan arrive on the Pegasus. His expression didn't change, but Jian Chen beside him was a bit nervous. After all, the opponent was just too strong for them. Second brother, are we going to fight him head-on? Jian Chen asked softly. For now, just watch from the side. If there's a chance, help me save my daughter. No matter how strong Zhao Danshan is, I'll make sure that he can't marry my daughter, Jiang Wuya said calmly. His tone was very calm, but his heart was like a volcano roaring. With a whoosh, Zhao Danshan dismounted from the divine space Pegasus. He stood 20 meters in front of Jiang Wuya and stared coldly at Jiang Wuya. Jian Chen hesitated for a moment. If something bad happened to Jiang Wuya, then he would be the one to rely on, so he took a few steps back. Everyone's gaze shifted to Jiang Wuya and Zhao Danshan. As expected of the second-in-command of the dragons, Jiang Wuya didn't show any fear when facing the youngest prodigy of the divine Wushu Sage Alliance. Instead, his battle intent surged. Who is that guy? He actually dares to stand in front of Zhao Danshan. He doesn't look young. Could he be the bride's lover? What a shameless woman. How could a woman like that have the right to marry Zhao Danshan? In the direction of Huang Wucheng, there were sounds of discussion. The sky was clear and cloudless. I've heard that you're Lu Yi's father. To be honest, I've agreed to marry Lu Yi because you're her father. Aren't you dragons awesome? If Lu Yi falls into my hands, I'll torture her to my heart's content. The more uncomfortable you feel, the happier I am. Jiang Wuya, tell me, can you still be so arrogant? Zhao Danshan didn't waste any words and went straight to the point, saying what was on his mind. However, Jiang Wuya's expression didn't become as ugly as Zhao Danshan had imagined. In fact, Jiang Wuya had already figured out what he was planning. Zhao Danshan was a playboy by nature, while Lu Yi was just an unknown woman in the ancient demon area. The demon emperor had many daughters. Why did he choose Lu Yi? It was all because of Jiang Wuya. Jiang Wuya wasn't a fool. He had already figured out such a simple reason. Let's see if you, Zhao Danshan, can survive, Jiang Wuya said gently. The genuine essence of the second level of the earth martial arts realm was surging in his body. King level. Taoist heart demon seed. As he spoke, a black smoke gradually spread out from Jiang Wuya's body and soon covered his whole body. With the cover of the black smoke, the Taoist heart demon seed made Jiang Wuya's genuine essence soar. The demon seed condensed in his chest gradually merged with his genuine essence. The Taoist heart demon seed method had 4 levels. The only one with the final level was the Imperial Palace. The 4th level was a primary king level combat skill. When Jiang Wuya used it now, he could increase his genuine essence by 2 or 3 times. Chapter 622. Although it wasn't as heaven-defying as the dragon's soul transformation, it was still quite extraordinary. Back then, when Jiang Kun used the zombie great method, he instantly had a power that Jiang Wuya couldn't resist. Therefore, Jiang Wuya didn't use the final move of the great method of Dao Heart Demon Seed. Oh, so it's the great method of Dao Heart Demon Seed. When you use this move, the demonic seed will spread all over your body. I guess it will cause you to be paralyzed for at least a month. Even your strength will be slightly reduced. It seems that you, Jiang Wuya, want to fight me with your life today. Looking at the black qi coming out of Jiang Wuya's body, Zhao Danshan's eyes showed a dignified look. How is the innate golden body? Today, let me, Jiang Wuya, see it. After using the great method of Dao Heart Demon Seed, Jiang Wuya didn't stop at all. The explosive spiritual qi in his body almost squeezed his body to death. Therefore, he could only attack in the shortest time possible. This was a desperate fight. Therefore, as soon as he attacked, Jiang Wuya became quite crazy. His body instantly moved, turned into a series of illusory shadows, and rushed in the direction of Zhao Danshan. This kind of speed might be nothing in the eyes of Zhao Danshan, but in the eyes of other warriors who hadn't reached the earth martial arts realm, it was so fast that they couldn't see it clearly. So fast. Seeing Jiang Wuya's speed, many people who had looked down on him and even laughed at him, narrowed their eyes. Jiang Wuya's speed was far beyond that of Zhao Danshan and Jiang Wuxia. Shifting shadows, whoosh. 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 A series of sounds rang out. This movement skill was similar to the traceless spectre, but it was countless times more complicated. It spun around Zhao Danshan's body rapidly. With such speed, Zhao Danshan could only see a blurry shadow. However, he was not worried. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. It's just a small trick. You dare to embarrass yourself in front of me, Zhao Danshan? Zhao Danshan shouted and suddenly retreated a step. Then, he whistled and punched the ground. Under the might of his punch, the barren land suddenly shook. Those golden wildebeests felt the vibration on the ground and cried out in fear as they retreated. The explosive aura coming from the ground really frightened them. Even the walls of Yellow Martial City trembled slightly. From this, one could see how powerful Zhao Danshan's power was. Boom. Around Zhao Danshan, the soil exploded again and again. Countless soil exploded under his punch. The area around Zhao Danshan, where Jiang Wuya had just swept, was now completely filled with soil. Under Zhao Danshan's powerful attack, the soil already possessed a very strong offensive ability. Especially because of the large amount, it was quite terrifying. Boom 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 boom. The soil exploded and sealed off Zhao Danshan's surroundings. Jiang Wuya had already quickly approached Zhao Danshan. Under such an attack, he had no choice but to retreat in a sorry state. He was covered in soil. Jiang Wuya furrowed his eyebrows. A single punch was able to cause such a huge tremor. This was something that Jiang Wuya himself could never achieve. The huge commotion caused the Martial Alliance's cultivators to exclaim in surprise. Zhao Wuhuang's strength is extraordinary. Except for martial emperors, no one in the world is his opponent. That's true. Zhao Wuhuang is the personal disciple of the martial emperor. Who in the younger generation can compete with him? Even the demon monarch of the older generation is not his opponent. When the people from the martial union said this, they did not care that the demon emperor they were talking about was not far away from them at the moment. In a corner that Zhao Danshan could not see, the demon monarch's face was quite gloomy, especially after hearing the arrogant words of the people of the Wushu Alliance. Wushu Alliance, huh, can they really be arrogant for so long? No one could hear this low murmur. At this moment, there was some movement at the door of the golden carriage that was pulled by 28 golden wildebeests. The gorgeous door was pushed open, and a woman in red clothes rushed out from the obstruction of the maids. Her face was full of tears, and it was Lu Yi who was dressed as a bride. It had to be said that she was especially beautiful today. She was a little charming, and people couldn't help but feel pity for her. The only fly in the ointment was that the tears had ruined a lot of the makeup. When Lu Yi came out, the maids were very anxious. However, now that Lu Yi had a distinguished identity, they could not force her. At this time, they had to stop, because the demon monarch was looking back. After coming out of the carriage, Lu Yi looked at the black figure in front of her in a daze, and tears came out of her eyes. It was really him. Empress Qingli was right. Jiang Wuya would definitely come out to save her. Even in the face of Zhao Danshan, he did not have the slightest fear. The demon monarch looked at Lu Yi coldly. He knew that this girl was destined to be a victim for Zhao Danshan to vent his anger. She was destined to be a tragedy, but since it was a legal marriage, he still had to consider the problem of face for the time being. So Jiang Wuxia waved his hand and said, "Take her back for me." With his words, the maids would not be polite anymore. At this time, a person rushed over from behind the carriage. Jiang Wuya saw that and did not stop him. If he did, this person would not be able to come here. The person who followed from the direction of the ancient demon region was Empress Qingli. She knew that Jiang Wuya would come at this time, so she also appeared. "Qingli, you came at the right time. Take Yi in. It is normal for a woman to cry when she gets married. As a mother, you should persuade her." Empress Qingli was only worried about Lu Yi. She absolutely did not have the ability to save Lu Yi. The demon monarch's order directly restricted her action. She could only nod blankly. She looked at the position of Jiang Wuya, and then said to Lu Yi, "Go in. There is no hope." "No, mother, I just want to watch," Lu Yi said resolutely. "Wipe your tears and show some respect to the Wushu alliance," Empress Qingli whispered in Lu Yi's ear. Lu Yi soon understood. Her appearance could easily arouse some ideas from the onlookers in Huang Wucheng, which would be bad for the reputation of the Wushu alliance. So Lu Yi quickly wiped away her tears. If she behaved normally, the demon monarch would not be in a hurry to take her in. "Fine, I'll let you see how he dies. You should give up on him too. He abandoned you for more than 10 years, and now he's back to be a good person. Only you would be touched. This man is born to be heartless." Jiang Wuxia sneered and didn't care anymore. Lu Yi originally wanted to refute, but Empress Qingli stopped her. "Mother, if he dies, I suddenly have a feeling that I don't want to live anymore," Lu Yi suddenly whispered in Empress Qingli's ear. Although her father did not give her anything, Lu Yi suddenly felt that it was enough when she saw him looking at death calmly. It was enough to have this moment. She had always been a person who knew how to be contented. Unexpectedly, Empress Qingli did not scold her. She was just stunned and then said, "If the three of us go to hell together and form a family, maybe we will be very happy." It had been more than 10 years. Everyone was eager to be able to have a normal family. The man who left to pursue her should finally come back. Seeing that he was so desperate, Empress Qingli smiled knowingly. For the first time in her life, she felt that he was actually quite cute, but she had never found it before. Noises sounded around Empress Qingli and Empress Qingli. A single punch from Zhao Danshan was enough to send Jiang Wuya flying. Moreover, Jiang Wuya was covered in dirt, and his face was covered in dirt. Whoosh! Jiang Wuya shook off the dirt on his body. Clenching his fists tightly, Jiang Wuya didn't stop at all. Braving the sky filled with mud, Jiang Wuya charged towards Zhao Danshan once again. At this moment, Zhao Danshan slowly retracted his fist and smiled at Jiang Wuya, who was going all out. His expression was extremely relaxed. He looked at Jiang Wuya as if he was looking at a clown. A grain of rice dares to shine in front of the bright moon. His face was full of sarcasm, but he did not move. Devil devours heaven and earth. Using a king-level body technique, Jiang Wuya instantly rushed to Zhao Danshan's side and punched. This was a king-level ancient devil's fist scripture, which was also the peak combat skill of the ancient devil territory. Behind Jiang Wuya, a dark shadow formed. This shadow suddenly condensed on Jiang Wuya's fist and rushed toward Zhao Danshan like a black vortex. Even the people of the Wushu alliance could see that half of the sky behind Jiang Wuya had been dyed black. Whoosh! Whoosh! To everyone's surprise, when Jiang Wuya attacked like this, Zhao Danshan really did not move. He tightly crossed his hands in front of his body and wore a sarcastic smile. Boom! The devil engulfing the heavens and earth punch landed on Zhao Danshan's arm in front of the shocked eyes of the crowd. The speed of the punch was simply too fast. The crowd only saw a flash of golden light and Zhao Danshan retreated a few steps. As for Jiang Wuya, he was sent flying. The gap is so big. Jiang Wuya's heart was hit hard. He had now used the Taoist heart magic seed method. In the second level of the earth martial arts realm, there were basically few people who could be his opponent. He originally thought that he should be about the same level as Zhao Danshan, but he did not expect that there was such a big gap. He used his most powerful king-level combat skill and hit Zhao Danshan head-on. But Zhao Danshan only used his hands to block, and he was shaken and sent flying. Zhao Danshan was really strong. Chapter 623. At that moment, Jiang Wuya felt as though he had punched a steel wall. He had never seen such a hard steel wall before. It was able to injure his fist to such an extent. Traces of blood flowed down from Jiang Wuya's right fist. Zhao Danshan was the one who was injured in the end. At the last moment, Jiang Wuya only felt a golden light flash across Zhao Danshan's arm. The golden light was very dazzling. Jiang Wuya had shattered his sleeve, but he could not hurt him at all. How is it? Now you know how useless you are, Jiang Wuya. Zhao Danshan slowly pulled his hands down. He blew on his arms gently, then began to laugh unrestrainedly. Jiang Wuya took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The burning pain in his hand told him that if he continued, he would definitely die. However, when he turned his head, he saw the gazes of two people from the Wushu alliance. They were perhaps the two most important people in his life. Jiang Wuya owed them far too much. Seeing their concerned gazes, Jiang Wuya smiled. This was the most manly moment of his life, so he gritted his teeth and decided to endure. Second brother, just give up. Even Jian Chen was frightened by the gap between them. Today's matter was no different from a moth flying into a flame. However, Jiang Wuya did not seem to hear him. He roared and his eyes gradually became bloodshot. Then, he once again charged at Zhao Danshan without looking back. I, Jiang Wuya, am a useless person. I've lived in a muddle for so many years, but today, I understand that I have to move forward no matter what. Unless I die completely, I die in this place. With a ferocious look, the black chi on Jiang Wuya's body exploded wildly. It surged wildly in his 18 martial veins, and a violent momentum was emitted from his body. The black demonic shadows split into thousands and thousands of them, all heading in Zhao Danshan's direction. This madman doesn't care about his life. He actually dared to make a move. His brain is really damaged, that's right. We all saw that Zhao Wuhuang's strength is thousands of times stronger than his. He still doesn't give up. I'm afraid he has eaten leopard's guts. I bet he's dead for sure this time. Such a conversation kept ringing in the ears of Lu Yi and Prince Qingli. The two women held each other's hands tightly and looked nervously at the man in front of them. They could feel the sweat in each other's palms. Lu Yi also found that her mother, who had not cried for many years, could not stop crying at this time. She had never enjoyed the feeling of someone risking his life for her. At this time, Jiang Wuya had no thoughts of life and death in his mind. It was just like when Long Chen risked his life for Lingxi. There was only moving forward, not life and death. Mother. Lu Yi choked with sobs, and her thin shoulders trembled. The surrounding boos were all for Jiang Wuya. But at this time, Jiang Wuya was the hero in Lu Yi's heart. Such a man was the father in her imagination. He came too late. From the age of 1 to 18, she had always had this doubt in her heart. She had always decided to hate the man who had never appeared for a lifetime, but at this time, she could not bring up the hatred in her heart. The mother and daughter's nervous gazes never left Jiang Wuya's body for even a moment. You still don't give up? My patience is limited. The sarcastic smile on Zhao Danshan's face gradually became cold. His eyes were golden to begin with, but at this moment, they turned cold and emitted intense rays of light. They were like two scorching suns hanging in front of Jiang Wuya's eyes. Jiang Wuya did not say anything, and the most violent attack poured on Zhao Danshan's body like a storm. But just like before, his attacks hit Zhao Danshan's body, and all of them bounced back. A banging sound rang out. In the end, Zhao Danshan was fine, but both of Jiang Wuya's arms had been stained with blood at this time. His attacks hit Zhao Danshan's body, but his arms were injured by the rebound force. In particular, it could be seen how strong Zhao Danshan's golden body was. This congenital body had an innate advantage. It was strong from the inside to the outside, much stronger than the general body refining combat skills. Jiang Wuya could not break his golden body at all now. Is it enough? Jiang Wuya attacked tirelessly and crazily, but all he got in return was a cold voice. This voice was like a venomous snake lingering in his ears. Then, there were exclamations. Jiang Wuya punched out, but Zhao Danshan sneered and stretched out his hand to grab Jiang Wuya's fist. Jiang Wuya's violent attack was immediately neutralized by Zhao Danshan. Be careful. Prince Qingli and Lu Yi's faces turned pale, and they exclaimed at the same time. Do you still want to escape? Zhao Danshan smiled coldly, and he held Jiang Wuya's fist with one hand. Jiang Wuya's arm could not move at all. Escape, whoever wants to escape, die. Jiang Wuya roared, and his eyes were blood red. He kicked directly at Zhao Danshan's chin. The chin was one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Even if Zhao Danshan had a golden body, this part was not necessarily strong. The reason why Zhao Danshan could block Jiang Wuya before was that Jiang Wuya could only attack the strong parts around him. This flying kick was fierce and swift. If it was an ordinary opponent, the whole head would be easily lifted off. Zhao Danshan's face changed slightly. A trace of anger emerged from his eyes, and then it turned into a cruel smile. You are courting death. When he said these words, Zhao Danshan suddenly exerted his strength. With a tearing sound, Jiang Wuya's whole arm was torn off by Zhao Danshan under the heartbroken eyes of Prince Qingli and Lu Yi. Suddenly, blood splashed everywhere. Zhao Danshan turned and kicked Jiang Wuya's body directly out. Puff. Jiang Wuya rolled on the ground a few times before Jian Shen was able to help him up. At this moment, Jiang Wuya let out a blood-curdling scream. His face was deathly pale. One of his arms had been torn off, and half of his body was trembling. With Jian Shen's help, the blood that was gushing out from his arm had finally stopped. However, that arm had already been crushed by Zhao Danshan. The entire process happened in a split second. By the time everyone reacted, Jiang Wuya's arm had already been chopped off and he was sent flying. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi and Prince Qingli's hearts twitched violently. They subconsciously took a few steps forward, but were stopped by Lu Yi. The Demon Emperor's eyes were quite gloomy. He knew that Zhao Danshan would definitely kill Jiang Wuya, so he could not let them go. I'm begging you, let me pass. The broken arm and the flying blood also dyed her heart red. At this time, she seemed to have lost her soul. She did not want anything else but to die beside that man. I want to go. Prince Qingli was more direct and said fiercely. The Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia frowned and temporarily shut his mouth. At this time, Zhao Danshan walked toward Jiang Wuya step by step and said indifferently, Since you have provoked me, losing an arm is just the beginning. You dragons are very arrogant. Today, I will let you see what the Wushu Alliance is. The Wushu Alliance not only wants your life, but also the life of your family. Jiang Wuya trembled for a long time before he recovered from the pain. He did not let out a scream in this great pain. He endured it with all his might. At this time, he used his remaining arm to push Jian Chen away and gave him a warning look. Then, he straightened his back and stared at Zhao Danchen. Then, he laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Danchen asked. "What am I laughing at?" "I am laughing at you, Zhao Danchen. You are just a so-so." Jiang Wuya said. "Why? You can't even take one move from me. How dare you say that I am just a so-so?" Zhao Danchen said proudly. With great difficulty, Jiang Wuya stabilized himself. He laughed. "Not only do you have strength, but your heart as well. A vile person like you who uses other people's weaknesses to vent your anger, what right do you have to call yourself an expert? A true expert is someone like my seventh brother, Long Chen. He fears neither the heavens nor the earth. He even dares to charge into your 9 hells morning grounds. He wouldn't use such a method to vent his anger. You, Zhao Danchen, are not an expert. At most, you're just an upstart with strength. I can guarantee that with your weak heart, you're definitely not his opponent." Long Chen, haha. Zhao Danchen was startled. He said the words Long Chen twice in a row, and then he laughed crazily. "That's pure bullshit, right? If he can defeat that trash, Yang Mingfeng, then he can be mentioned in the same breath as me. You said he went to the 9 hells morning grounds? That's perfect. No one can come out of the 9 hells morning grounds. Their dragons can be considered to have been wiped out. I'll exterminate all of you, and then go to the war people, then all of you will die." Jiang Wuya laughed mockingly. "Just you wait. One day, they will all come back. And then, even you, a proud son of heaven, will be trampled under their feet. I'm also waiting for this day, but you, Jiang Wuya, can't see it." Anyway, Jiang Wuya's pitiful eyes made Zhao Danchen quite uncomfortable. Although Zhao Danchen was laughing, Jiang Wuya's contemptuous attitude made his killing intent quickly burn in his heart. At this time, Jiang Wuya had no combat power left. As long as he gave another punch, Jiang Wuya would die. Seeing that the distance between them was getting closer, King Qingli and Lu Yi were desperate. At this time, they no longer cared about the obstruction of Devil Emperor and rushed in the direction of Zhao Danchen. The warriors of the Wushu Alliance did not stop King Qingli, an expert in the earth martial arts realm. As for Devil Emperor, he narrowed his eyes and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 624. Prince Qingli and Lu Yi soon ran to Jiang Wuya. At this time, Zhao Danchen knew that they were coming without turning around. He vented his anger on Jiang Wuya. Originally, he was in a good mood, but the arrival of the 2 women made his mood worse. He temporarily stopped and looked back. Zhao Danchen's golden eyes stared coldly at Prince Qingli and Lu Yi. His cold eyes directly made them stop. "Hurry up and leave." The 2 of them could only helplessly shout. Jiang Wuya could not leave. Looking at the 2 women, he burst into tears for a while, as if the pain of losing his arm had disappeared, and now he was more heartbroken. At this moment, looking at the 2 women, one old and one young, he finally knew what he had to protect. This feeling of epiphany was quite good. "Want to go? Who said you can go?" Zhao Danchen looked at them. He knew the relationship between them. At this time, he smiled evilly and whispered, "Old lovers meet." This scene seems to be a little touching. Unfortunately, I, Zhao Danchen, can't be touched. It was an arm just now. What is it now? Zhao Danchen's body moved. Soon, he appeared beside Jiang Wuya. After Jiang Wuya lost his arm, the gap between them was extremely big. In the face of Zhao Danchen's sudden attack, Jiang Wuya desperately used all his skills, but still failed to block Jiang Wuya's attack. His neck was pinched by Jiang Wuya, and then Jiang Wuya's whole body was lifted up. After several punches, Jiang Wuya vomited blood from the corner of his mouth. He had completely lost his combat power. Don't. Looking at Jiang Wuya's miserable situation, Prince Qingli and Lu Yi felt dizzy. They could no longer care about anything and rushed to Zhao Danshan. But Zhao Danshan waved his hand casually, and they flew out awkwardly. Today, Zhao Danshan was determined to kill Jiang Wuya, regardless of whether Lu Yi would lose his face by running out like this. In his view, the Wushu Sage dynasty was a nonentity under the rule of the Wushu alliance. Why should he care about the thoughts of some nonentities? Don't worry. I won't break his neck so quickly. Doesn't he still have an arm and 2 legs? Zhao Danshan grinned hideously. He gently grabbed the remaining arm of Jiang Wuya with a cruel look on his face. Seeing this scene, the 2 powerless women, Prince Qingli and Lu Yi, had lost their wits. They climbed up numbly. The man in front of them was so powerful that they had no power to resist at all. If he was here, it would never be like this. It was said that Long Chen could defeat Yang Mingfeng, so he must be as powerful as Zhao Danshan. But it was a pity that Long Chen had entered the 9th Serenity Place of the Wushu Alliance and could no longer appear here. Lu Yi stood up blankly. She looked at the man in front of her who had fallen into the hands of Zhao Danshan. At this moment, his eyes were still bursting with a bloody and unyielding spirit. Even Zhao Danshan's threat did not scare him at all. Today, Zhao Danshan, you killed me. But don't forget that your death is not far away. Jiang Wuya smiled coldly. The disdainful look in his eyes made Zhao Danshan even more uncomfortable. Is that so? It's a pity that you won't be able to see it. Zhao Danshan exerted a bit of force and was about to tear off Jiang Wuya's only arm. At this moment, Jianshan finally found an opportunity. The cloudy sword in his hand suddenly turned into a sword light and stabbed towards Zhao Danshan. Sword Chi of Emptiness. Zhao Danshan smiled coldly and raised his hand to block. The sword Chi of Emptiness directly stabbed his arm. With a burst of sparks, Jianshan was directly blown away. The cloudy sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. It could be seen that there was a huge crack starting from the blade of the cloudy sword. The power of the golden battle body was really outstanding. Now, no one can save you. Zhao Danshan smiled brightly and was about to take action. If he lost another arm, Jiang Wuya would be completely crippled. Despair was written on the faces of King Qingli and the others. At this time, there was no hope. Boom. At this moment, the whole ground suddenly shook again. It was even more violent than the last time when Zhao Danshan punched. What's going on? Zhao Danshan was a sensitive person. He was the first to feel this abnormal movement. He originally wanted to grab Jiang Wuya's arm and was about to tear it off, but then he stopped. His eyes followed the source of the vibration and looked in the direction of Huang Wucheng. On the side of Huang Wucheng, there were 4 small figures rushing quickly. Their speed, according to Zhao Danshan's estimation, was not much different from his own. Especially the thin figure, whose speed was simply beyond Zhao Danshan's imagination. Generally speaking, speed was a symbol of strength. In the Wushu sage's court, Zhao Danshan knew that the only person stronger than him was Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji. However, the thin figure was obviously not Zhao Wuji. Moreover, the speed of the 3 people behind him was not much slower than Zhao Danshan. Zhao Danshan was instantly shocked. There were 3 people at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm and an expert comparable to Zhao Wuji. At first, Zhao Danshan thought that these people were probably experts from other holy dynasties. This was the only explanation. However, the universe transmitting formation connecting the Wushu sage's court to other holy dynasties had already been dismantled by the experts here in the Wushu sage's court. From other holy dynasties to the Wushu sage's court, it would take at least a year to arrive at the nearest holy dynasty. It took a year to come to this remote place like the Wushu sage's court. What on earth were these people doing here? This was the first question in Zhao Danshan's mind. If they were experts from other holy dynasties, it would be a big deal. Such a big deal was much bigger than Jiang Wuya in Zhao Danshan's hands. Zhao Danshan instantly lost interest in torturing Jiang Wuya. While he was thinking and in a daze, the four people took advantage of this time to come before Zhao Danshan, especially the thin old man. The other three were still far away from him. He was less than 100 meters away from Zhao Danshan. May I ask which expert from the Holy Dynasty you are? My name is Zhao Danshan. I am the personal disciple of Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji of the Wushu Sage's court. Zhao Danshan hurriedly put down Jiang Wuya in his hands, threw him to the ground, and then said to the thin old man. Which holy dynasty am I from? I am from the Wushu Sage's court. Do you know me? When he said this, the thin old man had already come in front of Zhao Danshan. Without saying a word, he directly punched at Zhao Danshan. Suddenly, there was a series of explosions in the air. Senior, why did you attack? Is there any misunderstanding? Zhao Danshan did not hear the thin old man's words clearly, so he said so. However, the thin old man did not stop attacking because of his words. With a loud bang, the punch swept up the ground and rushed toward Zhao Danshan. Zhao Danshan's face changed, and he could only retreat awkwardly. The power of the thin old man's punch was so great that Zhao Danshan had to retreat more than 100 meters to really avoid the thin old man's attack. It was a simple punch, but it had such a huge power. In this way, Zhao Danshan was completely out of the range of Jiang Wuya and Empress Qingli. Seeing that Zhao Danshan was driven away, Jian Chen and Empress Qingli did not care who the thin old man was. They hurriedly rushed to the broken arm of Jiang Wuya and helped him up. Since Empress Qingli and Lu Yi came, Jian Chen felt that there was nothing for him to do. He hurriedly bowed to the thin old man and said, Senior, thank you for saving my second brother. Thank you very much. We can't thank you enough. When looking at Zhao Danshan, the thin old man's face was quite serious, but when facing Jian Chen, his expression instantly became extremely gentle, and he even showed a trace of a smile. He said, Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the people behind you. He was the strongest, so the others subconsciously paid attention to him and forgot about the other three people who were about to arrive. At this time, after hearing the thin old man's words, Jian Chen, Jiang Wuya, Empress Qingli, and Lu Yi turned their eyes to the three people who were about to arrive. When seeing the appearance of the three people, almost everyone present was stunned, including the people of the Wushu Alliance. Zhao Danshan and the Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia were even more shocked. Long Yu, Long Chen. An uproar broke out in the area. Even in the Yellow Martial City, there was a burst of noise. It was originally a wedding, but things turned out like this. No one had expected it. The arrival of Long Yu, Long Chen, and the others was even more shocking. In the Yellow Martial City, as long as one person recognized the identity of Long Chen and the others, the news would spread quickly. In a very short time, the onlookers roughly understood what was going on. Who was that mysterious old man? How could he be so powerful? 2 Long Chen, and 1 Long Yu. They were obviously imprisoned in the 9th Serenity Morning Land by the Martial Emperor. How did they get out? These familiar faces made Jiang Wuya completely stunned. Next to him, Lu Yi and Empress Qingli supported him from both sides. Lu Yi held his remaining arm while Empress Qingli supported his body. From the moment Jiang Wuya risked his life for Lu Yi, the gap between them seemed to have disappeared. They looked at each other and did not know what to say for the time being. Empress Qingli looked at Jiang Wuya's wound with a pained expression. She knew that Jiang Wuya must be in great pain right now. No matter how great the pain was, it was diluted by the arrival of Long Chen and the others. You, seventh brother, you. Jiang Wuya immediately became extremely excited. Sister, seventh brother, weren't you imprisoned in the 9th Serenity Morning Land? How did you get out? How did you come here? Jian Chen hurriedly went to greet Long Chen and the others. His face was filled with excitement. Chapter 625. From the Wushu Alliance's Wu Emperor City to the ancient demon region, Long Chen and the others had traveled for 7 days and 7 nights. If they had come a little later, perhaps Jiang Wuya would have been dead by now. Zhao Danshan could not avoid Long Shan's powerful punch. Lu Yi and Empress Qingli came to Long Chen's side. Long Chen's goal in coming to the ancient demon region should have been accomplished. However, when he saw Jiang Wuya's broken arm, his eyes gradually turned red. The smile on his face froze very quickly. Long Yu's expression was also rather cold. They did not answer Jian Chen's question. Instead, they quickly arrived in front of Jiang Wuya. Empress Qingli and Lu Yi looked at Long Yu and Long Chen unnaturally. Long Yu was Empress Qingli's rival in love, so she was a little embarrassed. Long Chen was the person Lu Yi wanted to see very much. Ever since she left, she had never seen Long Chen again. She could only hear news about Long Chen from various sources. The news was undoubtedly shocking. Ever since he killed Sword Saint Sikong, Long Chen's performance became more and more amazing. In just a month, he had become a rare super genius of the Wushu Sage Empire. The bloody broken arm of Jiang Wuya was quite eye-catching. Second brother, it was Zhao Danshan who did it. Long Chen's voice was cold. Hearing his voice, everyone felt like they were in an ice house. It was obvious how angry he was. Every member of the dragons was a brother or sister recognized by Long Chen. Long Chen would not allow anyone to hurt them. Every one of them was his reverse scale. Broken arm. Broken arm. This meant that Jiang Wuya's battle strength would change greatly in the future. It was very likely that he would become the weakest member of the dragons. For a man, this was a huge blow. In front of Prince Qingli and Lu Yi, Long Yu's face was a little embarrassed. Long Chen asked her what made her angry, so she shut her mouth at the right time. Seeing Long Chen's eyes gradually turning blood red, Jiang Wuya was shocked that they had come out of the 9th Nether Morning Grounds. However, he could see the determination in Long Chen's eyes. So, he nodded. Motherfucking bastard, how dare you touch my brother? You broke one of his arms, so I'll break your whole body. Long Chen cursed in his heart. After Jiang Wuya nodded, Long Chen walked in Zhao Danshan's direction without saying a word under everyone's watchful eyes. Seventh brother, what are you doing? Long Yu quickly asked. Murder. Murder. Long Yu was startled for a moment. She knew how powerful Zhao Danshan was, and even she herself was not a match for Zhao Danshan. However, on second thought, Long Chen's strength was also unfathomable, and there might still be room for a head-on fight. Furthermore, with Long Chen's personality, it would be difficult for others to change his mind once he decided on something. Moreover, Long Shan was still here. If Long Chen was no match for him, Long Shan could still save him. However, Jiang Wuya had just realized how powerful Zhao Danshan was. Seeing Long Chen's impulsiveness, he was anxious and shouted to Long Chen, "Seventh brother, don't go, you are not a match for Zhao Danshan. His innate golden battle body is stronger than you can imagine." He said this from the bottom of his heart. That golden battle body was simply his nightmare. Under this golden battle body, he felt as if he was a powerless child. Long Chen, don't go. Lu Yi was worried and muttered. Just now, Long Chen had only glanced at her once before he was attracted by Jiang Wuya's severed arm. Lu Yi felt that this was enough. She knew that Long Chen still cared about her. It was just that at this time, there was no time to say too much. Hearing their voices urging him to stay, Long Chen's footsteps only paused for a moment. Then, without turning his head, he continued to walk towards Zhao Danshan. Zhao Danshan looked at these people in bewilderment at the beginning. Now, he finally understood what the skinny old man had just said. He knew that this skinny old man was from the court of Wushu Sage. But who was he? Could he be a super expert who was hidden from the world and even Zhao Wuji didn't know about? This is troublesome. Zhao Danshan frowned. If the skinny old man wanted to attack him, then he was sure that he would definitely die. Therefore, at this time, he was a little worried. Even without this skinny old man, if 2 Long Chen and 1 Long Yu joined forces, 3 warriors with the combat power of the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm would not be able to fight against them. Zhao Danshan and Jiang Wuxia, who was behind him, could at most block one of Long Yu. Your Majesty, do you know who this old man is? Zhao Danshan's face was a little pale. Long Shan's punch just now had made him feel a little scared. Under pressure, the Demon King stood next to Zhao Danshan. I don't know him, but could he be related to the Long family? The Long family used to be the first family in the court of Wuxia Sage. The Demon King was also surprised. No one had thought that this would happen. If he attacks, we will both die. Your Majesty, what do you think we should do? Asked Zhao Danshan. I don't think so. Zhao Wuhuang is the direct disciple of the martial emperor. Since he is in the court of Wuxia Sage, he will not provoke the martial emperor. After all, no matter how strong he is, he should not be a match for the martial emperor, said the Demon King confidently. That was true. Although Long Shan's punch was strong, in Zhao Danshan's heart, he still did not have the terrifying and gloomy feeling that the martial emperor had given him. People who saw the martial emperor for the first time would think that he was an elegant scholar. Only when they had real contact with the martial emperor would they feel that he was more terrifying and gloomy. At this time, Long Shan did not move, but Long Chen unexpectedly walked towards Zhao Danshan. Seeing the expression on Long Chen's face, Zhao Danshan was stunned and said, Your Majesty, does this kid really think that he is like what Jiang Wuya said, that he will be my nightmare? What does he mean? He wants to challenge me and avenge Jiang Wuya's broken arm. The Demon King said helplessly, looking at this kid's expression, I think so. He has only left the ancient demon region for a month or 2, but he has already reached this realm. It is indeed not bad, but he is still far from Zhao Wuhuang. Long Chen is just a nouveau riche. He thinks that he can be so arrogant because he has a little strength. He does not know what kind of foundation a real expert needs. After saying this, Long Chen arrived at a place 20 meters away from Zhao Danshan. They had not seen each other for more than a month, but Zhao Danshan was still as despicable as ever. Seeing Zhao Danshan's despicable smile, Long Chen wanted to slap his face. What is he trying to do? He actually went to face Martial Emperor Zhao Danshan alone. Is he going to challenge Martial Emperor Zhao Wuhuang? What a joke. Jiang Wuya is an example. Even the older generation is no match for Martial Emperor Zhao Wuhuang. This kid really thinks he is as strong as Martial Emperor Zhao Wuhuang. Zhao Danshan was already a legend in the Wuxia Sage dynasty. In the midst of the countless discussions, Long Chen's expression did not change. His body was filled with a huge murderous aura. Traces of blood-red gas vaguely appeared around his body. This bloody and murderous aura made people look at Long Chen for the first time. Originally, Long Chen was able to kill Yang Mingfeng, so he was already qualified to compete with Zhao Danshan. However, Zhao Danshan's performance was too heaven-defying, so people thought that he was not a match for him. Long Chen, what is the meaning of this? I, Zhao Danshan, am getting married, and you are messing around. Are you trying to disrespect the Wuxia Alliance? Are you challenging the dignity of the Wuxia Alliance? If you want to fight against the Wuxia Alliance, you can go to the Martial Emperor's city openly. Don't play tricks here and make me look down on you. Zhao Danshan said loudly. If Long Shan made a move, then they would be bullying the weak. Zhao Danshan wanted to use a sentence to stop Long Shan's hand. However, his words could not stop Long Chen. In front of Zhao Danshan, Long Chen raised his arm and pointed at Zhao Danshan. Under the gaze of the crowd, he said slowly in a cold voice, Zhao Danshan, if you are still a man, then don't talk nonsense. I will be straightforward. You broke my second brother's arm. I have always been a person who will repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. Now, I want to repay the kindness you gave my second brother 100 times or even 1,000 times. Do you have the guts to accept it? Do you have the guts to accept it? Long Chen's words were spread very far through his deep voice. Even the sky above the yellow martial city was echoing with his words. Many people who were still in their rooms were attracted out. Zhao Danshan. Broken arm. Even more people ran out of the yellow martial city to watch this scene. Zhao Danshan was a person with a high status in the Wushu sage court, while Long Chen could only be considered a rising star. Long Chen's provocative words left Zhao Danshan with no room to refute. If you want to fight with me, then do it. Zhao Danshan was stunned for a moment. His expression changed from gloomy to bursting into laughter. Do you think I have the guts to accept Long Chen's challenge? Are you kidding me? I, Zhao Danshan, never talk nonsense. Zhao Danshan was afraid of the old man, not Long Chen. Long Chen's challenge was a challenge to Zhao Danshan's authority. At this moment, the words that Jiang Wuya had said to him were clearly imprinted in Zhao Danshan's mind. Jiang Wuya had said that he, Zhao Danshan, was no match for Long Chen. Although he didn't know how Long Chen had managed to escape from the 9th Serenity Graveyard, Zhao Danshan couldn't take this lying down. All these years, he had never been looked down upon by anyone who said that he wasn't as good as a certain young man. Just like that, the two of them bumped into each other. When the Demon King saw that there was nothing else for him to do, he retreated to the back obediently and left the place to Long Chen and Zhao Danshan. Chapter 626. On Long Shan's side, Jiang Wuya did not care about his own injuries. With a worried expression, he asked, can Long Chen deal with Zhao Danshan? I don't know either, but don't worry. If he can't beat him, my grandfather will deal with him. Long Yu moved aside and stood together with Jiang Wuya. She did not look in Jiang Wuya's direction and avoided awkwardness. From Jiang Wuya's performance just now, Long Yu could already see his choice. Long Yu was also very happy for Jiang Wuya's final choice. However, he did not know if he was truly happy. Grandfather. Jiang Wuya looked at Long Shan in astonishment. He knew that this was the grandfather that Long Yu was talking about. He originally wanted to ask about it, but at this time, Long Chen had already started fighting with Zhao Danshan in front of everyone. This Zhao Danshan was definitely a great enemy. The innate golden battle body bestowed him with super strength. At this time, Long Chen had already transformed into a dragon soul. His powerful dragon body coupled with the Zhenwu demon body still paled in comparison to the golden battle body. Blood-red dragon scales covered Long Chen's entire body. Long Chen's dragon soul transformation was much more superior than Long Yu's and the others. Right now, Long Chen's battle prowess had directly soared from the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Realm to the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Realm. The battle prowess that had once killed Yang Mingfeng was once again displayed at this time. This kind of Long Chen also made Zhao Danshan put away his smile. To be able to kill that trash, Yang Mingfeng, is indeed a bit weak. Looks like I have to show my strength today. Zhao Danshan smiled. He and Long Chen used their movement techniques at this time, and their figures quickly changed. Long Chen had already completed the dragon soul transformation, and his entire body turned blood red. After Zhao Danshan finished speaking, his eyes flashed with a golden light. The golden light was like the center of the ripples, gradually spreading out, and very quickly, it covered Zhao Danshan's entire body. A faint golden color appeared on Zhao Danshan's skin, as if it was covered with a layer of golden paper. This golden color was not only a symbol of toughness, but also a symbol of sharpness. Long Chen's blood-red eyes swallowed and spat out a cold light. The swaying golden color in front also made him feel a deep fear in his heart. As for Zhao Danshan, he wasn't very confident in his heart. The situation today was better. If he lost, there was still Long Shan. However, Long Chen had his own pride. Zhao Danshan had broken one of Jiang Wuya's arms. As the 7th brother of Jiang Wuya, Long Chen had to personally collect this debt from Zhao Danshan. Golden battle body, Long Chen's pupils suddenly widened at this moment, because at this moment, Zhao Danshan had already turned into a golden shadow and swept towards him at an extremely fast speed. It was a small golden figure, but it was extremely heavy. Long Chen even had the illusion that it wasn't a person, but a golden mountain that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was heavy and sharp, icy cold and deadly. The shadow of a fist gradually expanded in front of Long Chen's eyes. Golden heavy fist. Although Zhao Danshan's body was not as huge as Lei Zhen's, he walked the path of extreme strength. In terms of strength, Long Chen might not be able to match up to him. For example, this golden heavy fist was filled with power. If it directly hit the city walls of Yellow Marshal City, it was likely that the entire city walls would collapse. The power of this fist made the onlookers exclaim in admiration. Even in Yellow Marshal City, they could feel the extraordinary power of this golden heavy fist. This kind of power is enough to kill me in one move. How is seventh brother going to resist? Jiang Wuya's eyes widened. He had just fought with Zhao Danshan, so he had a deep understanding of this. Jiang Wuya was worried, but for Long Chen, everything was under his control. Willow Catkin follows the wind. Facing such an outstanding opponent in terms of strength, using the Willow Catkin follows the wind was the best choice. At this moment, Long Chen's feet danced rapidly as he stood in the air. In an instant, Zhao Danshan appeared in front of him. The golden heavy fist smashed down, and that vast aura directly pushed Long Chen away. Long Chen was like a light feather. Before Zhao Danshan's attack could hit Long Chen, it was directly blown away. Long Chen was also sent flying at an extremely fast speed. The people in the distance thought that Long Chen had been sent flying by Zhao Danshan, but in fact, that was not the case. He's done for. Many people in Yellow Marshal City let out mocking laughter. But in the next moment, they saw Long Chen stabilizing his body as if nothing had happened. He's actually unharmed after being hit. Or was he not hit at all? This question existed in everyone's mind. In the War People, Zhao Danshan had seen Long Chen's godly Willow Catkin follows the wind. And now, he was even more taken aback. This was because Long Chen's Willow Catkin follows the wind was simply too powerful. His use of this movement technique should not be inferior to that of Huangfu Fengchen, who had immersed himself in it for many years. Even Zhao Danshan's ferocious attack was easily dodged by Xiao Chen's movement technique, which was unpredictable. What kind of man only knows how to dodge? Zhao Danshan had suffered a setback right from the start, so he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After he finished speaking, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body flashed with a schwa sound. If you have the guts, take my fist. Zhao Danshan roared. Of course, he knew that Long Chen was a coward and would definitely not take his fist at this time. Long Chen was proficient in the Willow Catkin follows the wind, and this was Zhao Danshan's nemesis. But what surprised Zhao Danshan was that Long Chen was clean and neat. Facing Zhao Danshan's fist again, Long Chen was clean and neat. He extended his 10 claws and instantly shot towards Zhao Danshan. Soul Crusher Dragon Claw, 5 dragons cleaving the heavens. There was a whistling sound, and among the shadows of Long Chen's claws, 5 blood-red divine dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, rushed towards Zhao Danshan. The 5 dragons split the sky and the golden heavy fist clashed instantly. It was like 5 knives chopping at a golden pillar, and a sharp grinding sound was heard. Everyone could only see 2 shadows, one red and one gold, changing rapidly. A series of grinding sounds could be heard, and finally, the blood-red divine dragons and the golden pillar suddenly separated with a loud bang. Long Chen used the Willow Catkin follows the wind to retreat more than 10 meters, and Zhao Danshan correspondingly retreated. This exchange had exceeded everyone's expectations. It had actually ended in a draw. Even Zhao Danshan had not expected this. Long Chen had just used the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw to its peak. In an extremely short period of time, he had unleashed all of his attacks, forming 5 powerful strangling forces. The Soul Crusher Dragon Claw had left a scar on his opponent's fist, and the power of Zhao Danchen's fist had also caused Long Chen's blood to surge. Right now, Zhao Danchen's right hand was trembling slightly. Everyone could see that the clothes on his arm had been completely shredded, and there were more than 10 blood-red scars on his fair, smooth arm. How many years had it been since Zhao Danchen had been injured by someone his age? To him, this was basically impossible. At the same time, this caused his rage and killing intent to rise. As he raised his head to look at the indifferent young man in front of him, Zhao Danchen knew that he had to get rid of Long Chen at all costs. Otherwise, if this kid was allowed to continue to grow, Zhao Danchen would lose his life sooner or later. Even his golden battle body had been cut by his claws. Zhao Danchen couldn't help but panic. Zhao Danchen, you were very arrogant before, but the facts have proven that you are nothing more than this. Long Chen's mocking voice was heard by almost everyone in the crowd. In fact, there was no obvious inclination in the crowd's hearts. It was just that the strength of the Wushu alliance's Zhao Danchen was deeply rooted in their hearts. Long Chen's mockery also made the crowd laugh. At the same time, they were deeply in awe of this young man, Long Chen. On Long Yu's side, Long Shan stroked his long beard and smiled. This scene was probably within his expectations. Long Yu and the others looked at Long Chen with admiration. Jiang Weia also smiled bitterly. He had to admit that Long Chen had left him far behind. He and Empress Qingli, Lu Yi, looked at each other. When Long Chen was in our Qingli Palace, he was only at the second level of the reaching heaven state. He was really a monster to achieve such a rapid rise in strength in half a year, Empress Qingli said with some emotion. And Lu Yi's eyes were full of emotion. What happened today was caused by her. On the one hand, Long Chen was avenging Jiang Weia, and on the other hand, he was kidnapping the bride. This kind of feeling made Lu Yi's heart beat wildly like a little deer. Her originally pale face now became rosy, tender, and alluring. This strong contrast ignited the flames of shame and anger in Zhao Danchen's heart. He looked down on Long Chen just now, but at this time, he didn't kill Long Chen as he wanted. Naturally, his heart was full of shame. Without saying anything, Zhao Danchen swept toward Long Chen like a golden whirlwind. You can block the golden heavy punch, but what about this? Zhao Danchen instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. At this time, his eyes were filled with golden flames. In an instant, 2 thick golden rays burst out of his eyes and stabbed toward Long Chen. This golden ray had the ability to burn. If ordinary people were stared at by Zhao Danchen, their bodies would probably melt. Golden eyes of devastation. In the war people, Long Chen had seen Zhao Danchen's attack. Whoosh! 2 rays of light instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. Golden eyes of devastation was one of Zhao Danchen's unique skills. It was quite horrible. In the whole Wushu Sage dynasty, only a talented person like him could use it. Boom, boom. Long Chen's eyes instantly narrowed. He was too close to Zhao Danchen. However, the power of this golden eyes of devastation was not enough to pose a threat to Long Chen. Fortunately, Long Chen already knew that he had this move. It was the same Willow Catkin Wind footwork, but when Long Chen executed it, it was simply a realm higher than Huangfu functions. Under such a close distance, Long Chen displayed the highest level of the Willow Catkin Wind footwork to everyone. Under everyone's admiring gazes, 2 golden rays of light missed him and shot towards the ground at the side. Chapter 627. Willow Catkin Wind. Despite Zhao Danchen's golden eyes of annihilation, Long Chen was able to execute the Willow Catkin Wind steps perfectly and dodged the terrifying attack. The 2 golden rays directly blasted the ground behind Long Chen, creating 2 huge pits with a diameter of more than 10 meters. If the golden eyes of annihilation had hit Long Chen's body would probably have disintegrated immediately. However, Long Chen was able to dodge the attack of the golden eye of annihilation with just the Willow Catkin Wind steps. To be able to use a battle skill to such an extent, such exquisite use of battle skills, Perhaps even Huangfu Fengchen could not compare. Those who could see the technique were all amazed by Long Chen's strength. This young man can actually use the Huangfu family's Willow Catkin wind steps to such an extent. Even Long Shan, who was the strongest here, nodded in shock. The golden eyes of annihilation was full of energy. At such a close distance, even Long Shan probably couldn't dodge it. The battle between the two had reached a cliffhanger. Whoosh! Zhao Danshan suffered another setback from Long Chen. It could be said that ever since he was born, he had never suffered a setback from the same person twice in a row. This was simply like throwing dog shit in Zhao Danshan's face. You're the personal disciple of the dignified martial emperor Zhao Wuji, yet you only have this little bit of dog shit? The corners of Long Chen's mouth moved slightly with a mocking smile. This sentence made Zhao Danshan so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Both the golden heavy punch and the golden eyes of annihilation had been defeated by Long Chen. Zhao Danshan was indeed strong, but what could he do if he couldn't attack Long Chen? After suppressing the hatred of Jiang Wuya's broken arm, Long Chen didn't say anything else. This time, he took the initiative to attack. He was afraid of Zhao Danshan's golden battle constitution, but if he didn't clash head-on, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhao Danshan. A storm-like attack swept towards Zhao Danshan in an instant. Wind God Kick Technique, Storm Stance. This was the first time that Long Chen had displayed the Wind God Kick technique in public. For a moment, everyone couldn't react. Wind God Kick technique was Yang Ningfeng's unique skill. How could it be transferred to Long Chen in just a month? Moreover, when Long Chen used it, it was much fiercer than when Yang Ningfeng had used it in the past. It was as if the Wind God Kick technique had originally belonged to Long Chen and not Yang Ningfeng. The storm-like kick technique arrived in front of Zhao Danshan in an instant. Zhao Danshan only felt his vision blur. Then, a sky full of blood-red leg shadows appeared in front of him. Each shadow was like a thorny whip lashing towards Zhao Danshan. This monster can even use the Wind God Kick technique to such an extent. Zhao Danshan's heart was filled with shock. However, this couldn't defeat his pride. Boom, 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 boom. The biggest feature of Wind God Kick technique was its speed. At this time, Long Chen's entire body turned into a red whirlwind, shrouding Zhao Danshan's head. The densely packed leg shadows instantly covered Zhao Danshan's body. With a burst of loud sounds, Long Chen's storm stance and Zhao Danshan's arms collided again and again. Zhao Danshan's physical skills were quite strong. His golden body was equivalent to real golden steel, or even much stronger. Basically, every leg of Long Chen was blocked by Zhao Danshan's arms. He himself felt as if he had hit against steel. Every attack made his legs feel a little numb. Wind God Kick technique is not bad. I have to say that other people in the third level of the Earth martial arts realm are no match for you. But I, Zhao Danshan, am different. Your attack can't break my defense at all. The storm stance was about to end soon, but every attack of the storm stance was blocked by Zhao Danshan's arms. The attack of Long Chen's Wind God Kick technique was not much stronger than Jiang Wuya's previous attack. It couldn't break Zhao Danshan's defense. Zhao Danshan only felt a little numb in his arms. In terms of defense and strength, the golden body had a power that Long Chen couldn't compare with. Therefore, Zhao Danshan regained his confidence at this time. That was why he was so proud. Really? Long Chen sneered. Zhao Danshan's defense also included the attack of the golden heavy punch. At this time, when Zhao Danshan was attacking with the golden heavy punch, he thought that Long Chen would block it with Catkin's wind-following steps. But to Zhao Danshan's surprise, Long Chen didn't use Catkin's wind-following steps. Instead, he directly used soul-dispersing dragon claw to collide with Zhao Danshan. The soul-dispersing dragon claw and the golden heavy punch had not been decided before, and it was even more so this time. But what was different this time was that Long Chen quickly withdrew the power of the soul-dispersing dragon claw. At the same time, he suddenly swung his leg. When Zhao Danshan didn't have time to dodge, his leg directly hit his chin. Slap. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Zhao Danshan let out a cry of pain as he was directly sent flying by Long Chen's kick. Of course, this was Long Chen's strength that he had used at the last moment. It couldn't hurt Zhao Danshan much. At most, it would make Zhao Danshan feel humiliated. This was the first time Zhao Danshan had been injured since the beginning of the fight. Their teeth collided, and Zhao Danshan almost bit his own tongue. That kick from Long Chen made him feel dizzy. In an instant, Zhao Danshan's eyes turned red. Long Chen. Zhao Danshan roared angrily. His body, which had been sent flying, suddenly fell to the ground. Before the onlookers could laugh at him, they saw his body quickly descend and suddenly attack Long Chen. To Zhao Danshan, that kick was simply a great humiliation. If Zhao Danshan was only slightly angry before, now his brain was about to explode. His breathing became heavy, and he exhaled white qi, as if he had turned into a wild beast. For a moment, Long Chen felt that Zhao Danshan's body seemed to have set off an even greater tide of power. The golden spots of light on his body gradually became denser, and very soon, Zhao Danshan's entire body turned into a golden person from head to toe. This Zhao Danshan has been driven crazy by him. This brat has obtained the direct inheritance of a martial emperor, and his strength is rather valiant. It won't be long before he becomes a new martial emperor. Since Long Chen can't get rid of him today, I'll get rid of him, Long Shan said to Long Yu beside him as he watched. Zhao Danshan is very strong. Long Chen won't be able to kill him, Long Yu asked. Strong, of course he's strong. In terms of attack and strength, that young man is no match for him. However, in terms of battle skills, speed, and agility, that young man far surpasses his opponent. The strength of the two should be about the same. However, if Zhao Danshan still has a trump card, it should be very difficult for Long Chen to deal with him, Long Shan said solemnly. Grandfather, what do you mean by trump card? Long Yu seemed to have thought of something, and there was some worry between her brows. That's right, it's the High King level Martial Emperor's seal. This is the only High King level battle skill of the Wuxia Sage dynasty. If this Zhao Danshan can use a single move of the Martial Emperor's seal, Long Chen will definitely not be his opponent, Long Shan said seriously. The Martial Emperor's seal. Zhao Danshan is Zhao Wuji's only disciple. Zhao Wuji must have already passed the Martial Emperor's seal to him. I never thought that Zhao Danshan would really be the strongest of the three martial emperors. The other two martial emperors would probably not be his opponent even if they worked together. Grandfather, if Long Chen was in danger, you would have already made a move to save him, Long Yu said nervously. Hearing that Long Chen might be in danger, Jiang Wuya and the others were very worried, especially Lu Yi, who was supporting him. She stared at Long Chen without blinking. Her crystal-clear eyes were already filled with tears. Previously, Jiang Wuya and Zhao Danshan were fighting. After that, Jiang Wuya had lost an arm and was on the verge of death. Now, the person who was fighting against this heaven-defying genius, Zhao Danshan, was Long Chen. These two men were the men that Lu Yi cared about. Today, Lu Yi's heart was extremely tense. Long Chen, you must win. Nothing must happen to you. At this moment, Long Chen had already sent Zhao Danshan flying with a kick. Lu Yi's face revealed a look of surprise. However, it quickly collapsed. This was because Zhao Danshan's attack was approaching once again. This time, Zhao Danshan was really angry. He was originally in midair. At this moment, as he descended rapidly, his hands quickly formed a seal. This seal was rather complicated. When Zhao Danshan activated it, the surrounding air had already started to vibrate. Boom! 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 A series of booming sounds were heard in the air. The rich earth vein spiritual energy began to rapidly gather towards Zhao Danshan in the sky. Most of the earth vein spiritual energy came directly from the earth. The spiritual energy condensed into a long khaki-colored snake. Dozens of long snakes gathered on Zhao Danshan's body in the sky. It seemed as though they had grown out of Zhao Danshan's hands. Dozens of khaki-colored earth-vein spiritual energy gathered on Long Chen's hands. Zhao Danshan's hands moved rapidly. The earth-vein spiritual energy was also grasped by Zhao Danshan. As Zhao Danshan's hand gestures changed, the earth-vein spiritual energy quickly gathered on his hands and condensed into a huge golden, Wu, character. It was a huge and vigorous imprint. Yellow Martial. Divine Imprint. This move was Zhao Danshan's famous Divine Yellow Martial Imprint. It was also the supreme secret manual that the Martial Emperor had imparted to him. Of course, there were even more powerful Martial Emperor imprints. However, no one knew if the Martial Emperor had imparted them to him. The Divine Yellow Martial Imprint was quite famous among the mid-level king-level combat skills. In the Wuxia Sage dynasty, it was known as the most powerful mid-level king-level combat skill. When it was displayed with the help of Zhao Danshan's golden battle body, it was naturally filled with terrifying power. A golden, Wu, character condensed in front of Zhao Danshan. At this moment, Zhao Danshan's entire body had turned golden. His eyes were extremely cold, and there was a cruel smile on his face. Long Chen's kick had really made him mad. Chapter 628. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Not bad. What was surprising was that Long Chen did not feel any fear under the mighty divine seal of Yellow Martial. His expression did not change, and he was even terrifyingly calm. Trying to act cool? Seeing Long Chen like this, Zhao Danshan sneered in his heart. He increased the output of his power, and the true qi in the 9 martial apertures continuously flowed out from the elixir and flowed into the divine seal of Yellow Martial in his hand. Break. With a loud shout from Zhao Danshan, the divine seal of Yellow Martial suddenly struck out. The huge, Wu, character shrouded Long Chen's head. Long Chen instantly felt as if the entire sky was pressing down on his body. Before the divine seal of Yellow Martial arrived, Long Chen felt the force acting on his body, causing his feet to sink deep into the soil. The power of the divine seal of Yellow Martial suddenly erupted. This Wu character was like a mountain, or even the weight of a mountain range, pressing down on Long Chen. This attack made everyone tremble with fear. Previously, when Zhao Danshan was defeated in front of Long Chen, everyone felt that Zhao Danshan did not seem to be very powerful. However, when the divine seal of Yellow Martial was used, everyone was completely convinced. On Long Yu's side, everyone was also very shocked. Long Shan was about to make a move, but after seeing the calm expression on Long Chen's face, he stopped his action, because he knew that Long Chen definitely had a way to face it. Sure enough, when the divine seal of Yellow Martial descended, Long Chen's hands, or to be exact, his claws, were taken out from behind him and blocked in front of his chest. On his claws were blood-red flames. The golden crow's fire was burning on his hands. Long Chen urged the golden crow's fire on his body to the maximum, making him look like a small sun, emitting scorching heat, and raising the surrounding temperature by a lot. Roar! A small blood-red dragon appeared in Long Chen's hand. It quickly swam around his 10 fingers. As the flames burned, a total of 9 small dragons appeared and disappeared, letting out dragon roars. What a paltry trick! Zhao Danshan scoffed and the divine brass seal descended upon Long Chen's head. He had never seen it before. However, when he saw Long Chen's current appearance, Long Shan and the others all had astonished expressions on their faces. The reason for that was because they discovered that Long Chen's attack was shockingly the final move of the Scatter Soul Dragon Claw. Soul Dispersing Dragon Claw, 9 Heavens Absolute Kill. The speed at which the 9 little dragons swam in Long Chen's hands increased. At this moment, Long Chen had turned into a blood-red light. As the Yellow Martial Divine Seal descended, he stomped on the ground and charged at Zhao Danshan. The Scatter Soul Dragon Claw was pushed forward. The final move of the Scatter Soul Dragon Claw was similar to the Tai Xian Dragon Seal that Long Chen had used. The Taishian dragon seal also consisted of 9 dragons. However, this move, 9 Heavens Absolute Kill, was much stronger than the Taishian dragon seal. The Taishian dragon seal was a simple dragon shadow strangulation, while the 9 Heavens Absolute Kill consisted of layers of attacks. There were a total of 9 layers. 9 Heavens Absolute Kill. The claw marks formed by the 9 divine dragons flew out of Long Chen's hands one after another. The air vibrated violently for 9 times. The yellow martial divine seal was a single attack, while Long Chen's absolute 9 heavens contained the power of 9 attacks in a single attack. The 2 attacks collided in front of everyone's eyes. In an instant, it was as if the 2 of them had disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. What appeared in the eyes of the crowd was a total of 9 huge blood-red divine dragons, as well as a golden mountain peak. The golden mountain peak was like a sharp blade, sweeping everything in its path, while the blood-red divine dragons were like 9 divine blades pouncing on the mountain peak. Boom! Boom! The sharp sounds were produced by Long Chen's razor-sharp claws and Zhao Danshan's sturdy golden battle body. Which of these 2 heaven-defying youngsters is stronger? This was the question on many people's minds. Long Chen had to admit that Zhao Danshan was like a tortoise. When Long Chen's claws scratched on that thick tortoise shell, he would feel some pain instead. Under the dragon's soul transformation, Long Chen was actually similar to Zhao Danshan in terms of quintessential essence. Zhao Danshan's divine brass seal was also similar to Long Chen's 9 Heavens Absolute Kill. Zhao Danshan had the golden battle body, while Long Chen had the heaven-defying golden crow fire. Basically, the strength of the 2 of them was quite similar. Of course, in terms of strength, Zhao Danshan would be harder to deal with because of the strong defensive ability of the golden battle body. At this time, Long Chen's 9 Heavens Absolute Kill was basically useless against Zhao Danshan. Zhao Danshan's yellow martial seal was really not just for show. In the final confrontation of strength, Long Chen revealed his defeat. After a while, Long Chen began to be forced to retreat by the yellow martial seal. Long Chen is going to lose. Seeing this, Long Shan shook his head helplessly. He had to admit that Zhao Danshan's golden battle body was definitely a bit heaven-defying. No, Long Chen still hasn't used his ultimate move. Long Yu was originally worried, but very quickly, she thought of another point. Ultimate move. Long Shan was startled. At this moment, Long Chen finally used the devouring blood world at this critical moment. The blood-red mist instantly filled the surroundings. Like a blood-red cocoon, it completely enveloped Long Chen and Zhao Danshan. This time, without the realm of the earth martial arts realm and above, they would not be able to see clearly what was happening inside. The appearance of the devouring blood world directly limited Zhao Danshan's true essence by close to 40%. Zhao Danshan had seen the power of the devouring blood world before, but he did not expect it to be so abnormal. Under the devouring blood world, the blood no longer seemed to belong to him. Zhao Danshan had no choice but to use a large amount of innate qi to suppress the boiling blood qi in order to allow his body to move freely. Only now did Zhao Danshan understand why Yang Ningfeng was defeated so quickly when Long Chen reached the 2nd level of the earth martial arts realm in the battle. Back then, when Long Chen fought against Yang Ningfeng, once the devouring blood world came out, Yang Ningfeng basically had no power to fight back in Long Chen's hands. The yellow martial divine seal was originally able to suppress Long Chen's 9 Heavens Absolute Killing technique, but once the devouring blood world came out, the situation was completely reversed. Under such circumstances, Long Chen's 9 Heavens Absolute Killing technique quickly achieved an overwhelming victory. This was the reason why Long Chen only used the devouring blood world at this time. Only when Zhao Danshan was the most relaxed could he use this ultimate move to lock in victory at this critical moment. The attack in his hands was the 9 Heavens Absolute Killing technique. As for the attack in his legs, Long Chen only started at this moment. At the same time when the soul-dispersing dragon claw could be used to the last move, Long Chen could also use the last move of the Wind God's Kick. Wind God's Kick was the supreme secret manual of the Wind God sect, which was one of the major forces of the Wuxia Sage dynasty. At this time, the last move, the Holy Wind style, was used by Long Chen at this critical moment. Originally, Zhao Danshan could not resist the Nine Heavens absolute killing technique, not to mention Long Chen's wave of attacks. Wind God's kick technique, Holy Wind style. Boom. 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 The biggest feature of Wind God's kick technique was its speed. At this moment, Long Chen was making full use of it. One kick technique after another landed on Zhao Danshan's body. Under the power of the devouring bloody world, the divine yellow seal could not withstand it in an instant. Long Chen's soul-dispersing dragon claw and Wind God's kick technique were all poured onto Zhao Danshan's body. It was like a heavy downpour. The pitter-patter of raindrops could be heard. The moment the devouring bloody world appeared, Zhao Danshan's face changed. Seeing that he could use the divine yellow seal to suppress Long Chen, Zhao Danshan did not have the time to feel happy. He was suppressed by Long Chen and was on the verge of defeat in an instant. How is this possible? Zhao Danshan exclaimed with a pale face. His heart pounded violently. Long Chen's blood-red and ice-cold eyes were like a nightmare in the depths of his heart, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. He had always been known as the most powerful genius in the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. Even if it was Long Chen, who was known as one of the two great geniuses, he actually looked down on Long Chen in his heart. But this Long Chen came out of nowhere and directly forced him down from his highest position. A punch and a kick directly hit Zhao Danshan, directly acting on his body. This was a solid attack. Even if Zhao Danshan had the golden battle body, he still couldn't block such an attack. A claw and a kick made Zhao Danshan let out a blood-curdling scream. Bang, bang, bang. The last kick directly pressed down on Zhao Danshan's head, smashing him to the ground. With a loud bang, a big pit was smashed open on the hard ground. Soil splashed up into the sky and scattered in all directions. The devouring bloody world disappeared. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. After the devouring bloody world appeared, most people did not know what exactly happened inside. Who would have thought that in just an instant, Long Chen would complete the reversal and directly kick the most famous genius of the Wuxia alliance to the ground. Then, Long Chen suddenly descended and came to the side of Zhao Danshan. He kicked Zhao Danshan's body and lifted him into the air. Zhao Danshan's blood-stained body was lifted high into the air, appearing in front of everyone. Seeing the blood-stained Zhao Danshan, everyone was stunned. Was this still Zhao Danshan? The Zhao Danshan that they saw had long lost his previous glory. Instead, he was a beast that was struggling under the suppression of Long Chen. Even if he struggled, it was useless. After throwing Zhao Danshan into the air, Long Chen suddenly jumped up and went to Zhao Danshan's side. The wind style of Wind God's leg technique swept wildly on Zhao Danshan's body, treating Zhao Danshan like a sandbag and ravaging him to his heart's content. Zhao Danshan was like a pig that was being slaughtered, letting out blood-curdling screams. Chapter 629. Long Chen, spare me, I beg you, spare me, ah. This was Zhao Danshan's voice as he begged for mercy. Long Chen had the golden body, so it was not easy for him to kill him. However, Long Chen could suppress him and not give him a chance to fight back. Under Long Chen's series of attacks, Zhao Danshan's body was gradually destroyed. Once again, the ninth heaven killing technique hit Zhao Danshan's chest. Even with the golden body, Zhao Danshan's chest was still blasted open. 9 deep claw marks appeared in it, and blood spurted out. This attack made Zhao Danshan's face turn pale, and his clothes were completely dyed red with blood. Puff! Blood spurted out. Everyone was trembling with fear. Zhao Danshan was now on the verge of death. He was in an extremely sorry state, and all of this was caused by the blood-red youth. Everyone looked at the blood-red figure in the sky, and their hearts were filled with fear. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen to the marriage team? The people of the Wushu alliance were already shocked. Even Zhao Danshan was not a match for Long Chen, so of course, the others were not. Therefore, for a moment, no one tried to save Zhao Danshan. Everyone of the Wushu alliance looked at the Demon King. One of the higher-ranking martial emperors said, "Demon King, why don't you save Zhao Wuhuang? If anything happens to him, the ancient demon area will be finished." Jiang Wuxia was originally frightened by Long Chen. Now, the Wushu alliance was pressuring him. They were right. If Zhao Danshan died here, the martial emperor's anger would pour out on Jiang Wuya. Humph. The other party is so powerful. Not even Zhao Wuhuang is a match for him. Even if I go to help him, it will only be a drop in the bucket, the demon monarch mumbled. Even Zhao Danshan was no match for a freak like Long Chen, so there was no way he would take the risk. If the martial emperor was angry, then let him be. Ever since the appearance of Dragon Mountain, the martial emperor's dynasty was no longer the sole ruler of the Wushu sage dynasty. Moreover, Jiang Wuxia had her own people to rely on. After enduring for so many years, it was about time for her to run out. You! The martial king's face was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Right at that moment, Long Chen kicked Zhao Danshan's lower abdomen, smashing him to the ground and rolling in front of Jiang Wuxia. Everyone looked over and saw that Zhao Danshan was lying in a pool of his own blood. His breathing was shallow, and his body was covered with numerous wounds. His breathing was shallow, and he wasn't far from death. Seeing Zhao Danshan like this, the corners of Jiang Wuxia's mouth twitched. Zhao Danshan probably didn't have much fighting power left. He looked up and saw the blood-red young man standing 10 meters away from him. He looked at Jiang Wuxia with a faint smile and said, "Demon Monarch, you killed me once in the ancient demon region. Shouldn't we settle the score between us today?" Jiang Wuxia was shocked and quickly took a few steps back. He pretended to be kind and said, "Little friend Long, you think too much. You are from the ancient demon region. The conflict between us was just a misunderstanding. Since it was a misunderstanding, we can just laugh it off." Misunderstanding? All right, I'll take it as a misunderstanding. Now, please step aside. With that, Long Chen walked towards Zhao Danshan. Jiang Wuxia hesitated for a while. If he stepped aside now, it would undoubtedly be quite embarrassing. However, if he didn't step aside, it would mean that he would help Zhao Danshan deal with Long Chen. Jiang Wuxia knew his own strength very well. He couldn't possibly be a match for Long Chen. So, after hesitating for a while, he stepped back amidst the booing. From today onwards, the news that Long Chen had defeated Zhao Danshan and scared off the demon monarch would probably spread throughout the godly Wushu sage dynasty. The question of who was the strongest person below the martial emperor level was now solved. It wasn't Zhao Danshan, but Long Chen. After coming to Zhao Danshan's side, Zhao Danshan could only force his eyes open and look at Long Chen with fear in his eyes. "You! If you dare to kill me, my master will definitely not let you off," Zhao Danshan said as he struggled. "Of course I wouldn't dare." "How would I dare?" Long Chen chuckled. Although there was a smile on his face, the expression in his eyes was rather cold. "That's good." Zhao Danshan heaved a sigh of relief. Right at that moment, Long Chen grabbed his right arm at lightning speed. With a violent tug, his entire right arm was torn off by Long Chen. Long Chen flung that blood-stained right arm high into the sky. What followed was Zhao Danshan's blood-curdling screams, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered. This scream could only be described as extremely tragic. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this tragic scene. Their eyes flickered with fear as they looked at the young man who was standing proudly. Zhao Danshan had broken one of Jiang Wuya's arms. Now, Long Chen had returned the pain to him. It had to be said that the golden battle body was extremely tough. Long Chen had to use a lot of strength to tear off this arm. However, Zhao Danshan's strongest move, the divine yellow martial seal, needed to be executed with both hands. Now that he had lost his right arm, his strength was greatly reduced. Coupled with the injuries on his body, he was basically a cripple. The once dazzling genius had now become a cripple. For Zhao Danshan, this was simply worse than death. Death was straightforward, but living would mean endless torture. From then on, mockery and contempt would accompany Zhao Danshan for the rest of his life. Zhao Danshan's originally dazzling life was completely destroyed by Long Chen in a single day. After his arm was broken, Zhao Danshan was dumbfounded. He forgot the pain and stared blankly at Long Chen. Death is not the most hateful punishment. You broke my second brother's arm, so I broke your arm. This is the most merciful I've ever been. Zhao Danshan, enjoy the life of a cripple from now on. Long Chen sneered. He was just giving the other party psychological torture. Before long, if Long Chen didn't kill him, Zhao Danshan would probably commit suicide. This guy had the golden battle body, so it would be too difficult to kill him. Long Chen still had a grudge to take, so he left him hanging. If he spent time killing this guy, then Jiang Wuxia would probably run away. Although Jiang Wuxia was the brother of Long Chen's second brother, a grudge was a grudge. Long Chen was very clear about that. With a swoosh, he appeared in front of Jiang Wuxia and said calmly, "Demon King, it's your turn this time." Jiang Wuxia knew that Long Chen wouldn't let him go. His headquarters, the ancient demon area, was right behind him, so he couldn't hide anywhere. What he regretted the most was that he didn't kill Long Chen when Long Chen was still weak, which led to his current predicament. Zhao Danshan and Long Chen had to be killed, and Jiang Wuxia had a grudge against Long Chen for killing his son. If Long Chen didn't kill him, he would sooner or later kill Long Chen. Didn't I say that everything between us was just a misunderstanding? Jiang Wuxia said in a flattering tone. He knew that he was no match for Long Chen. Your son coveted my demonic beast. I killed your son, and you almost killed me. You say that this is just a misunderstanding between us? Demon King, you are too magnanimous. Long Chen knew that this grandson of his was cunning, so he didn't want to give Jiang Wuxia any chance to retaliate. Jiang Wuxia was an old fox. If he became strong enough, he would definitely cause great trouble for Long Chen. It would be better for Long Chen to kill him to avoid future troubles. Hearing Long Chen's words, the Demon King knew that there was no turning back. He looked at Jiang Wuxia for help. Long Chen sighed. He knew that the Demon King would ask Jiang Wuxia for help. As expected, Jiang Wuxia still remembered the brotherhood between them. He said to Long Chen in a clear voice from afar, "Seventh brother, can you spare my eldest brother for my sake? I'm sure he will repay your kindness and won't cause trouble for you in the future." In Long Chen's eyes, Jiang Wuxia was a respectable elder. He still had to listen to Jiang Wuxia. So, he nodded and said, "Demon King, I'll let it go this time. If you offend me again, I won't forgive you." He said it very decisively. The coldness in his voice made the Demon King tremble with fear. He was the leader of the ancient demon realm. Even when facing a martial emperor, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was today. The martial emperor might not attack him, but if he angered Long Chen, he would definitely not show mercy. Just like what happened to Zhao Danshan today. Every time he saw Long Chen's miserable state, Jiang Wuxia felt a chill run down his spine. "Second brother, I hope that your kindness can make this guy understand the situation. With Long Shan out, the Wushu Sage dynasty is going to change. Let's see how Jiang Wuxia will stand then," Long Chen murmured to himself. Without a doubt, the Wushu Sage dynasty was going to be a big fight between the dragons and the Wushu alliance. It was time to decide the winner. The winner would also decide who would get the 5 Emperor's seals. Both sides had the 5 Emperor's seals. Who would win in the end? At least for today, things were over. After being let go by Long Chen, Jiang Wuxia didn't have time to care about the Wushu alliance. He went back to the ancient demon realm. As for Long Chen, he was ready to destroy the Wushu alliance. After successfully rescuing Jiang Wuxia and the others and snatching Lu Yi back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, something strange happened. Today, the earth had a total of 2 tremors. And at this time, the earth shook violently again. And this time, the tremor was much stronger than the previous one. Moreover, this tremor was still ongoing. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Longchen felt the earth shaking, and he was also confused. What was going on? The source of the vibration seemed to be coming from the direction of the ancient demon area. Among the crowd, Jiang Wuya raised his head in confusion. At that moment, he saw that his brother's face was filled with ecstasy. He was startled, and then his expression changed dramatically. He exclaimed, "The ancient demon's corpse has finally appeared after 100 years. Chapter 630. The Corpse of the Ancient Demon. In the Dead Soul Land, Long Chen had heard Long Shan talk about the corpse of the ancient demon area. He had discussed it with Kitten and believed that the corpse of the ancient demon area was the cause of the barren land of the ancient demon area. The corpse of the ancient demon area should be in the 7th layer of the demon realm. The corpse of the ancient demon has absorbed enough spiritual qi from the earth veins, so it should be able to wake up and move around. The corpse of the ancient demon was once the corpse of an expert. After being refined using a secret technique, it became a powerful puppet. Especially its fleshly body, it is extremely strong. That Jiang Wuxia should have a way to control the corpse of the ancient demon, Little Cat said in the great virtual realm. Long Chen licked his lips and narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Jiang Wuxia had left everyone behind and was running excitedly in the direction of the ancient demon area. He was an expert in the 3rd layer of the earth martial arts realm, so his speed was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he was out of Long Chen's sight. It seemed that even if Long Chen wanted to chase him, it would be too late. He suddenly felt as if he had let a tiger go back to the mountain. 7th brother. At that moment, Long Yu and the others came to Long Chen one by one. They looked nervous and gradually forgot about Zhao Danshan, who was lying on the ground, seriously injured. The other people of the Wushu Alliance looked at each other and didn't dare to move. This group of people was so strong that even Zhao Danshan was no match for them. They could only obediently retreat to the side. Zhao Danshan was lying on the ground, and no one cared about him. The people of the Wushu Alliance all looked terrified, but no one dared to drag Zhao Danshan back. Zhao Danshan, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, was forgotten by others. At this time, his eyes were closed. No one noticed that the wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the effect of the elixir he had secretly taken and the powerful recovery ability of his golden battle body. All of Long Chen's attention was focused on the ancient demon area. I didn't think that the legendary ancient devil would wake up at this time. The ancient devil has absorbed so much life qi from the surrounding area. If Jiang Wuxia controls the ancient devil, she'll be at least in the 4th level of the earth martial arts realm, maybe even stronger, said Long Shan, who had the most right to speak. He was a bit shocked. The 4th level of the earth martial arts realm. Long Chen was speechless. The Wushu Sage dynasty had really changed. First, there was Long Shan, who was as strong as a martial emperor, and now the ancient demons area was about to have the strength of the 4th level of the earth martial arts realm. Jiang Wuya said, "When I was a child, I heard from my father that there was an ancient devil's corpse in the 7th level of the devil realm. As long as the corpse wakes up, the ancient demons area will no longer have to surrender to the Wushu Alliance. The Wushu Alliance will have to kneel at the feet of the ancient demons area." I guess Jiang Wuxia surrendered to the Wushu Alliance and has been enduring. Today, the ancient devil has finally woken up. I think the Wushu Alliance will be in trouble. After all, Jiang Wuxia has been submissive for so many years. Everyone trembled with fear when they heard what they said. It's not just the Wushu Alliance, it's us. When the ancient devil wakes up, there will be 3 forces in the Wushu Sage dynasty, the Wushu Alliance, the ancient demons area, and the ancient demons area. The ancient demons area has been working with the Wuxia Alliance for so many years. I'm afraid we'll be the first ones to cause trouble. Don't forget, Jiang Wuxia and I killed my son. He won't let me go," said Long Chen. He groaned inwardly. He still had a chance to kill Jiang Wuxia, but now that he had missed it, he would be in big trouble. Hearing Long Chen's words, Jiang Wuxia felt bad. He said, "Seventh brother, I'm really sorry. I didn't think the ancient devil's corpse would wake up at this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spared Jiang Wuxia's life." Of course, Long Chen didn't blame him. Jiang Wuxia was just taking their brotherly bond into consideration. If it was Long Chen, no matter how many conflicts they had, he wouldn't want his own brother to die. So, Long Chen hurriedly said, "Second brother, don't misunderstand, I definitely didn't mean that. If he escaped, then so be it. It's his luck. However, we need to find a solution now. The ancient devil's corpse is about to appear. Should we retreat for now, or should we prepare to snatch it from Jiang Wuxia? Second brother, do you know how to control the ancient devil's corpse?" Taking the ancient devil's corpse from Jiang Wuxia's hands? Everyone thought that this was a good idea. Although Long Chen wasn't very old, he was the strongest person here besides Long San. Therefore, his words carried a lot of weight, even more than Long San's. After all, Long San had just come out, so he couldn't order people like Jiang Wuxia and Jian Chen who weren't related to him. Jiang Wuxia and Jian Chen were basically following Long Chen's orders. Even Long Yu was used to listening to Long Chen's orders. This was the aura that came from habit. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Jiang Wuxia thought for a moment and said, "I remember now. It seems that my father once gave my brother a black flag called the Eternal Demon Flag. He also told him to take care of it carefully and not let anyone else know about it besides us brothers. That Eternal Demon Flag must be the key to controlling the ancient devil's corpse. In other words, if we can take the Eternal Demon Flag, then we can." Long Chen nodded. "That should be the case. But first, we have to see what Jiang Wuxia wants. If he wants to be our enemy, then we will definitely take the Eternal Demon Flag. But if he wants to join forces with us to destroy the Wuxia Alliance, then I think we can cooperate. After all, we have all been oppressed by the Wuxia Alliance before." Long Yu decided to play the role of a big sister and said. Long Chen didn't have any objections to this. They were all brothers and sisters, and they fought side by side. Most decisions could be discussed together. As long as there were no objections, then it was fine. After Long Yu finished speaking, she asked for everyone's opinion. After everyone agreed, she nodded and said, "Then it's decided." At this time, the ancient demon region began to shake even more. Everyone was heading towards the ancient demon region. Most of the people present were powerhouses. Long Chen raised his head and looked in the direction of the ancient demon area. The first thing that came into view was the gate of the ancient demon area. Behind the gate, there was a pitch-black door that looked like a giant pitch-black mouth. Inside the door was an endless black abyss. Long Chen remembered that this place was called the Dark Prison. When he entered the ancient demon area, the first test was to use the gravity of the Dark Prison to test everyone's physical strength. As for how deep the Dark Prison was, Long Chen didn't know. He had only gone in a little bit. At this time, Jiang Wuxia's figure stopped in front of the Dark Prison. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He could imagine how excited he was to have such a huge power appear on top of his head. Power, power, I never thought that I, Jiang Wuxia, would have such a day. How long has it been? I have been suppressed by that bastard Zhao Wuji of the Wuxia Alliance. From now on, with the ancient demon's corpse in my hands, Zhao Wuji will be nothing. Jiang Wuxia couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He laughed crazily. As the mountains shook, the remaining 5 great demon kings, 2 great demon saints, Jiang Wushang, the highest elders, and the 28 demon generals all came to Jiang Wuxia's side. They had a rough idea of what had happened. They all looked excited. They knelt behind Jiang Wuxia and shouted in unison, "Congratulations, Demon King." With the ancient demon's corpse, from now on, the divine Wushu Sage Empire will belong to the Demon King. Everyone's face revealed a look of ecstasy. Jiang Wuxia laughed wildly and waved his hand. "Don't just congratulate me. All of you will benefit from this as well. From now on, the ancient demon region will no longer be a puppet of the Wushu Alliance. We and the Wushu Alliance are on the same level. In fact, we, the ancient demon region, have even more powerful combat power than Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji. Congratulations, Demon King, for becoming the strongest person in the divine Wushu Sage Empire. Sooner or later, we will unify the divine Wushu Sage Empire and conquer the Wushu Sage Empire," one of the Demon Kings said excitedly. Jiang Wuxia smiled proudly and said, "All right, stop sucking up to me. Everyone, step back. The ancient demon's corpse is about to come out. I'll control it, so be careful not to accidentally hurt you." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone nodded and stepped back, leaving Jiang Wuxia standing alone in front of the dark prison's gate. With a whoosh, Jiang Wuxia took out a black flag from his cosmos bag. This flag was about the size of his face, and it had golden edges. The flagpole was blood red, and it was only half a meter long. Jiang Wuxia held it in his hand, and on top of this black flag, there was a blurry image of a demon, and it was surrounded by countless blood-red runes. These runes twisted strangely, as if they were alive, twisting and turning on the flag. This was the Eternal Demon Flag. With the Eternal Demon Flag, Jiang Wuxia could control the ancient demon's corpse and use it for himself. That dark prison leads to the seventh demon world. Long Chen stopped in the distance and looked at the scene in shock. The dark prison led to the seventh demon world. This was something that no one could have imagined. At this time, in the direction of the ancient demon territory, the tremors were getting stronger and stronger. Long Chen held his breath and watched. At this time, a thick black fog came out of the dark prison and instantly covered Jiang Wuxia. The black fog spread out and blocked the ancient demon territory. From the dark prison, Long Chen felt a very dangerous aura. It was as if a peerless beast was hibernating inside. However, compared to the murderer, the thing inside had an additional bloody aura. It was bloody and murderous, even crazy. This feeling was similar to that of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Chapter 631. Of course, if it had been a real primordial blood spirit dragon, its aura of blood and slaughter would have been many times stronger than that of the ancient demon's corpse. Even the black eternal demon flag was reeking of blood. The ancient demon's corpse must have been very cruel. If it hadn't been controlled by the eternal demon flag and no one had taken care of it, the entire Wushu Sage Empire would have been reduced to hell. It was a dangerous weapon, not a good one at all. Right at this moment, a tearing roar rang out from the depths of Black Prison. The ground trembled even more violently because of this roar. Everyone had a deafening feeling. That sharp roar was like a sharp thorn piercing into their ears. Lu Yi, who had the weakest cultivation base among them, let out a pained cry at this moment. "Seventh brother, come and help Yi." Jiang Wuxia didn't have much genuine essence left, so she had to ask Long Chen for help. Long Chen also knew that Jiang Wuxia was playing matchmaker. Long Chen nodded. He controlled his genuine essence and wrapped it around Lu Yi. In this way, the endless demonic qi and the terrifying roar of the ancient demon's corpse wouldn't hurt Lu Yi's ears. With Long Chen's help, Lu Yi looked at him gratefully. She blushed and said, "Thank you, Long Chen." Long Chen bit his lip and said jokingly, "You're welcome. Long time no see. You're still in the reaching heaven state. You're so useless." Lu Yi hadn't expected Long Chen to scold her as soon as he opened his mouth. His personality was still so annoying. But because of his scolding, the awkward atmosphere became more lively. At that moment, Long Shan said, "The ancient demon's corpse is very strong. Its physical strength alone can fight against a cultivator in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm. If Jiang Wuxia becomes proficient in controlling it, he'll be even stronger. You're no match for him. You'd better back off. I'll ask Jiang Wuxia what he wants. Long Shan was right. The ancient demon's attack was terrifying. If Jiang Wuxia went crazy and wanted to end things with them, Long Shan wouldn't be able to save them all. Everyone was confident in Long Shan's strength. Even if Jiang Wuxia was proficient in controlling the ancient demon's corpse, he still wouldn't be able to hurt him. Long Chen, my young friend, you're the strongest. If the ancient demon attacks you, please block it, Long Shan said to Long Chen. Long Chen was only in the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Realm, but he was much stronger than Long Yu and the others in the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Realm. The other Long Chen, whose name was the same as Long Chen's, smiled wryly. He used to be the core of the group, but in this group of strong cultivators, Long Chen had completely stolen his thunder. But he was very convinced. He said, "Looks like I'll have to change my name. Otherwise, it'll be very inconvenient for you to call each other by name." Of course, he was just joking. The name he had used for more than 10 years had become his symbol. It wouldn't be easy to change it, and it would be very troublesome. I'll be the one to protect you. Long Chen nodded. He didn't think he had the ability to deal with the ancient demon's corpse. He could win against Zhao Danshan, but there was still a big gap between him and Zhao Danshan at the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. The stronger he was, the bigger the gap between each level. Long Chen was invincible even though he was 1 level higher than Zhao Danshan. Therefore, Long Chen, Long Yu, and the others also separated. Old man Long Shan moved forward alone and came to the front of the ancient demon realm. In the depths of the dark prison, the ancient demon's corpse let out mournful roars. The bloody demon chi kept coming out of the dark prison. At this time, the shaking of the ground had turned into the sound of something crawling. Long Chen knew that the ancient demon's corpse was crawling out of the dark prison step by step. The dark prison was huge, but it still had to crawl out. It could be seen that the body of the ancient demon's corpse was about the same size as a king-grade demon beast. The Blackwater mystical snake and even the sun-devouring demonic wolf were huge. It's coming out. Long Chen smelled a rotten smell. It was the smell of an old corpse. The ancient demon's corpse had existed for countless years, so the smell was very strong. When everyone smelled it, they all frowned. It was really disgusting. Outside the dark prison, it was full of thick demon chi. Even with the eyesight of Long Chen and the others, they couldn't see the appearance of the ancient demon's corpse clearly. The ground was shaking. Suddenly, a huge pressure came from the front. Long Chen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He circulated the dragon's soul chi in his body and the feeling disappeared. At this moment, the demon chi soared into the sky, its vibrations increasing in speed. That terrifying roar was right before them. The demon chi that soared into the sky gradually condensed into a black figure over 20 meters tall. It appeared before Long Chen and the others. A 20-meter-tall body. In other words, Long Chen's body wasn't even the size of one of his fingers. It could be seen how big the ancient demon's corpse was. A rotten smell filled the air. Long Chen concentrated his Jin Yuan in his eyes and carefully looked at the ancient devil's corpse. It was a completely black corpse, and its body was wrapped in gray rags. Although it had the shape of a human, it didn't have the appearance of a human. On its face, its nose and eyes were twisted together, and only a single blood-red eye could be seen on its forehead. On the left side of its face, there was a large bloody mouth. Thick black demon chi shrouded the ancient demon's body. The skin of the black body looked like the skin of a crocodile. It was full of holes and potholes. It was very ugly. The top of the ancient demon's corpse was completely bald, with only a few strands of black, dry hair resting messily on his scalp. What an ugly thing. But I have to say that it's quite strong. Long Chen sighed after looking at it for a while. As soon as the ancient demon's corpse came out of the dark prison, it seemed rather agitated. It used its only blood-red eye to look around and let out an excited roar like a wild beast. A thick stench of blood and rotting flesh emanated from its body and swept towards the crowd. A light step could cause the ground to tremble. This kind of tremor was comparable to Zhao Danshan punching the ground. Zhao Danshan was quite outstanding in terms of strength. From this, it could be seen how strong the ancient demon's corpse was. With this ancient demon's corpse, Jiang Wuxia's status will rise to the level of a martial emperor. The Long family will have another problem if they want to take down the Wushu sage dynasty. Long Chen was on the Long family's side. Therefore, he was very afraid of the ancient demon's corpse. Most importantly, it had killed Jiang Wuxia's son. How could Jiang Wuxia let him go? Fortunately, he had Long Shan to protect him. When the ancient demon's corpse came out, Jiang Wuxia's happy expression turned serious. He bit his finger and used his blood to smear the eternal demon flag in his hand. The eternal demon flag emitted a misty blood-red light. There was a special smell in this blood-red light. The ancient demon's corpse that had just come out of the dark prison smelled this smell. It was like a child smelling candy. It quickly calmed down. Following the smell of the eternal demon flag, its tall body bent down in front of Jiang Wuxia. It looked at the eternal demon flag in Jiang Wuxia's hand suspiciously. Roar! With a roar, the ancient demon's corpse took a few steps back and looked at Jiang Wuxia warily. Be good, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. At this time, Jiang Wuxia was like a kind father. His face was full of smiles. He looked at the ancient demon's corpse with a gentle gaze. The eternal demon flag in his hand gently floated. Waves of blood-red light surged out of the mysterious runes. Like a stream of water, it flowed towards the ancient demon's corpse and quickly wrapped around its head. The ancient demon's head was almost 1.5 meters long. The messy blood-red light quickly entered the ancient demon's head and turned into the same runes as the eternal demon flag. When these runes were completely formed, Long Chen felt that the ancient demon's aura instantly changed. From a violent demon, it became a puppet that could be controlled. This process was completed in a very short period of time. It was a very simple process. Jiang Wuxia used the eternal demon flag to control the ancient demon's corpse. When the ancient demon's eyes revealed a look of submission, Jiang Wuxia knew that he had succeeded. At this moment, he was extremely happy. He had been waiting for this moment for his entire life. He laughed maniacally. The ancient demon's corpse continued to bend over and lie down in front of him. It was motionless and obedient like a puppy. Seeing this scene, the other people in the ancient demon region all laughed loudly. Did you succeed? That's great. Congratulations, Demon King. From today onwards, our ancient demon region is the #1 power of the god Wushu Sage dynasty. The Demon King has also become the #1 powerhouse of the god Wushu Sage dynasty. #1 in the ancient demon region, #1 in the world. Every single one of them was so excited that it was written all over their faces. Long Chen frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that Long Yu's plan to ally with Jiang Wuxia would fail. Jiang Wuxia was a pure lunatic. He had endured for so many years, and Long Yu was also his enemy. How could he continue to endure? After successfully controlling the ancient demon's corpse, Jiang Wuxia couldn't help but want to know how strong it was. Chapter 632. The ancient demon's corpse was the most mysterious treasure in the ancient demon area. The eternal demon flag was designed to control the ancient demon's corpse. After a short time, the ancient demon's corpse was completely under Jiang Wuxia's control. Long San, who was in front of them, couldn't stop him in time. After Jiang Wuxia succeeded, his cold eyes turned to look at Long San. What do you think, senior from the Long family? Are you here to steal the ancient demon's corpse from the ancient demon area? His eyes twinkled and his tone was a little aggressive. Long Shan narrowed his eyes and said, "Of course not. It belongs to the ancient demon area. I can't touch it." Jiang Wuxia smiled and said, "It seems that you know a lot about the ancient demon area." "I've only heard a little about him." "Jiang Wuxia, I'll get straight to the point. Since you have the corpse of the ancient demon, you have the fighting capacity of the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. You have been suppressed by the martial emperor all year round, so you must have a lot of hatred for him." Jiang Wuxia interrupted him. "Are you saying that you want to join hands with me to deal with Zhao Wuji?" "You're right, the person I want to kill the most is Zhao Wuji. Because of you, the Long family is qualified to join hands with the ancient demon area. Of course we can join hands, but I have a condition. If you can't fulfill it, we won't be able to work together." Jiang Wuxia cut straight to the chase. "What is your condition?" Long Shan's face was cold. He could guess what Jiang Wuxia was going to say. Jiang Wuxia laughed for a while, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he took a few steps back and walked to the side of the ancient demon's corpse. Then, he said, "The condition of our cooperation is very simple. I want Long Chen's life. Of course, it's Long Chen who killed my son, Jiang Wucheng. If you give me his life, Jiang Wuxia will immediately cooperate with your Long family and wipe out the martial league." As Long Shan had expected, Long Yu and the others were angry. Long Yu said, "Grandpa, it seems that we can't cooperate. Let's go back." Exchanging Long Chen's life for this cooperation was impossible. On the dragon's side, no one would agree to it. Of course, Long Chen also knew that this was impossible. The few dragons were good brothers who valued friendship. No one would betray their brothers and sisters. To Long San, Long Chen was a great benefactor who had saved the Long family from the land of dead souls. Moreover, he was a young man with great potential. Of course, he would not give up on Long Chen just for Jiang Wuxia. So, he refused coldly and decisively. "It seems that there is no possibility of cooperation between us. Goodbye." With that, Long Shan prepared to move towards Long Chen. It was time to return to the war people. However, right at this moment, Jiang Wuxia's cold voice rang out. "Wait." Jiang Wuxia sneered and waved the Eternal Demon banner in his hand. "Whether or not there is a possibility of cooperation, Long Chen must stay here today. I, Jiang Wuxia, will take the life of anyone who dares to protect him. Anyone who dares to test the power of the ancient demon's corpse will have to stop me." With that, under the control of the Eternal Demon banner, the ancient demon's corpse suddenly straightened its body. Under Jiang Wuxia's control, its body rapidly shrank. Soon, it was about the same height as Jiang Wuxia. Its body became countless times more solid. At the same time, its combat strength was greatly increased. A terrifying aura emanated from the ancient demon's corpse. "Hoo hoo." The ancient demon's corpse opened its bloody mouth and panted heavily. The only dim eye on its face turned blood red. A bloody aura emanated from its body once again. "Do you want to fight?" Long Shan sneered. As a martial arts senior, he wasn't afraid of the ancient demon's corpse. Long Shan's true cultivation level was the 5th level of the Earth martial realm. It was just that he couldn't use his current combat strength. Once he recovered, even if Jiang Wuxia could perfectly control the ancient demon's corpse, he still wouldn't be Long Shan's match. "Whoever dares to stop Long Chen, I will take their life." Jiang Wuxia's face was filled with arrogance. He waved the Eternal Demon banner in his hand and the ancient demon's corpse instantly pounced in Long Chen's direction. Under its foot, a huge pit was formed in the yellow soil. Long Chen suddenly felt a suffocating aura lock onto his body. In his world, the only thing left was the ancient demon's corpse that was moving at high speed. The ancient demon's body grew larger in his eyes, and Long Chen actually felt as though he couldn't move at all. It was like a lamb meeting a lion. This made Long Chen understand that the gap between each level of the Earth martial realm was huge. The ancient demon's corpse was too strong for him. It was so strong that Long Chen couldn't resist it. "You're courting death." Fortunately, at this time, Long Shan stood in front of the ancient demon's corpse, blocking its path. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He felt his scalp go numb and his back was covered with cold sweat. "Long Chen, what's wrong?" Lu Yi hurriedly asked with concern. Her crystal-clear eyes were slowly filled with anxiety. It could be seen that this girl really cared about him. "I'm fine." Long Chen shook his head. At this time, Long Shan had already started fighting with the ancient demon's corpse. Long Chen hurriedly asked, "Sister, it seems that the old senior hasn't recovered yet. Will it be dangerous for him to fight?" Long Yu smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I don't know." Long Chen could only worry about the situation of the battle. The ancient demon's corpse only had the strength of its body. Just the strength of its body alone could fight against Long Shan, who was in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm. It could be seen how strong the ancient demon was when it was alive. The pure strength of the body was quite terrifying. Every time it punched, the air would explode. If it hit the ground, it would be enough to cause a huge earthquake. Long Shan didn't dare to fight with it lightly. He just looked at it coldly. 5 dragons breaking the sky. The 5 dragons destroying the heavens in the hands of Long Shan had a different flavor. 5 divine dragons instantly entangled the ancient devil's corpse and madly strangled it. "Break!" Long Shan let out a furious roar. Sharp sounds of friction came from his claws and the ancient devil's corpse. This battle was similar to the battle between Long Chen and Zhao Danchen. However, the body of the ancient devil's corpse was even stronger than the golden battle body. Clang clang clang. The two passed by each other. Long Shan instantly ran behind the ancient demon's corpse. At this time, the ancient demon's body had several deep wounds, so deep that the bones could be seen. However, Long Chen was shocked to find that there was no blood on the ancient demon's body. More importantly, the wounds caused by Long Shan were slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a terrifying recovery ability! Long Chen was even more afraid of the ancient demon's corpse. If this continues, I don't know if Senior Long can hold on. What he lacks the most right now is time to recuperate. His fighting endurance is very low. If this continues, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. Thinking of this, Long Chen frowned. In the midst of the battle, Long Shan also frowned slightly. "How is it? The ancient demon's corpse has given you a big surprise." On the other side, Jiang Wuxia laughed even more maniacally as he waved the eternal demon banner in his hand. Traces of power poured from the eternal demon banner into the body of the ancient demon corpse. Jiang Wuxia was very satisfied with the power of the ancient demon's corpse. It was really too strong. If even this mysterious old man had such a hard time dealing with him, then the martial monarch Zhao Wuji would probably be in a similar situation. He, Jiang Wuxia, finally had the right to stand on equal footing with a martial monarch. When he thought about it, it felt like a dream. Long Chen must be killed. This junior with great potential was the greatest threat to Jiang Wuxia. As long as Long Chen was not dead, Jiang Wuxia could not rest in peace. The power of the ancient demon's corpse was endless. Jiang Wuxia continued to control it, clashing with Long Shan again and again. This earth-shattering battle was much more terrifying than Long Chen's previous battle. The surrounding people scattered. Jiang Wuxia was afraid that Long Shan would sneak attack him, so he also hid far away. He leaned against a mountain wall and watched Long Chen's group vigilantly. The powerhouses of the ancient demon region surrounded Jiang Wuxia. Unless they went behind Jiang Wuxia, it would be difficult to sneak up on him. Long Chen and the others were all exposed to Jiang Wuxia. If Long Chen tried to sneak up on them, Jiang Wuxia could immediately turn the ancient demon's corpse around to save them. Everyone's eyes were focused on the battle between Long Shan and the ancient demon's corpse. Long Shan was much more agile and faster than the ancient demon's corpse. However, the ancient demon's corpse had a stronger attack and a stronger physical defense. Long Shan did not dare to fight it head-on, so he could only drag it out. This monster is so strong. How can I defeat it? Long Shan pondered as he fought. The feeling that the ancient demon's corpse gave him was similar to that of the martial emperor Zhao Wuji. In fact, the strength of the ancient demon's body was even more terrifying. His old bones would probably be finished if he was hit by it. It seems that I can only take the risk. The ancient demon's corpse only knew how to use simple punches and kicks, but these attacks could easily destroy a mountain. The battle continued. At this time, Long Shan used his combat skills to once again use the 5 dragons shattering the heavens to clash with the ancient demon's corpse. In the first clash, Long Shan and the ancient demon's corpse both retreated. Long Shan's face was a little pale from the impact, while the ancient demon's corpse rolled on the ground a few times. After being knocked back, Long Shan did not say anything. He forcibly suppressed the surging blood qi in his body and rushed forward, attacking Jiang Wuxia with the 9 heavens absolute kill. Chapter 633. The 9 divine dragons whizzed towards the ancient demon's corpse. Before the ancient demon's corpse could dodge, the 9 divine dragons wrapped themselves around its body like blades. The ancient demon's body was sliced open and a sharp, ear-piercing sound could be heard. Streams of red light emerged from the wounds of the ancient demon's corpse. This was the strongest attack Long Shan had used on the ancient demon's corpse while he was injured. The ancient demon's corpse let out waves of screams. It could be seen that even with such a corpse, under the powerful attack of Long Shan's true essence of the 4th level of the earth martial realm, it had no choice but to let out screams. However, Long Chen was still frowning. The skin of the ancient demon's corpse was terrifying. It was at least 10 times harder than Zhao Danshan's golden body. Long Chen's soul-dispersing dragon claw could only leave numerous wounds on the skin of the ancient demon's corpse. However, not a single one of the wounds was fatal. At that moment, the ancient demon's corpse endured the pain and punched towards Long Shan. Long Shan hurriedly withdrew his soul-dispersing dragon claw and used his arms to block the attack. The huge force landed on Long Shan's arms and directly tore his clothes apart. The flesh and blood on his arms were cracked by the punch. Pfft! Long Shan spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated with a pale face. He staggered on the ground for a long time before finally stabilizing himself. The ancient demon's body was covered with numerous wounds. At that moment, it was curled up and let out pained roars. It didn't move for the time being. However, it could be seen that the wounds on its body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, there were too many wounds and it would take some time for it to completely recover. The outcome of this battle seemed to be a lose-lose situation for both sides. The ancient demon's corpse was able to fight with Long Shan to this extent with just its physical body. It was really terrifying. Long Chen looked at it coldly. Long Shan is already old. The punch from the ancient demon's corpse has already injured him. Injuries at his age are not easy to recover from, but the ancient demon's corpse is different. His injuries should be able to recover in half a day. Therefore, the ancient demon's corpse is stronger than Long Shan's. There was some worry in Long Chen's eyes. Long Shan spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly wiped it away. His complexion quickly returned to normal. Looking at the ancient devil's corpse covered in blood, he turned to the bewildered Jiang Wuxia and said, "Demon King, it seems that with me here, it will be impossible for you to kill Long Chen. I just obtained the ancient devil's corpse. Do you want to destroy it with my hands?" If Long Shan went all out, even if he couldn't completely destroy the ancient devil's corpse, he could still make it lose most of its combat strength. Jiang Wuxia's ancient devil's corpse was mainly used to deal with Zhao Wuji. It would be a waste to waste it on Long Shan. Jiang Wuxia's expression kept changing. His previous decision was to kill Long Chen if the ancient demon's corpse could achieve an overwhelming victory. However, from the looks of it now, the ancient demon's corpse would at most win by a little. Moreover, he did not know what other tricks Long Shan had up his sleeve. Hence, he could only helplessly make a decision in his heart. We have already started fighting. There is no longer any possibility of working together. Get lost. This ancient demon region is our territory. We will meet on the battlefield in the future. I want to see who the Shenwu sacred court will belong to in the end. Among the three forces, Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji was still powerful and mysterious, and Jiang Wuxia seemed to be stronger than Long Shan with the ancient demon's corpse. Long Shan's side seemed to be the weakest. Jiang Wuxia had already said what he wanted to say, but the word scram made everyone very unhappy. Since you, the demon emperor, don't know what's good for you, we'll take our leave. Long Shan's expression was somewhat displeased. He seemed to be fine, but in fact, Long Chen knew that his internal organs had been injured. After being trapped in the giant rock for so long, his body must have suffered a great deal of damage. The purpose of today's trip had been accomplished, so everyone was ready to leave. It was impossible for Lu Yi and Monarch Qingli to stay in the ancient demon area. Jiang Wuxia, who had lost an arm, looked at them with some embarrassment and said, "Are you willing to come with me?" This sentence represented his current choice. Long Yu had a smile on her face, but no one knew what she was thinking. Although she still had a lot of grudges against Jiang Wuya, Monarch Qingli knew that she could not stay in the ancient demon area. If she went somewhere else, without the protection of the dragons, she might still end up in a tragedy. She hesitated for a while and then said, "All right, I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes." Lu Yi looked at all this with some joy. The life she wanted would soon come true. Although it was a little late, she cherished it even more. Jiang Wuya had made his choice. No one stopped him. It was hard for Long Chen to say anything about this. Now that Long Shan was injured, he could only go back to the base camp of the war people and think about what to do next. "In that case, let's all go back," Long Yu said with a normal expression. Everyone nodded. At this moment, something strange happened once again. There was a series of explosions on Jiang Wuxia's side. Everyone quickly looked over. Previously, in order to prevent people like Long Shan or Long Chen, who could defeat Jiang Wuxia, from ambushing him during the battle, Jiang Wuxia had hidden behind a mountain wall. He had been paying attention to the movements of the only two people who could pose a threat to him, but whether it was Jiang Wuxia or Long Chen, they had both overlooked one person. At this time, two golden lights pierced through Jiang Wuxia's head. These two burning golden lights were the ones that Long Chen was most familiar with. They were Zhao Danshan's golden eyes of destruction. "Oh no, I forgot about Zhao Danshan." Long Chen was shocked. He had defeated Zhao Danshan and was about to kill Zhao Danshan. He didn't expect that the ancient devil's corpse would suddenly appear and Long Chen would grow bigger. Zhao Danshan, who was dying, had forgotten about it. Now, Zhao Danshan appeared on the mountain wall above Jiang Wuxia's head and rushed down. Jiang Wuxia's attention was all on Long Shan. He didn't expect that there would be someone above him. Long Chen had underestimated Zhao Danshan's recovery speed. He thought that even if Zhao Danshan didn't die, he would be dead. After all, Long Chen had destroyed one of his arms. He didn't expect that his golden battle body's recovery ability would be so strong. During the battle between Long Shan and the ancient devil's corpse, Zhao Danshan must have run to the top of the mountain wall. Then, when Jiang Wuxia was careless, he jumped down and used his unique skill, the golden eyes of destruction. The two attacks appeared one after the other, heading towards Jiang Wuxia, who was in the middle. Jiang Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief, but he couldn't defend against them. He could only dodge one of the two golden lights, while the other one blasted straight into his chest. This golden light directly blasted a huge hole in his chest, leaving a bloody hole in his flesh. Such a serious injury caused Jiang Wuxia to let out a miserable cry. His entire chest was broken, and even his lungs were exposed. Blood flowed all over the ground. The disciples of the ancient devil area were also shocked. Zhao Danshan had been preparing for a long time. How could he allow Jiang Wuxia to escape? After activating the Golden Eye of Annihilation, he used his only remaining arm to perform the Golden Heavy Punch. He rushed to the back of Jiang Wuxia, who was seriously injured, and punched him in the back. Puff! Jiang Wuxia coughed up a big mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His face was as pale as a piece of paper. In the blink of an eye, he was on the verge of death. At this time, he couldn't resist Zhao Danshan at all. Zhao! As soon as this word came out, Zhao Danshan laughed and snatched the eternal demon flag from Jiang Wuxia's hand. Although he had lost an arm, he still had the golden battle body. Even the attack of the second level of the Earth martial arts realm couldn't hurt him. At this time, after Zhao Danshan took the eternal demon flag, he crazily broke out of the encirclement. No one in the ancient devil area could stop him. At this time, he quickly waved the eternal demon flag in his hand. The ancient devil corpse actually obeyed his command and roared in his direction. After familiarizing himself with it, he knew how to use the eternal demon flag. While Long Shan and the others were talking, Zhao Danshan went behind Jiang Wuxia and snatched the eternal demon flag from his hand, controlling the ancient devil corpse. No one could have imagined that this would happen. But, just like that, it happened. Jiang Wuxia was on the verge of death. He had probably already lost consciousness. He probably didn't expect that he, who had just obtained the corpse of the ancient devil, would have such a tragic scene. It was as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Long Chen also realized the seriousness of the situation. This was all his fault. He hadn't killed Zhao Danshan at the start, giving him a chance to turn things around. Not only that, but he had also done it in such a beautiful way. Zhao Danshan controlled the ancient devil corpse. The people of the ancient devil region didn't dare to block him. Zhao Danshan had sneak attacked and wounded Jiang Wuxia. Only then did he have the chance to rush out of the encirclement. As he held the eternal demon flag in his hands, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. At this time, his body was covered with large and small scars, but a few had already scabbed over. Most of the scars were still there. He had made some violent movements, and at this time, these wounds were all bleeding, causing his entire body to be dripping with blood. But it was also quite ferocious. Under Zhao Danshan's control, the ancient devil corpse rushed to Zhao Danshan's side. Then, the ancient devil corpse's body suddenly grew until it was exactly the same as when he had first appeared. This giant body towered over them, its terrifying aura making it so that no one dared to act rashly. Roar! The ancient devil corpse roared and held Zhao Danshan in its palm. Then, it lifted him up high. Zhao Danshan stood in the palm, controlling the ancient devil corpse to take a few steps back. Then, it swept its eyes over the crowd below. Chapter 634. The Demon King had neglected Zhao Danshan, which caused him to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. At this time, half of the people in the ancient demon area had surrounded the Demon King. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, throwing all kinds of elixirs at the Demon King. The two great demon saints and the remaining demon kings were roaring at Zhao Danshan angrily. Zhao Danshan, you despicable man! How dare you sneak attack from the side? You dare to hurt the Demon King of the ancient demon region and steal our ancient demon corpse. You deserve to die. Not many people knew about the ancient demon corpse. Even the martial emperors did not know about it. Only the higher-ups of the ancient demon region and the older generation like Long Shan knew about it. The ancient demon region had hidden the ancient demon corpse for so long. Who would have thought that it would benefit Zhao Danshan today? Their eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Obviously, they could not believe this fact. At this time, the two great demon saints attacked Zhao Danshan without any regard for their lives. Zhao Danshan just smiled coldly and controlled the ancient demon flag in his hand. The ancient demon corpse stretched out its arm and swept towards the two great demon saints. Even though it did not hit the two great demon saints, the overbearing wind still sent them flying. After rolling on the ground a few times, they could see that their faces were pale. They looked at each other helplessly. They knew that they had definitely lost this time. The Demon King was unconscious. In the ancient demon region, who could be a match for Zhao Danshan? Even though Zhao Danshan was still covered in blood and his arm was nowhere to be seen, he, who possessed the ancient demon's corpse, instantly became a terrifying existence. Damn, this guy actually escaped from death. Long Chen was very depressed. Zhao Danshan had controlled the ancient demon corpse. This was a big problem. If he did not solve it quickly, it was likely to cause more trouble. Long Shan and he looked at each other. Long Shan hurriedly said, "Help them leave first. I'll do my best to see if I can take down Zhao Danshan." Long Chen wasn't a match for the ancient demon's corpse. Long Shan's idea was the best. After all, with Long Chen and the others here, Long Shan had some misgivings. He was afraid that the ancient devil's corpse would attack them to threaten him. Long Chen had no choice but to nod. After all, everyone's lives were the most important. "Stop running. I'm the one who should be running." Just then, Zhao Danshan's cold voice came from the sky. At this moment, Zhao Danshan's expression of ecstasy had become very calm, even frighteningly calm. This was an incomparably cold gaze. His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Long Chen. "Today, I've lost to you, and you've severed one of my arms. The next time we meet, I'll use your 4 limbs to pay tribute to my arm." After saying that, Zhao Danshan ignored the Wuxia Alliance people in the distance and controlled the ancient demon's corpse to leave as quickly as possible. Although his actions had saved Long Chen and the others a lot of trouble, Long Chen also knew that more trouble would be brewing because of his departure. Zhao Danshan was still seriously injured. Moreover, the ancient demon's corpse was not in good condition after fighting with Long Shan. If he went crazy now, it was likely that both sides would suffer. Zhao Danshan had already lost once, so he couldn't afford to lose again. He would go back to recuperate. When he recovered, he would be able to completely control the ancient demon's corpse and unleash a power that even Long Shan wouldn't be able to resist. However, Long Shan didn't have Zhao Danshan. If Zhao Danshan insisted on escaping, Long Shan wouldn't be able to catch up to him with his current injured body. Even if he caught up, he might not be able to solve this problem. He might even lose his life. Zhao Danshan's last words were directed at Long Chen. After he left, Long Chen felt the pressure. The Wuxia Alliance had a martial emperor, Zhao Wuji. Now, they had added Zhao Danshan, who could control the ancient demon's corpse. This way, Long Shan wouldn't be able to stop them at all. Their original plan had to be changed now. The earth rumbled and the ancient demon's corpse quickly disappeared. Zhao Danshan's figure also disappeared completely. He had survived today, so it would definitely be more difficult to deal with him in the future. Everyone looked at each other and fell silent. The pressure of survival was in front of everyone. This is mainly because I didn't completely kill Zhao Danshan. The ancient demon's corpse was more dangerous in his hands than it was in Jiang Wuxia's hands," said Long Chen guiltily. If it wasn't for Zhao Danshan's golden body, Long Chen would have already killed him. "Seventh brother, don't blame yourself. No one could have thought of this. Even Jiang Wuxia was killed by him. What else could we do? The most important thing now is to go back to the war people and recuperate." Long Yu looked at Long Shan and said, "Grandfather, you must be injured." Long Shan nodded and said, "I'm old and useless. I still have a lot of hidden injuries that I can't recover from. Without the help of a powerful medicine, it will be difficult for me to recover to LV5 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. After today's battle, I can't even maintain the fighting strength of LV4 of the Earth Martial Arts realm." Long Shan was their protective talisman. If something happened to him, they would be finished. Hearing this, everyone was even more worried. At that moment, Jiang Wuya looked at Jiang Wuxia's situation. "Let's go and have a look," said Long Yu. He knew that Jiang Wuya still cared about his brother. Jiang Wuya nodded. When they arrived at the ancient demon's area, the atmosphere was very sad. No one cared about Jiang Wuya anymore. After a while, Jiang Wuya came back and said, "He's not in danger for the time being, but he needs a long time to recover from his serious injuries. The ancient demon's area is going to be completely silent. I hope the Wushu Alliance won't attack them and let them live. A martial emperor is not that short-sighted. He wants to deal with us. He doesn't care about Jiang Wuxia," said Long Yu indifferently. "In that case, let's go back to the war people." The group was divided into 2 or 3 groups. After preparing for a while, they went in the direction of the war people. Jiang Wuya was with Queen Qinglin, her daughter, while Long Chen was with another group. Although Jiang Wuya had lost an arm, he had made his own decision. Now that he had someone to accompany him, Long Chen was happy for him. As for Long Yu, although she didn't say anything, Long Chen knew that she must have a grudge in her heart. A few days later, Long Chen and the others arrived at the war people's area. What had happened at the gate of the ancient demon's area had been spread all over the world. Lei Zhen, Lan Ling, Qi Ying, and the others who stayed with the war people already knew what had happened. It was full of twists and turns. Long Chen had defeated Zhao Danchen, which was a very dazzling thing. However, compared with other things, it was a bit overshadowed. The general trend of the world had changed in an instant. Because of the loss of the ancient demon's corpse, the ancient demon's area had completely lost the qualification to dominate. The Wushu Alliance had 2 experts at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. As for the dragons, they had Long Shan, who had the fighting capacity of the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. In general, the strength of the Wushu Alliance was still superior. Because of the appearance of Long Shan, the Wushu Alliance would certainly not let the dragons go. In the north of the Wushu Sage, a relatively terrifying force had gathered. Long Shan, who had the fighting capacity of the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, 3 warriors at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, including Long Chen, who could defeat Zhao Danchen, and many warriors at the 1st or 2nd level of the Earth martial arts realm. In terms of high-end fighting capacity, the dragons were almost the same as the Wushu Alliance. But the only regret was the ancient demon's corpse. The ancient demon's corpse seemed to have shrouded the heads of the dragon tribe in a great haze. Long Chen knew Long Shan's situation better. The injury he had suffered was more serious than what he had shown. Basically, it would take a long time for him to recover. It was impossible for him to reach the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Even the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm would be difficult to maintain. After arriving at the war people, Long Yu began to nervously collect spiritual herbs. With the huge information network of Red Soul, the collection of spiritual herbs was carried out in an orderly manner. But it was not easy to collect enough. There had been such a big conflict between the dragons and the Wushu Alliance at the gate of the ancient demon's area. Long Shan and the others had been arrogant in the Wu Emperor city. The dignity of the Wushu Alliance had been challenged. No one believed that the Wushu Alliance would endure such a great humiliation. If Zhao Wuji had seen Zhao Danchen's broken arm, he might have been able to endure it. The storm was coming soon. But it seemed that they did not have the strength to deal with it, so everyone frowned. After returning to the war people, Long Chen and the others first met up with Lei Zhen and the others. They chatted for a while and rested for a few days. Then they gathered together and began to discuss the next plan. As the oldest person, Long Shan was also the strongest person here, so he said, "My mission is to properly recuperate. I suggest that everyone stay here for the time being and don't go out. We have many amazing young geniuses here. The longer we delay, the more advantageous it will be for us." Indeed, the only strategy that the dragons could use was to delay. As for the young geniuses, the most important one was, of course, Long Chen. But everyone knew that with the peak strength of martial emperor Zhao Wuji, Long Chen could only be regarded as a young expert. There was still a big gap between him and those super experts who had decades of foundation. There was not enough time for Long Chen to cross that gap. Cultivation and becoming stronger were the only solutions for everyone. However, as long as this problem was not solved, it was impossible for everyone to relax their brows. Fifth brother, from today onwards, Scarlet Soul's monitoring mission will be transferred to the Wu Emperor City. Pay attention to every move of the Wushu Alliance. I want to know anything that happens in the Wu Emperor City. Also, I want to find the spirit medicine that I previously ordered. Long Yu ordered in an orderly manner. Chapter 635. Don't worry, big sister. I guarantee that I will handle these matters properly. I guarantee it with my strong character. Qi Ying smiled in order to liven up the atmosphere. However, everyone only laughed dryly for a while before their faces were once again replaced by gloomy expressions. Long Chen looked at this scene helplessly. My Azure the Arch Seal has already been taken by the Martial Emperor. As for the 5 Emperor Seals, we must not let the Martial Emperor obtain them. The Scarlet the Arch Seal and the Mystic the Arch Seal are in 7th brother's hands. As for the Yellow the Arch Seal, let Leijin keep it. Once we obtain the 5 Emperor Seals, we will give it to 7th brother, Long Yu suddenly said. Long Chen was slightly doubtful. From what she said, she wanted to give the 5 Emperor Seals to him, so Long Chen asked, Big sister, the 5 Emperor Seals are the result of everyone's hard work. If we can obtain them, they should belong to everyone, right? Long Yu smiled bitterly and said, Do you think that we are all abnormal like you? We can only gasp in amazement at your talent in battle skills. When the time comes, we will have the opportunity to observe the Emperor-level battle skill. If we can't cultivate it, we will not force it for the time being. In this way, Long Chen felt a little better. In fact, among the 5 Emperor Seals, the Mystic the Arch Seal and the Scarlet the Arch Seal were obtained by Long Chen. Long Chen's contribution was the greatest. Even if he was the only one to comprehend it, there was nothing wrong with it. When Long Chen revealed the news that he had the Mystic the Arch Seal and the Scarlet the Arch Seal, it proved that he had the intention to share the 5 Emperor Seals. This group of brothers and sisters were his greatest gains after coming to the Wushu Sage Empire. Long Chen cherished this friendship. When he went to the Imperial Domain in the future, he did not know if he would still have such friends. The matter of the 5 Emperor Seals was over just like that. After discussing for a while, there was no conclusion. Long Yu arranged the following tasks. What Long Chen needed was to improve his strength as much as possible in this period of time. After all, no matter what, Long Chen was still the second strongest person in this group. When it was almost over, Long Chen suddenly said, Everyone, please stay for a moment. What is it? Long Yu and the others asked. Long Chen wanted to take this opportunity to talk about the ancient tomb token, so he said, Fifth brother, I heard about the matters of the primeval cemetery. I want to go take a look at the primeval cemetery. I wonder if fifth brother can help me inquire about the ancient tomb token. If an ancient tomb token appears, it's best if you can notify me. You want to go to the primeval cemetery? The first to ask was the oldest Long San, and after hearing his question, the others didn't speak any further. Long Chen nodded. Long San sized him up for a while, then smiled helplessly and said, Young man, your adventurous spirit is quite strong. There will only be one ancient tomb token in the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Zhao Danshan will definitely want the next ancient tomb token because his master died in the primeval cemetery. When Zhao Danshan has the strength to suppress the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, I reckon he will go to the primeval cemetery to try his luck. Other than Zhao Wuji, there is another person who also wants to go to the primeval cemetery. Zhao Wuji's matter was within Long Chen's expectations. In the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, it was very difficult to have a chance to become stronger. For example, Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji, the primeval cemetery was his last chance, so he would definitely go. Even if he knew he might die, he would still try his luck. Presumably, Chen Xiong had the same thought back then. As for the last person who wanted to go, Long Chen pondered for a while, then said, "Senior, then the last person, is it you?" Long San smiled bitterly and said, "You guessed correctly, it is me." Everyone's faces instantly revealed a difficult expression. Long Chen and Long San were two people from the same faction. They, one old and one young, both wanted to go to the primeval cemetery. Could it be that they would have to fight and compete for it? Long Chen was also somewhat helpless. "If I decide to go, will you fight with me?" Long San asked solemnly. Long Chen nodded his head decisively and said, "No matter what price I have to pay, I must go to the primeval cemetery." The only purpose of coming to the divine Wushu sage dynasty was to go to the primeval cemetery. Long Chen had already come this far, so it was naturally impossible for him to stop at this final juncture. Even if Long San was on his side, it was still impossible. There seemed to be a slight smell of gunpowder. Seeing this, Long Yu hurriedly smoothed things over and said, "Let's put the matter of the ancient tomb medallion aside for now. We still don't know when the ancient tomb medallion will come. We don't even know how to resist the Wushu alliance right now, so how can we still care about the ancient tomb medallion?" Long Yu looked at Long San a little nervously. She also didn't know this grandfather's temper. If he were to quarrel with Long Chen, then it would be troublesome. What she didn't expect was that after Long San heard what she said, he laughed heartily until his injuries were affected. Only then did he cough a few times and said, "Little you, you're too nervous." "Am I the kind of person you think I am?" "I'm just extremely curious as to why he would want to go to the primeval cemetery." "Little friend Long Chen, do you know why I want to go to the primeval cemetery?" It could be seen that Long San didn't have the intention to oppose him, so Long Chen asked, "What's the matter?" "The primordial cemetery has trapped me here for my entire life, so I hope to be able to go out and take a look at what the outside world is like. The three great emperor domains that are said to be the true stage of the dragon sacrificial continent, filled with countless experts. However, this is just a small wish of mine. If I can't fulfill it, then forget it, it's no big deal. It's just that my old rival, Chen Xiong, died in that place, that's why I want to go out and take a look. As for you, why are you doing this?" Long Chen went silent for a while, looked around, and said honestly, "I want to go to the three imperial domains to find a person." "A person?" Everyone was a little surprised. They had never heard Long Chen say this before. At this moment, Lan Ling, who was the most gossipy, quickly asked, "My good brother, you want to go to the three imperial domains to find a person? I didn't know that you had such a secret. Don't tell me you're a lover and want to go to the three imperial domains to find your lover?" Lan Ling, guessed correctly. Long Chen was going to find his lover. Long Chen didn't answer and only smiled. Long Yu rolled her eyes at Lan Ling, and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Seventh brother has his own worries, so let's not force him. When the time comes, he will naturally tell us. Am I right?" Long Yu smiled gently and looked at Long Chen. Long Chen made her smile a lot more. He remembered that Long Yu was a person who didn't know how to smile at the beginning. Her nickname was the Iceberg Dragon Emperor. Long Chen was very grateful to them. Long Yu was indeed right. When the time came, Long Chen would naturally tell them everything. At this moment, Long Shan spoke. He said, "It seems like you are very determined. Then I'll forget about it. When the time comes, when the ancient tomb token appears, I will do my best to help you obtain the ancient tomb token." This was something that Long Chen didn't expect. At the beginning, he thought that Long Shan would fight with him. He didn't expect that after a few words, he would actually agree to fight for the ancient tomb token for Long Chen. "Thank you, senior." No matter how much gratitude he had in his heart, it all turned into these few words. Long Shan smiled and said, "Don't thank me. You are the benefactor of my family. My family owes you too much. If I can't satisfy such a small request, I won't have the face to see my two grandchildren." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "You don't have to worry. Before the ancient tomb token appears, the nearby sky will completely turn red and be filled with fog. No matter where the god Wuxia sage is heading, we will be able to rush over." In this way, Long Chen was much more at ease. It could be said that a big stone in his heart was finally put down. After they finished talking about the matters of the primeval cemetery, everyone dispersed, whereas Long Chen found a residence that belonged to him and started cultivating. Everyone also settled down at the War People's place, including King Qingli and Lu Yi. After Jiang Wuya's arm was broken, he was currently recuperating and rarely discussed matters with Long Yu. He usually stayed with King Qingli and the others. Their family of 3 had just been established, so they definitely had a lot to talk about. These days, Lu Yi also came to look for Long Chen. In order not to disturb Long Chen's cultivation, the conversation between the two usually didn't last more than a quarter of an hour. This time, Lu Yi asked, "I heard that you want to go to the 3 emperor domains to find a person. Is it a girl?" Her crystal clear eyes trembled slightly, and her eyelashes were slender. Lu Yi looked at Long Chen nervously. Long Chen didn't know how to answer. For a moment, he was silent. Lu Yi immediately smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. You can continue to cultivate. I won't disturb you." After saying that, she turned around and left. The figure in a white dress gradually disappeared from Long Chen's sight. Back then, Lingxi's back was almost like this. Long Chen deeply remembered that when he first laid eyes on Lingxi, the first thing he saw was her back. She was ethereal, pure, and ethereal, as if she was the most beautiful fairy in the world. Long Chen had seen so many women, but none of them could compare to Lingxi. Yes, she was the descendant of a super force in the 3 emperor domains. Her status was noble. Compared to her, Long Chen was just an insignificant ant. When she was standing at the top of the mountain, fluttering in the wind and looking down on the world, Long Chen was still struggling at the foot of the mountain. "Of the 10 years, I've already used half a year." In the darkness of the night, Long Chen looked out of the window and clenched his fists tightly. "Fiancé, Wang Chen, martial dragon." These words kept flashing in his mind. "Little she, I've already come this far. The next step is to obtain the ancient tomb token and pass through the primordial cemetery. Soon, I'll be able to see you. Of the 10 years, I've only used half a year." "Half a year, but how big is the gap between me and you?" Long Chen was at a loss when he thought of this. He looked at the mountain range in front of him. Countless peaks blocked his vision. Even if he went to the 3 emperor domains, where experts were as common as clouds, what could a weak person like him do in the end? Chapter 636. Something happened to the Huangfu clan. Long Chen's heartstrings tightened. If it was an ordinary matter, Long Yu wouldn't have told him in such a hurry. If that was the case, it shouldn't be a simple matter. "Big sister, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" asked Long Chen. Long Yu also said with some doubt, "Qi Hun's spies sent news that the Huangfu clan has changed masters." "Changed the patriarch? Who?" Long Chen was shocked. In the Huangfu clan, the strongest was Huangfu Fengchen. Huangfu Fengchen was in the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm. The second, Huangfu Fengyun, could only stay in the 2nd level of the earth martial arts realm for the rest of his life. How could the Huangfu clan change masters? Could it be that something happened to Huangfu Fengchen? The Willow Wind Steps was a friendship, and Huangfu Qi was an even greater friendship. If something happened to them, Long Chen would absolutely not stand idly by. The Huangfu clan's master has been changed to Huangfu Yu. The patriarch of the Huangfu clan has been replaced by Huangfu Yu. Huangfu Yu is only in the 1st level of the earth martial arts realm. That's a joke. I don't know what's going on either. Qi Hun's spies are mainly focused on the martial emperor city. What happened to the Huangfu clan was only heard by chance. But I have a premonition that the Huangfu clan isn't peaceful anymore, said Long Yu seriously. Now that Huang Fuyu was the head of the family, Long Chen was shocked beyond words. In his opinion, this was simply impossible. There had to be a problem. Big sister, how's the Wushu alliance recently? Do you need my help? Asked Long Chen suddenly as he raised his head. The Wushu alliance hasn't made any moves, not before. They probably won't make any moves now. We all have a chance to recuperate. Do you want to go to the Huangfu clan to have a look? It's okay, my grandfather is in charge of the war people. You can go and have a look. After all, Huangfu Fengchen has been kind to you. But you must be careful, I don't know the origin of the Huangfu clan. Origin? Big sister, tell me in detail. What kind of mystical origin could the Huangfu clan have? This was something that Long Chen didn't know. Long Yu furrowed his brows and said, I have to ask my grandfather about this. It seems like the Huangfu clan migrated here from the outside and has always been rather low-key. Within the control of the god Wushu sage dynasty, there is no such large clan. They must have migrated from another holy dynasty's jurisdiction. Long Chen nodded. The matter seemed to be a little urgent. Long Chen didn't have the time to ask Long Shan, so he said to Long Yu, Big sister, I'll go take a look immediately. Be careful. We still need a little genius like you here. Long Yu said with a faint smile. Today, she was wearing a ponytail, giving off a valiant and formidable-looking aura. Putting aside the matter of Jiang Wuxia, she spent all her time busying herself with the dragons and the war people against the Wushu alliance. The only person Long Chen brought with him was Imo Xiaolang. From the moment they left the Sanyang kingdom, the two were almost inseparable. Long Chen had gone to the war people's territory from the Huangfu clan once. Even now, he still remembered the way back very clearly. Following the original path, he and Imo Xiaolang quickly rushed back to the Huangfu clan's territory. Big brother, could that Huangfu Fengchen have been killed? Will we be in danger this time? On the way, Imo Xiaolang asked softly. Are you afraid? Long Chen smiled. Of course I'm not afraid of killing people with Big Brother, but Huangfu Qi is actually quite cute. If someone tries to harm her, I definitely won't let them go. Long Chen was startled. Back then, Huangfu Qi kept saying that she wanted to hug Xiaolang every day. After spending a long time with Xiaolang, they had developed quite a bit of feelings for each other. That was why Imo Xiaolang had such a cold attitude today. After reaching the 3rd grade king level, he also had the power to say the same thing. If anyone was his opponent, they would definitely feel a chill in their heart. In the great virtual realm, Fat Cat, who had always disliked Imo Xiaolang, said, Io, the black puppy is angry. This god is so scared. Long Chen and Imo Xiaolang couldn't be bothered with this guy and directly left him hanging. Kitten was so angry that his beard curled up. However, after spending so much time with Long Chen and Imo Xiaolang, he was already used to this way of getting along. Although Kitten was a little talkative and had a nasty mouth, he was actually a good person. Compared to the last time, Long Chen's speed was much faster. Last time, it took about 5 days to go from the Huangfu clan to the war people. This time, it only took 3 days for Long Chen to get close to the Huangfu clan. Before going to the Huangfu clan, Long Chen first went to a nearby city. This was a city built by the Huangfu clan called Huangfu City. Long Chen used a secret signal to summon the people from Scarlet Soul in Huangfu City. The person who received him was an old man with white hair and beard. He was dressed like a doctor. Of course, this was his official profession in Huangfu City and also his disguise. Greetings, 7th Master. The old man knew Long Chen. When he saw Long Chen, he quickly bowed. In this simple house, Long Chen went straight to the point and said, I'm here to ask about the Huangfu clan. Tell me everything you know. It had already been 3 days, so there might already be new information. The old man nodded and said carefully, the news is true. The Huangfu clan has indeed changed its master. The current master is Huangfu Yu, whose strength is at the first level of the earth martial arts realm. For 7th master, this strength is pitifully weak. Therefore, I also felt that it was strange, so I increased my efforts to investigate the Huangfu clan. What's the result? Long Chen asked. The old man said, there are 2 results. First, the original master, Huangfu Fengchen, and his wife and children have all disappeared mysteriously in the Huangfu clan. They're missing. Long Chen's eyes revealed a ferocious look. When the wolf cub beside him heard that the little girl, Huangfu Qi, had also gone missing, its originally delicate and pretty face became somewhat sinister. The hidden demonic aura on its body was released slightly, causing the old man to tremble a little. The old man nodded in panic. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder, signaling him not to be afraid. Then he continued to ask, then tell me, what's the second news? The old man calmed down for a while and didn't dare to neglect. He said, there seems to be a mysterious woman in the Huangfu clan. I heard that before Huangfu Fengchen disappeared, he was very respectful of this woman. He even gave his island in the center of the lake to this woman. I guess this woman is the direct reason why Huangfu Fengchen disappeared and why Huangfu Yu became the master. 7th master, that's all for now. If you want to know the real situation, you have to go to the Huangfu clan yourself. A mysterious woman can subdue Huangfu Fengchen. This woman's strength is at least above the 4th level of the earth martial arts realm. Sister Long Yu said that the Huangfu clan might be from another holy dynasty. Does this mean that the mysterious woman is probably from another holy dynasty? Otherwise, how could the Huangfu clan have such a strong expert? Long Chen thought for a while. Big brother, what do we do now? I think if that woman didn't kill Huangfu Qi, we should go over now and save him, said Mo Xiaolang, gnashing his teeth. Long Chen nodded and said goodbye to the old man. He left Huangfu City with Mo Xiaolang and arrived at the gate of the Huangfu clan. Looking in from afar, the Huangfu clan was very desolate. The guards at the gate also had listless expressions. It seemed that they were also opposed to the change of the master. Xiaolang, you go into the Great Void Realm later. I will sneak into the Huangfu clan. I have the soul-devouring demon eyes, so I should be able to hide from everyone. Then, I will find Huangfu Yu. As long as I find Huangfu Yu, I will force him to tell me everything. I want to see what he can do to Chi-Chi and the others. Thinking of Chi-Chi, that cute little girl, made Long Chen angry. When they entered the ancient demon realm together, Long Chen had always doted on that little girl. Today's matter had already touched his bottom line. Of course, it had also touched Xiao Lang's bottom line. Big brother, if there is any danger, we will face it together, said Mo Xiaolang resolutely. Mo Xiaolang said resolutely. Every time Long Chen asked him to hide in the Great Void Realm, he would fight alone. Mo Xiaolang felt a little uncomfortable. He used to be weak, but now that he was a 3rd-grade king-level expert, he was no longer weaker than Long Chen. You idiot, did you forget that I have the blood escape technique? Did you forget that I can escape without a trace? Long Chen said with a smile. Mo Xiaolang suddenly realized that he had forgotten about that. Don't worry, brother. If there's a battle, I won't forget about you. Brothers, we will fight side by side. Long Chen thumped his chest and said with pride. Mo Xiaolang's face was full of excitement. All right. Mo Xiaolang nodded. Just like that, Long Chen let Xiao Lang enter the Great Void Realm. Kitten saw Xiao Lang coming in and immediately scolded him with a face full of disgust. In Long Chen's eyes, Mo Xiaolang was his brother, and in Kitten's eyes, Mo Xiaolang was a demon beast like him. Therefore, in front of Long Chen, Kitten wanted to fight for Mo Xiaolang's favor. Long Chen's heart sank. He looked at the vast Huangfu clan in front of him and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had already used the 3rd level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil, Profound Insight. Under the effect of Profound Insight, the surrounding scenery disappeared. The only thing left were the divine souls in the distance. These divine souls were very vague, some were strong, some were weak. Long Chen could only vaguely feel their existence and vaguely feel their strength. Along a wall, Long Chen sneaked into the Huangfu clan. He had been to the Huangfu clan before, so he was somewhat familiar with the place. As for Huangfu Yu's location, he was now the clan lord of the Huangfu clan. Presumably, he would occupy Huangfu Fengshen's place. Chapter 637. Huangfu Fengshen's study, as well as the side hall where he had once received Long Chen. Long Chen remembered the location. His strength far exceeded the average Huangfu family member, so it was difficult for ordinary people to discover him. Following his memory, Long Chen arrived at Huangfu Fengshen's study. Looking around, there was no one. Then, he looked around the vicinity, but he couldn't find anyone. Long Chen left the place. After spending an hour, other than the island where the mysterious woman lived, Long Chen had already walked around the entire Huangfu family, but he couldn't find any trace of Huangfu Yu. However, his father, Huangfu Fengyun, was seen by Long Chen. Long Chen could subdue Huangfu Yu in an instant, but this Huangfu Fengyun couldn't. Therefore, Long Chen didn't target Huangfu Fengchen. This bastard should have gone to the island in the center of the lake. I still haven't settled the score with him last time. This time, I'll consider it as a final one. Long Chen sat down on the lounge chair in Huangfu Fengshen's study and waited leisurely. He knew that Huangfu Yu would definitely return. Indeed, after 4 hours, the sky was already dark. Long Chen used his spirit-devouring demon eyes and saw a figure swaying over and jumping out of the window. Long Chen saw Huangfu Yu's figure. At this moment, Huangfu Yu's face was flushed red, and he was dispirited. He was swaying as he walked, and his face was full of intoxication. His body reeked of alcohol. This Huangfu Yu can be considered a decent martial artist. It's a pity that his body has been hollowed out by alcohol and women at such a young age. For him to return like this, could it be that he and that mysterious woman on the island in the center of the lake had some sort of romance? Long Chen laughed coldly. At this moment, Huangfu Yu was at his most dispirited state. He slowly walked into the room and closed the door. Just as he closed the door, Long Chen had already entered the room. Suddenly feeling an additional aura, Huangfu Yu's hair stood on end, and he instantly recovered from his intoxicated state. He suddenly turned around and saw Long Chen smiling at him. Dragon. Huangfu Yu's eyes widened, and his face slowly filled with horror. He was about to make a sound when Long Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Huangfu Yu. Under Huangfu Yu's horrified gaze, Long Chen's fist landed on his lower abdomen, causing Huangfu Yu's entire body to curl up in pain. His lower abdomen's intestines had probably been twisted into a mess by Long Chen. Before he could let out a scream, Long Chen covered his mouth and pulled his head over. His knee once again slammed into Huangfu Yu's lower abdomen, causing him to convulse in pain. However, his mouth was covered by Long Chen's strong palm. He struggled with all his might until his face was scratched by Long Chen's nails, but he still couldn't escape Long Chen's control. That fist and knee had completely crippled Huangfu Yu. The pain in his lower abdomen was burning, as if several knives were twisting inside. Huangfu Yu was in so much pain that his consciousness was blurred. At this moment, Long Chen pulled his head up, and a pair of eyes looked at Huangfu Yu. That clear voice traveled into Huangfu Yu's ears. Look at my eyes. Eyes, eyes. Huangfu Yu's strength was originally not as good as Long Chen's, and he was in a dazed state due to his heavy injuries. Of course, he couldn't withstand Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon pupil level 4, soul control. Under the use of soul control, Long Chen quickly controlled Huangfu Yu's thoughts. After completely controlling Huangfu Yu, Long Chen was finally relieved. Looking at the crippled Huangfu Yu in front of him, Long Chen felt a little emotional. In a short 1 or 2 months, Long Chen had already left him far behind. Let me ask you, who is the woman who lives on the island in the middle of the lake?" asked Long Chen. "It's Miss Xian," said Huang Fu Yu a little woodenly. He had no idea what he was talking about. Long Chen had never heard of this name. "What is her identity? What is her strength?" continued Long Chen. He had plenty of time. He wanted to ask everything clearly. Miss Xian's identity is from the most noble Feng clan in the Tianfeng sacred dynasty. Our Huangfu clan is a small branch of the Feng clan. Miss Xian's strength should be above the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm. "I'm not too sure either." Huang Fu Yu basically answered everything he knew. The Tianfeng sacred dynasty should be one of the 10 sacred dynasties, the most noble Feng clan. I have to find a time to properly ask Senior Long Shan and the others about the 10 sacred dynasties. Long Chen pondered. The Huangfu clan was actually a branch of the Feng clan. This was beyond his expectations. It seemed that the Huangfu clan's main branch was very powerful in the Tianfeng sacred dynasty. Any branch could become a major force in the Wuxia Sage dynasty. However, the Huangfu clan had been here for so long, but the main branch hadn't done anything. Presumably, not many people in the Feng clan knew of the Huangfu clan's existence. Long Chen remembered what Huang Fu Yu had said and asked the next question. "Miss Xian let you be the master of the Huangfu clan. Then let me ask you, where is the original Huangfu Fengshen's family now?" Huang Fu Yu answered without hesitation. "Miss Xian crippled Huangfu Fengshen's strength and then sent him to a small city called Lufeng City." Crippled. Long Chen breathed heavily. Huangfu Fengshen was in the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, but his strength was actually crippled and he was reduced to an ordinary person. Huangfu Fengshen was originally the master of the Huangfu clan. Why did Miss Xian do this? Did she have a huge grudge against him? Then why did Miss Xian do this? Asked Long Chen, gnashing his teeth. Because Miss Xian wanted Huangfu Fengshen to have sex with her, but Huangfu Fengshen refused, so it was my turn. Huang Fu Yu didn't feel ashamed at all when he said this, because under Long Chen's control, he didn't realize what he was saying at all. Sex. It seemed that not only was Miss Xian powerful, her mood was also unpredictable, and her personality was even more abnormal. This kind of abnormal person was actually the most terrifying. When Long Chen heard the news, he couldn't wait to find Miss Xian and kill her. However, since she could easily cripple Huangfu Fengshen, he knew that he definitely wasn't strong enough, so he didn't dare to be impulsive. Huangfu Fengshen was now in the small city called Lufeng City. Long Chen knew that he should hurry and see how they were doing. As for revenge, 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Long Chen had all the time in the world to find Miss Xian for revenge. Thinking of this, Long Chen already had a plan in his heart. He suddenly withdrew the soul control. Huang Fu Yu gradually woke up. He had no idea what he had just said. It was like he had just been in a daze. However, when he woke up, he saw that Long Chen's palm had completely covered his head. "Long Chen, you dare touch me? You're courting death. I'm the Huangfu family." At this point, he couldn't continue anymore, because Long Chen had directly used force and broken his head from his neck, then pulled it out. His original body spurted out blood and slowly fell to the ground. That head was still in Long Chen's hand. Such a weak neck. How unlucky. Long Chen let go and directly threw Huang Fu Yu, who had died with grievances. He originally only wanted to break his neck, but he didn't expect him to be so disappointing. Even his head was torn off by Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen's anger was also part of the reason. Huang Fu Yu probably didn't even dream that his good days had just arrived, and then he would die at the hands of Long Chen just like that. "Big brother, well done," Mo Xiaolang said in the Great Void Realm. Long Chen nodded. Without another word, he used the 3rd level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil and left the Huangfu family. "Are we going to stay Wind City to see Huangfu Qi and the others?" Mo Xiaolang asked hurriedly when he saw Long Chen hurrying on his way. Long Chen used soul control, so the information he obtained naturally couldn't be false. Long Chen nodded and said, Huangfu Fengchen's Dantian was crippled, and Chi-Chi is probably injured as well. I was a bit angry just now and forgot to ask about Chi-Chi's situation. Let's go to Stay Wind City to take a look. If it's possible, we'll bring them to the war people, and then we'll make further plans. After saying this, Long Chen first went to Huangfu City and found the old man with Crimson Soul again. Long Chen returned, and the old man smelled the blood on Long Chen's body. He hurriedly asked, "Seventh Master, you killed someone." I killed that dog Huangfu Yu," Long Chen said indifferently. "Huangfu Yu." The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't dare to look directly at Long Chen because Long Chen's reputation was too resounding in the Wuxia sage court. Huangfu Yu was the current master of the Huangfu family. Only someone like Long Chen could casually kill him. "Seventh Master, what's the situation?" the old man asked. "That mysterious woman is called Lady Xian. Huangfu Fengchen's strength was crippled by her and then banished to Stay Wind City. I'm afraid she wants Huangfu Fengchen to live the rest of his life like this. This woman is definitely an expert in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm or above. The Wuxia Sage Court has another expert in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Tell this news to Sister Long Yu and the others, and I'll go to Stay Wind City." The old man hurriedly nodded in response to Long Chen's orders. Poor Huangfu Fengchen. He's a hero, but he was crippled by a mysterious woman. The Wuxia Sage Court is going to change. There are already 4 people in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm: the Martial Emperor, Senior Long Shan, the Ancient Demon's Corpse, and this mysterious Lady Xian, the old man said emotionally. "By the way, I came to ask you where Stay Wind City is," Long Chen said. "Seventh Master, please wait a moment." The old man took out a map from his universe bag. He pointed at a small dot in the corner and said, "This is Wind Retention City. It's a small city and it's rather barren. With 7th Master's speed, he'll probably need 5 days to get there." Chapter 638. Long Chen took the map and said a few words to the old man. Then he left Huangfu City and headed for Lufeng City. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. "Big brother, we don't have much time." "Let me do it," said Mo Xiaolang in the Great Virtual Realm. Long Chen nodded and let Mo Xiaolang come out of the Great Virtual Realm. After he came out, a black flame quickly engulfed him. The flame gradually expanded and soon he became a sun-devouring wolf. Because he had to hurry, Xiaolang shrunk his body to the size of an ordinary horse. But this way, he was even faster. Long Chen sat on the back of the sun-devouring wolf. Without saying anything, the sun-devouring wolf sped towards Lufeng City. Xiaolang, who was at the 3rd rank of the king level, was faster than Long Chen. Demonic beasts had superior endurance, so Mo Xiaolang could maintain this speed until they reached Lufeng City. Long Chen took advantage of this time to advance towards LV3 of the Earth martial arts realm. There was a lot of time in front of him, so Long Chen didn't waste any time. He worked very hard. On the contrary, Xiaolang was quite leisurely. He was extremely talented. He only needed to devour fire attribute treasures to be able to advance endlessly. Because of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, the original 5 days were shortened to 3 days by the sun-devouring demonic wolf. 3 days later, at noon, Long Chen arrived at Retaining Wind City. This was a small city in the middle of the desert. It was quite barren. The residents here were generally weaker than the other cities of the Shenwu sacred dynasty. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was similar to that of the imperial city of Cangyang Kingdom. In the Wuxia Sage Empire, this was the lowest level. Huangfu Fengchen is here. But big brother, it's quite big here. How are we going to find him? Xiaolang turned into a human and stood on the city wall. It's simple. Watch me. Long Chen said, then he looked in the direction of Remnant Wind City. His voice suddenly became louder. Long Chen, Huangfu Fengchen, quickly come to the city gates of Remnant Wind City. Long Chen's roar reverberated throughout the entire retaining Wind City. He was strong and powerful, so of course he had the ability to do so. In retaining Wind City, there were basically no Wushu Alliance forces. Even if there were, no one would dare to show their heads when they heard Long Chen's name. However, there were many people watching the show. Long Chen's name was like a clap of thunder. The majority of the people were startled. Very quickly, they realized that Long Chen must be an expert to be able to cause such an effect. And why did the name Long Chen sound so familiar? Remnant Wind City was a small city in the middle of the desert. Therefore, there weren't many people who knew of Long Chen's name. The majority of the people here were still unfamiliar with Long Chen. Many people stuck their heads out from the streets, looking in the direction of the city gates. However, Long Chen's voice was somewhat fierce. Everyone looked around and started discussing, but no one was willing to go forward. Long Chen's gaze swept across the faces of these people. Not a single one of them was Huangfu Fengchen. However, Long Chen wasn't anxious. If Huangfu Fengchen was here, he would definitely be able to hear him. He had already lost all his strength, and Remnant Wind City was so huge. He would need some time to rush over. Long Chen stood at the top of the city walls, waiting for Huangfu Fengchen's arrival. I'm looking for a person called Huangfu Fengchen. He's in Remnant Wind City. Those who know his whereabouts can tell me. I will definitely reward you handsomely. After saying that, Long Chen's body directly floated in midair. A supreme expert. When the people of Remnant Wind City saw that Long Chen was actually flying, their faces were instantly filled with shock and worship. Being able to fly meant that Long Chen was a supreme expert. Not only that, Long Chen was still so young. He was definitely someone with a very high status. Looking at the reverent expressions on the faces of the people below, Long Chen suddenly thought of himself. Back then, Wang Chao's gaze when he looked at him was the same as Long Chen's gaze when he looked at the people below. Only now did Long Chen understand that he was actually so insignificant in front of such a supreme expert. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. After his words were passed down, there was a reply very quickly. At this moment, a middle-aged woman squeezed out of the crowd and ran to an empty space. She anxiously waved at Long Chen. Her voice was very weak, but Long Chen could hear it clearly. She was saying that she was Huangfu Fengchen's wife. With a swish, Long Chen arrived beside this middle-aged woman. This middle-aged woman's age was about the same as Huangfu Fengchen, around 30 years old. Her appearance was naturally one of the best. She had the appearance of a sweet-tempered middle-aged woman with a unique charm. Moreover, her appearance was very similar to Huangfu Qi. It seemed that Huangfu Qi looked like her mother. When she grew up, she would also be a rare beauty. This middle-aged woman was indeed beautiful, but she was currently wearing coarse hemp clothes. Her hair was tied up, and her attire was very simple. No one would think that with such attire, she was once the official wife of Huangfu clan head. Long Chen didn't know what this middle-aged woman was called, so he directly asked, "Where is Huangfu clan head now?" "I'll bring you there." The middle-aged woman's eyes were slowly filled with excitement. She had heard of Long Chen's famous name. When she saw Long Chen here, she was so excited that she couldn't speak. Long Chen was anxious about Huangfu Fengchen's situation, so he hurriedly followed her. The crowd along the way made way for them and followed Long Chen. They only stopped when Long Chen glared at them. Who is Huangfu Fengchen? Who is this Long Chen expert? Why is he so young? Yeah, I don't know either. Huangfu Fengchen? I seem to have heard that there is a very powerful Huangfu clan in the divine Wushu sage dynasty. At this point, the voices of the crowd became louder and louder. I know that middle-aged woman. Didn't she just move to Lufeng City? I remember that she has a bedridden husband at home. Suddenly, someone said. The more people there were, the more they would know. Long Chen didn't allow them to follow, so they could only discuss on the spot. Very soon, they learned a lot of things. Long Chen's reputation also spread through some people. Lufeng City actually became lively for a while. The road wasn't very far. After passing through a few alleys, the middle-aged woman brought Long Chen to a simple house. Long Chen had already sensed Huangfu Fengshen's existence, but strangely, he didn't see Huangfu Qi. Long Chen hurriedly entered the house and saw Huangfu Fengshen lying on the bed. His face was pale, and the elegant appearance of the past had completely disappeared. What replaced it was a sickly appearance. When Long Chen arrived, he opened his dim eyes and looked at Long Chen helplessly. Patriarch Huangfu. Long Chen stopped in his tracks and stood in front of Huangfu Fengshen. He looked at the man in pain with pity. His woman stood behind Long Chen, her eyes filled with tears. I didn't expect you to find this place. You must have sneaked into the Huangfu clan. Huangfu Fengshen said in a hoarse voice. His aura was relatively weak. Lady Xian was extremely resentful. Huangfu Fengshen's 18 martial veins were completely destroyed by her. In this case, no matter how many miraculous pills there were, Huangfu Fengshen wouldn't be able to recover. His true qi had been completely lost. It could be said that he was now a cripple. Long Chen only felt a surge of anger in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly. I went to the Huangfu clan and killed Huangfu Yu. Long Chen said while clenching his teeth. Oh. Huangfu Fengshen's eyes showed a hint of color. He chuckled and said, good kill. It's a little better. Do you still have a chance to recover? I'll take you to the war people. There are many people there, so you can take care of them. They are all old friends. You should be able to trust them. Long Chen knew that Huangfu Fengshen had some friendship with Long Yu and the others. Life here was quite difficult. However, Huangfu Fengshen shook his head and said with a smile, no need. I think this place is quite good. I'm afraid that the war people won't be used to it. We're just two ordinary people. It's enough for us to live here. Long Chen understood that if he went to the battle race, there would be experts everywhere. Huangfu Fengshen would only feel uncomfortable. Perhaps this place would be more suitable for him. There were few people here, and spending the rest of his life here was not a bad choice. 2 people. Long Chen knew that something was wrong. When he arrived, he didn't sense Huangfu Qi's aura. And from Huangfu Fengshen's words, it seemed that Huangfu Qi wasn't with them. Long Chen recalled what Huangfu Yu said to him at that time. He seemed to say that Huangfu Fengshen had arrived in retaining Wind City, but he didn't say whether Huangfu Qi was here or not. When Long Chen heard that they were both missing, he subconsciously thought that they were just together. Long Chen's expression changed. Mo Xiaolang's expression also changed. Patriarch Huangfu, where did Qiqi go? Long Chen took a deep breath and asked. With a plop, the woman knelt on the ground with tears all over her face. She was choking with sobs and couldn't speak. Huangfu Fengshen stared straight at Long Chen and said straightforwardly, Long Chen, you coming here gives me hope. We, husband and wife, are here to beg you for a favor. We hope you can agree to it. Speak your mind. Long Chen had a bad premonition. He helped the woman up and made her sit on the edge of the bed. Then, he looked at Huangfu Fengshen. Seeing Long Chen's resolute gaze, Huangfu Fengshen knew that there was really hope this time. Long Chen valued relationships. If there was a request, he would definitely agree without hesitation. Huangfu Fengshen went straight to the point. Our Huangfu clan is the ruler of the Tianfeng dynasty, a branch of the Feng clan. Some time ago, a woman from the Feng clan came. You probably already know that she came here to get an ancient tomb token. I originally thought that she would leave after getting what she wanted, but I didn't expect her to discover that Qiqi actually had 3 bloodlines in her, the heavenly wind vein. Therefore, she wanted to transfer the heavenly wind vein into her body, which would take Qiqi's life. Chapter 639. Coyote, don't be too anxious. We are traveling at full speed, but she isn't. Therefore, we should be able to reach Martial Emperor City before she does. With her high-profile personality, it will be very easy to find her once we reach Martial Emperor City. Long Chen calmed himself down and reminded the coyote. The coyote nodded. However, its speed did not slow down. A city appeared in front of them. This city was relatively big, but Long Chen did not know what city it was. Stop for a moment. Long Chen asked the coyote to stop. Then, he quickly went to the city and found the person in charge of Scarlet Soul. Normally, such a big city would be guarded by people from Scarlet Soul. The Scarlet Soul organization used to be Qi Ying's assassin organization. Later on, Qi Ying joined the Dragon Tribe, and Scarlet Soul basically served the Dragon Tribe. Under Long Yu's leadership, the Scarlet Soul organization's strength and numbers had increased by several times. Today, they had already laid a huge net in the Shenwu sacred dynasty. After finding the person in charge of Scarlet Soul, Long Chen said to him, "Find a few martial artists above the 7th level of the Heaven Ascension realm and have them guard Lufeng City all year round. They will protect Huangfu Fengchen in secret." "Seventh Master, are you sure it's Huangfu Fengchen?" the beautiful woman asked in surprise. Long Chen nodded and said, "Huangfu Fengchen has lost all his strength and is living in Lufeng City. Send a few people to protect him in secret, but don't disturb his life." "Okay, I'll do it right now." The woman knew that there was no need to ask what she shouldn't ask. She just had to do as he said. Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed after handing over this matter. The next thing he needed to do was to focus on dealing with Miss Xian. "Big brother, you are so thoughtful. Now that Master Huangfu has lost all his strength, he might get into trouble without anyone to protect him." The wolf cub had been in a hurry to leave, so he hadn't thought about this. Long Chen nodded. After leaving the city with Mo Xiaolang, they headed in the direction of Martial Emperor City. Long Chen was also rushing at full speed. Huangfu Qi's life was at stake. Every second wasted could lead to her death. Her life was in Long Chen's hands. Although Long Chen was angry and irritable, he had to force himself to calm down. Calmness in the face of major events had always been his most outstanding trait. Only with a clear mind could he obtain the final victory. Long Chen spent another 5 days traveling from Remnant Wind City to Martial Emperor City. Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the spacious and huge Martial Emperor City from afar. That was because the current Martial Emperor City looked relatively peaceful. It was currently in the wee hours of the morning, so there were very few people on the streets. However, the guards at the gates of Martial Emperor City were already quite strict. It was very difficult for people without status to enter Martial Emperor City. Of course, Long Chen chose to sneak in directly this time. It had only been less than a month. Long Chen hadn't expected to return to this place again. Coincidentally, both times he had come here, he had come to save people. There were very few people in Martial Emperor City at the moment. Long Chen had the willow catkin wind steps, which was light and graceful. Long Chen didn't make any sound as he entered the outer city of Martial Emperor City. Using the same method, he easily entered the inner city of Martial Emperor City. There were even fewer people in the inner city of Martial Emperor City. Long Chen used the soul-devouring demon eyes to barge into a house and control the souls of all the people there. This was probably because it was the family head of one of the higher-ups in the Martial Alliance. Since that higher-up wasn't around, the rest of the people there were at most at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Heaven Ascension state. Under the control of Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes, they didn't have any ability to resist. Long Chen swaggered around the house. He used the power of the soul-devouring demon eyes to make everyone think that Long Chen was supposed to be like this and that Long Chen was a part of them. No one realized that there was anything wrong with Long Chen's appearance here. Long Chen learned from them that nothing had happened in the Martial Emperor City in the past few days. The only thing that made Long Chen suspicious was that the missing Zhao Danshan didn't seem to have returned to the Martial Emperor City. Why isn't this guy returning to the Martial Emperor City? Mo Xiaolang, who was beside Long Chen, asked in confusion. Could it be that he had some conflict with the martial emperor? He might have obtained the ancient demon's corpse and was afraid that the martial emperor would covet it. By the way, the Huangfu family head said that the geocentric milk of 10,000 years has the effect of regrowing a severed arm. Zhao Danshan lost an arm to me, so why didn't he come back to get the geocentric milk of 10,000 years? Long Chen analyzed. This definitely shows that the relationship between Zhao Danshan and Zhao Wuji isn't as simple as we thought. It's very likely that there is some discord between them. No wonder Zhao Wuji didn't join forces with Zhao Danshan to attack the Dragon Clan. So there is a reason behind this, Mo Xiaolang suddenly realized. From just a few clues, they were able to deduce so many things. When Zhao Danshan isn't here and the martial emperor and Miss Xian are fighting, we can only fish in troubled waters. Miss Xian doesn't have the absolute virtual realm. As long as I use the absolute virtual realm to bring Chi-Chi in and use the blood escape, it should be enough, Long Chen said as he planned. Mo Xiaolang also felt that this was the only way. The plan had been set. The next step was to wait. During this period of time, Long Chen went out to inquire a lot of information. Under the sole control of the spirit-devouring demon pupil, Long Chen knew everything that the people of the martial emperor city knew. As he expected, Zhao Wuji and Zhao Danshan didn't get along as well as he imagined. It was very likely that they would turn against each other. For us, this is a good thing. Long Chen thought to himself. He had asked these questions using the spirit-devouring demon pupil. This spirit-devouring demonic eye really is a good thing. I wonder what level of battle skill it is, to have such a miraculous effect. Profound insight and soul control are both pretty good skills, and the spirit-devouring demonic eye hasn't reached its peak yet. I really don't know what surprises I'll get if I continue to train like this. From the spirit-devouring demon pupil, Long Chen thought of Li Xuanji and Yang Lingqing. That Li Xuanji must be someone from the sovereign domain. Why was she imprisoned in the star demon prison of the Lingwu clan? She gave the spirit-devouring demon pupil to me so casually. Her background must be quite strong. I wonder how she is compared to Xiao Shi and Ling Qing. The corners of Long Chen's mouth curled into a smile as he thought of that tenacious little girl. He hadn't been home for a long time. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. The location that Long Chen had chosen was very close to the Martial Emperor Palace where Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji was. Long Chen would be able to sense any commotion from the Martial Emperor Palace. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang hurriedly rushed to the door and watched the commotion with the others. It's her indeed. Long Chen's eyes narrowed when he saw the woman floating in the sky. At this moment, a graceful woman in a white dress with a veil over her face was floating beside the Martial Emperor Palace. Her eyes were glittering as she looked in the direction of the Martial Emperor Palace. Her eyes were filled with boldness and coldness. Her white dress fluttered in the wind and an intoxicating fragrance wafted in the air. One would mistake her for a fairy. However, the murderous aura around her ruined the atmosphere. She actually didn't bring Huangfu Qi. This woman was clearly alone. Long Chen was stunned. He and Huangfu Fengchen had guessed that Lady Xian would definitely bring Huangfu Qi over. Why wasn't she here? Let's return to the Huangfu clan now. Long Chen said gloomily. All their efforts were in vain. No, big brother. I feel that she should have placed Huangfu Qi in a hidden place before coming here alone. I can faintly sense Chi-Chi's scent on her body. It's still very distinct. She must have released Huangfu Qi not too long ago. Wolf Cub said excitedly. Long Chen was originally very gloomy. When he heard this, he relaxed a little. In his anxiety earlier, he had forgotten about this. The sun-devouring demon wolf was a demonic beast. Its nose was more sensitive than Long Chen's. Long Chen naturally believed everything it said. Can you follow this scent and find Chi-Chi? Long Chen thought of this and quickly asked. Wolf Cub smiled bitterly and said, "No. As long as the scent is still on her body, I can't smell it anywhere else." Long Chen was a little disappointed. If he could fight her directly, it would be much easier. He would let Lady Xian fight the martial emperor half-dead while Long Chen took Huang Fuqi away. This made Lady Xian dumbfounded. "Big brother, should we go find Chi-Chi or stay here and see what's going on?" If Lady Xian gets the geocentric milk, she will definitely go find Chi-Chi. If she is in the 4th tier of the Earth martial arts realm, it's impossible for us to defeat her together. However, we should at least be able to take Chi-Chi back from her. She doesn't know we have the great virtual realm. If they went out now, they could find Huang Fuqi if they were lucky. However, it was very likely that they would fail. If Lady Xian ran away with the geocentric milk, Long Chen and Wolf Cub would be dumbfounded. Therefore, Long Chen quickly made up his mind. "Let's wait here and see what's going on. I think it's better this way." Mo Xiaolang looked at Lady Xian in the sky. There was only disgust in his eyes. Mo Xiaolang had no interest in Lady Xian's graceful figure. Therefore, Long Chen looked at her carefully. At this moment, Miss Xian began to speak. She had unleashed her might without any restraints. That massive might of hers caused the masses below to feel their hearts palpitating with fear. What's going on? Is there another expert comparable to a martial emperor? And it's a woman. This woman can't be a fool, right? She's wearing a veil and I can't see what she looks like. However, her figure is damn good. Look at that chest, that butt, they're so seductive. If I could sleep with her for a night, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life. As the crowd discussed, the last sentence was spoken by a burly man. Chapter 640. There were two things in Huang Fuqing's words that made Long Chen's heart skip a beat. The first was Miss Xian's purpose in coming to the Wuxia Sage dynasty. He was wondering why she would come all the way here. It turned out that she couldn't compete for a spot in the Tianfeng dynasty, so she came to the Wuxia Sage dynasty. Even such an expert couldn't obtain an ancient tomb token in the Tianfeng dynasty. It could be seen how terrifying the Tianfeng dynasty was. The second matter was naturally Huang Fuqi's matter. This was what truly shocked Long Chen. His heart was burning with endless anger, but he forced himself to calm down. He said to Huang Fuqing, "Tell me in detail what exactly happened." Huang Fuqing's eyes revealed a look of sorrow and helplessness. Grief and helplessness appeared in Huang Fuqing's eyes. He shook his head and said, "I can only blame myself for being useless." Sigh. When that woman came to the Huangfu clan, we all served her well in fear of making her unhappy. That woman was very terrifying. She discovered that Chi-Chi had the Heavenly Wind Meridian of the Feng clan. The Heavenly Wind Meridian is a unique bloodline of the Feng clan. Chi-Chi seemed to have a total of 3 Heavenly Wind Meridians. It's said that in the Feng clan, there are geniuses with a total of 18 Heavenly Wind Meridians. This unique bloodline can bestow the Feng clan with unparalleled talent and power. It is the core of the Feng clan's power. When that woman discovered that Chi-Chi had the Heavenly Wind Meridian, she found an excuse to cripple my strength and banish me here. It turned out that Huang Fuqi was still on the island in the center of the lake. Long Chen thought that she had followed Huang Fuqing here. Heavenly Wind Vein. Long Chen roughly knew that this was probably the place where the Tianfeng dynasty and the other powerful holy dynasties were. Even Miss Xian paid so much attention to the Heavenly Wind Vein. It seemed that the true cause of this matter was the Heavenly Wind Vein. Huang Fuyu's reason for saying that Huang Fuqing had refused Lady Xian's proposal was probably an excuse for Lady Xian to make a move on Huang Fuqing. It seemed that this woman wasn't just ordinarily ruthless. I roughly know that in order to obtain Chi-Chi's Heavenly Wind Meridian, she must prepare enough medicinal ingredients and then refine Chi-Chi like a spiritual herb. She must extract the heavenly wind meridian from Chi-Chi's body and integrate it into her own body. Although this method of increasing the heavenly wind meridian will have many side effects in the future, it can increase her potential and talent once again. Her strength will also be enhanced. However, this method is quite cruel and vicious. Huangfu Fengshen gnashed his teeth as he spoke. His eyes turned blood-red. After hearing this news, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's eyes also turned blood-red. She actually wanted to refine Huangfu Qi like a spiritual herb and extract the heavenly wind meridian from her body. Huangfu Qi was still an innocent child. If Lady Xian really succeeded, Long Chen would definitely go crazy. Although they didn't have many interactions, Huangfu Qi was still a good friend of Long Chen's. She was also a cute little girl. After Huangfu Fengshen finished speaking, he suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop. His injuries were still present, so this movement caused his complexion to become even more deathly pale. However, he clenched his teeth and pleaded with Long Chen, "Little friend Long Chen, I don't care about your relationship with Chi-Chi. Although I don't know how strong you are, dealing with Lady Xian is like striking a rock with an egg, and it's very possible that you might even lose your life. Chi-Chi is my beloved daughter, but I've become a cripple. I beg you to help me save her, okay? She's still so young, she shouldn't have to accept such a punishment." The dignified patriarch of the Huangfu clan was currently crying in front of Long Chen. In front of Long Chen, this man had really aged a lot. White hair had already appeared on his head. For this kind of matter, even if Long Chen had to sacrifice his life, he would still agree because this was his style. Long Chen gently helped Huangfu Fengshen up and said, "Leave Chi-Chi's matter to me. Patriarch, don't worry. As long as I, Long Chen, am still alive, I will definitely bring Chi-Chi back in one piece. Don't forget about me, Mo Xiaolang. I will also help with Chi-Chi's matter." Mo Xiaolang said anxiously. He was also very anxious about Huangfu Qi's matter. In fact, the amount of time Mo Xiaolang had spent with Chi-Chi wasn't any less than Long Chen. In fact, it was even more than Long Chen. Hearing their words, Huangfu Fengshen nodded with tears in his eyes and said, "Thank you very much. I have placed all my hopes on the two of you. Long Chen, I trust you. I have also seen your achievements in this matter. I believe that this matter won't be too difficult for you." Long Chen didn't know about Miss Xian's matter at all. How could it not be difficult for Long Chen? Although Long Chen had guaranteed him, he was still a bit uncertain. He asked, "Patriarch Huangfu, you must have fought with that woman. What level do you think her strength is at?" Speaking of this, Huangfu Fengshen slightly frowned and said gloomily, "I estimate that she is at least in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Moreover, she is very likely to be in the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. If she is in the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm, I won't be surprised." The 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. That wasn't Long Shan's state before he was injured. If that was really the case, it would be too terrifying. Long Chen, you must be very careful. If you really can't do it, don't force it. This is Chi-Chi's life. I just don't want her to die any more miserably. She is still a child. If you really can't save her, help me kill her, said Huangfu Fengshen with tears in his eyes. Kill her. For Long Chen, that was simply impossible. However, if it was really like what Huangfu Fengshen said, rather than letting Huangfu Qi be refined to death, it would be better to directly kill her. That would be a good thing for Huangfu Qi. This woman, how could she be so ruthless to such a young child like Chi-Chi? Thinking of this, Long Chen's chest was filled with rage. Calmness was the only way to solve this problem. Long Chen calmed down and asked, "What should I do? If that woman wants to transfer Chi-Chi's heavenly wind veins into her body, she will have to cut open her own body. To recover, she will need a lot of medicine. I know that the most important one is the 10,000-year geocentric milk. This 10,000-year geocentric milk has the power to regrow broken arms. Its medicinal effect is quite strong. That woman has everything but this 10,000-year geocentric milk, so I guess she will go and get it. Where can I get the geocentric milk? Long Chen asked. In the entire Wushu Sage dynasty, only martial Emperor Zhao Wuji has the geocentric milk. You went to the Huangfu clan. Wasn't she still there at that time? Huangfu Fengchen asked. Long Chen recalled that when Huangfu Yu came back, it was obvious that he had just come back from a night of pleasure. Lady Xian must still be in the Huangfu clan, so he nodded. It will take at least 3 to 5 days for you to get here. During this time, that woman might have already rushed to Martial Emperor City. With her cautiousness, she will definitely bring Chi-Chi with her. It will take at least 3 to 5 days for you to get here. During this time, that woman may have already rushed to Martial Emperor City. With her cautiousness, she will definitely bring Chi-Chi with her. Even if you go to the Huangfu clan, you will probably find nothing. You should go to Martial Emperor City and wait for her. This place is closer to Martial Emperor City. If you work hard, you can still get there before her. She wants to ask for the geocentric milk from the Martial Emperor. With her arrogant personality, if the Martial Emperor tries to bargain with her, she will definitely fight with him. You can see if there is a chance to save Chi-Chi. What do you think? Although Huangfu Fengchen's cultivation was crippled, his mind was still quite clear. Not long after, a plan formed in his mind. Let's do it this way. There's no time to lose. I will set off with Xiao Lang now. But before that, I will bring you to the war people. As long as we find a city with the Scarlet Soul organization, I can entrust you to them, Long Chen said. Huangfu Fengchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Long Chen, I've said it before. It's not appropriate for me to go to the war people in my current state. Mortals should live the lives of mortals. This place is pretty good. The people here are simple and there are basically no disputes. Since he thought this way, Long Chen did not force him. He was anxious about Huangfu Qi's matter. After saying goodbye to Huangfu Fengchen, he prepared to leave. Long Chen. Huangfu Fengchen suddenly called out to him. What's wrong? Long Chen turned around and asked. I really have to thank you this time. It's a pity that I can no longer say things like going through water and treading on fire in front of you. If there's an afterlife, I, Huangfu Fengchen, will do anything for you. Looking at this desolate man, Long Chen was deeply aware of the sorrow of losing strength and being weak. If he ended up like this one day, he might even commit suicide. Huangfu Fengchen was still alive because he already had a wife and child. This was a responsibility that he could not shirk. Sometimes, men also lived for the sake of responsibility. The phrase, throwing away one's life and blood, was actually more for one's loved ones and family. Long Chen pursed his lips. He did not know what to say. After a moment of silence, he said, Don't worry, I will bring Chi-Chi back to you in good condition. With that, Long Chen brought Imo Xiaolang and left in a flash, leaving the stunned Huangfu Fengchen and his wife looking at each other with gratitude and gratitude. After leaving retaining Wind City, Long Chen knew that he did not have much time left. He hurriedly rushed in the direction of Martial Emperor City with Xiao Lang. The wolf cub unleashed its maximum speed. A black monstrous wolf was like a whirlwind, quickly sweeping over. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see the wolf cub's shadow clearly, but the wolf cub had already completely left their field of vision. It could be seen how fast the wolf cub's speed was. Chapter 641. Xiao Lang, don't be too anxious. We're traveling at full speed, but she's not. Therefore, we should be able to reach the Martial Emperor City before she reaches it. With her high-profile character, we'll be able to find her easily once we reach the Martial Emperor City. Long Chen calmed himself down and reminded him. The wolf cub nodded, but it didn't slow down at all. A city appeared in front of them. It was a relatively large city, but Long Chen didn't know what city it was. Stop for a moment. Long Chen asked Xiao Lang to stop. Then, he quickly went to the city and found the person in charge of the Scarlet Soul. Generally, such a large city would be guarded by the Scarlet Soul. The Scarlet Soul organization was formerly the Scarlet Shadow organization. Later, the Scarlet Soul joined the dragons, and the Scarlet Soul organization basically served the dragons. Under the leadership of Long Yu, the strength and number of the Scarlet Soul organization had increased by several times. Today, they had already laid a large net in the divine Wuxia Sage City. After finding the person in charge of the Scarlet Soul organization, Long Chen said to him, "Find a few martial artists above the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven realm and have them stay in Lufeng City all year round to protect Huangfu Fengchen in secret." "7th Master, are you sure it's Huangfu Fengchen?" the beautiful woman asked in surprise. Long Chen nodded and said, "Huangfu Fengchen has lost all his strength and is living in Lufeng City. Send a few people to protect him in secret, but don't disturb his life." "Okay, I'll do it now." The woman knew that there was no need to ask questions that shouldn't be asked. She just had to do as he said. Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed after handing over this matter. The next thing he needed to do was to focus on dealing with Miss Xian. "Big brother, you're so thoughtful. Now that Master Huangfu has lost all his strength, there might be an accident if there's no one to protect him." Xiao Lang had been in a hurry, so he hadn't thought about this at all. Long Chen nodded. After leaving the city with Mo Xiaolang, they headed in the direction of the Martial Emperor City. At this moment, Long Chen was also traveling at full speed. Huangfu Qi's life was at stake. Every minute and every second wasted could lead to her death. Her life was in Long Chen's hands. Although Long Chen was furious, he had no choice but to force himself to calm down. Calmness in the face of major events had always been his most outstanding trait. Only a clear mind could allow him to obtain the final victory. Long Chen spent another 5 days traveling from Lufeng City to the Martial Emperor City. When he saw the vast Martial Emperor City from afar, Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. The Martial Emperor City seemed to be relatively peaceful at the moment. It was early in the morning, so there were very few people on the streets. However, the guards at the gates of the Martial Emperor City were already quite strict. It was very difficult for people without status to enter the Martial Emperor City. Of course, this time, Long Chen chose to sneak in directly. Less than a month had passed, so Long Chen hadn't expected to return to this place again. Coincidentally, he had come here both times to save people. There were very few people in the Martial Emperor City at the moment. Long Chen had the willow catkin wind steps, which was light and graceful. Therefore, Long Chen didn't make a single sound as he entered the outer city of the Martial Emperor City. Using the same method, he easily entered the inner city of the Martial Emperor City. There were even fewer people in the inner city of the Martial Emperor City. Long Chen used the soul-devouring demon eyes to barge into a house and control the souls of all the people there. This was probably because the person was the family head of a high-ranking member of the Wushu Alliance. Since that high-ranking member wasn't around, the rest of the people in the house were at most at the 1st or 2nd level of the Heaven Ascension state. Under the control of the souls of Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes, they didn't have any ability to resist. Long Chen swaggered around the house. With the power of the soul-devouring demon eyes, he made everyone think that this was how Long Chen should be, and that Long Chen was a part of them. No one realized that there was anything wrong with Long Chen's appearance here. From their mouths, Long Chen learned that nothing had happened in the Martial Emperor City in the past few days. The only thing that made Long Chen suspicious was that the missing Zhao Danchen hadn't returned to the Martial Emperor City yet. What is this guy doing not returning to the Martial Emperor City? Mo Xiaolang, who was next to Long Chen, asked in confusion. Could it be that he had some conflict with the Martial Emperor? After obtaining the ancient demon's corpse, he was afraid that the Martial Emperor would covet his ancient demon's corpse. By the way, the family head of the Huangfu family said that the 10,000-year geocentric milk has the effect of regrowing a severed arm. I cut off one of Zhao Danchen's arms, so why didn't he come back to get the 10,000-year geocentric milk? Long Chen analyzed. This definitely means that the relationship between Zhao Danshan and Zhao Wuji isn't as simple as we thought. It's very likely that there's some discord between them. No wonder Zhao Wuji didn't join forces with Zhao Danshan to attack the dragons. So there's a reason behind it. Mo Xiaolang suddenly realized something. From such a small clue, they had deduced so many things. When Zhao Danshan isn't here and the Martial Emperor and Miss Xian are fighting, we can only fish in troubled waters. Miss Xian doesn't have the Great Virtual Realm. As long as I use the Great Virtual Realm to bring Chi-Chi in and use the blood escape, it should be enough, Long Chen said as he planned. Mo Xiaolang also felt that this was the only way. The plan had been set. The next thing to do was to wait. During this period of time, Long Chen went out to inquire about a lot of information. Under the sole control of the spirit-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen knew everything that the people in the Martial Emperor city knew. As he expected, Zhao Wuji and Zhao Danshan didn't get along as well as he imagined. Moreover, it was very likely that they would turn against each other. For us, this is a good thing. Long Chen thought to himself. He had asked about these things using the spirit-devouring demon eyes. This spirit-devouring demon eyes is really a good thing. I wonder what level of combat skill it is to have such a magical effect. Both profound insight and soul control are pretty good skills. Moreover, the spirit-devouring demon eyes hasn't reached its peak yet. I really don't know what other surprises will be if I continue to cultivate like this. From the spirit-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen thought of Li Xuanji and Yang Lingqing. That Li Xuanji must be someone from the Emperor domain. Why was she imprisoned in the star demon prison of the Lingwu family? She must have a strong foundation if she gave me the spirit-devouring demon eyes so casually. I wonder how she compares to Xiao Shi and Ling Qing. The corners of Long Chen's mouth curled into a smile when he thought of that tough little girl. He hadn't been home for a long time. At this moment, a commotion was heard from outside. The location that Long Chen had chosen was very close to the Martial Emperor Palace where Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji was. Long Chen would be able to sense any commotion from the Martial Emperor Palace. At this moment, a commotion was heard from outside. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang rushed outside to watch the commotion with the others. It really is her. Long Chen's eyes narrowed when he saw the woman floating in the sky. At this moment, a graceful woman dressed in white with a veil over her face was floating beside the Martial Emperor Palace. Her eyes flickered as she looked in the direction of the Martial Emperor Palace. Her eyes were filled with boldness and coldness. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and an intoxicating fragrance assaulted the air, making people think that she was a fairy. However, the austere aura from her body really ruined the atmosphere. She actually didn't bring Huangfu Qi. This woman was clearly alone. Long Chen was stunned. He and Huangfu Fengchen had guessed that Lady Xian would definitely bring Huangfu Qi over. Why wasn't she here? Let's return to the Huangfu clan now. Long Chen said gloomily. All their efforts were in vain. No, big brother. I feel that she must have placed Huangfu Qi in a secluded place before coming here alone. I can faintly sense Chi-Chi's scent on her body. It's still very distinct. She must have released Huangfu Qi not too long ago. Xiao Lang said excitedly. Long Chen was originally very gloomy, but after hearing this, he relaxed a little. In his anxiety, he had forgotten about this point. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was a demonic beast, so its nose was more sensitive than Long Chen's. Long Chen naturally believed everything he said. Can you follow this scent and find Chi-Chi? Long Chen thought of this and quickly asked. Xiao Lang smiled bitterly and said, no. As long as she still has the scent on her body, I can't smell it anywhere else. Long Chen was slightly disappointed. If Long Chen could just fight, it would be much easier. He allowed this Miss Xian to fight a martial emperor half-dead while Long Chen took Huangfu Qi away. This stupefied Miss Xian. Big brother, should we go find Chi-Chi or stay here and see what happens? If Lady Xian gets the geocentric milk, she will definitely go find Chi-Chi. If she is in the 4th tier of the Earth Martial Realm, we can't defeat her together, but we should at least be able to take Chi-Chi back from her. She doesn't know that we have the Great Virtual Realm. If they went out now, they might be able to find Huang Fu Chi if they were lucky. However, it was very likely that they would fail. If Lady Xian ran away with the geocentric milk, Long Chen and Xiao Lang would be dumbfounded. Thus, Long Chen quickly made a decision. Let's wait here and see what happens. I think it's better this way. Mo Xiaolang looked at Lady Xian in the sky with a look of disgust. Mo Xiaolang had no interest in Lady Xian's graceful figure. Thus, Long Chen watched carefully. At this moment, Miss Xian began to speak. She had unleashed her might without any restraints. That massive might of hers caused the masses below to feel their hearts palpitating with fear. What's going on? Is there another expert comparable to a martial emperor? And it's a woman. Is she an idiot? She's wearing a veil, I can't see what she looks like. But her body is so fucking good. Look, those breasts, that butt, they're so seductive. If I could sleep with her for one night, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life. As the crowd discussed, the last sentence was spoken by a burly man. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.